Chapter 1 Trial. In the dim primeval forest, various towering giant trees obscured the light falling from the sky. Mo Heng walked slowly forward, holding a large dark red giant shield in his left hand and an ancient spear as tall as a person in his right. Dozens of meters behind him, several figures of varying heights followed intermittently, all holding various weapons and walking slowly with vigilant expressions. The few of them were all wearing black full-body force armor, which appeared heavy, even covering their heads. Situation: small beast group, engage the enemy. Just a few seconds after Mo Heng's words fell, as expected, more than a dozen black figures in front rushed towards them. Half a minute later, Mo Heng used his spear to pierce the last wolf-like six-legged monster through the heart and pinned it to a tree, resolving this unequal clash of strength. With 5 martial artists and mental soul masters at apprentice level 9 against more than a dozen ordinary apprentice level 7 monsters, the battle was naturally one-sided. With explosive power of hundreds of thousands of kilograms and matching speed and skill, the battle ended even faster. Pulling the spear that had been thrust into the tree trunk out with his right hand, Mo Heng walked to the side again and picked up the shield from another monster. Out of the corner of his eye, several incomplete monster corpses lay beside the few people behind him. Without speaking, the few of them picked up their weapons in unison and quickly left the bloody battlefield. Half an hour later, at the foot of a small hillside on the edge of the forest. Let's rest here, there are basically no major dangers after leaving this forest. Tomorrow we'll go to Black Rock Valley, let's adjust our state today. The voice came from a burly martial artist holding a long saber in the middle of the team. Subsequently, the faceplate of his force armor peeled away like fluid, revealing the face of an ordinary young man. This was the captain that Mo Heng and the others had jointly elected before setting off, named Liu Kan, a stable martial artist. The other few people in the team also breathed a sigh of relief, each finding a large tree or rock to lean against, removing their masks and starting to eat and drink. Revealing 4 equally young faces, including Mo Heng, 2 men and 2 women. Mo Heng is 19 years old this year. After closing his eyes on Earth in his previous life, he transmigrated to this unknown world. Based on his understanding over the years, he only knew that he should have arrived in the world of Swallowed Star. He wasn't born on Earth, but his luck wasn't bad. He wasn't born in a remote corner and grew up in a low-level civilization empire since childhood. Strictly speaking, he still had royal blood relations with the lord of the country. Above the Cloud Spirit Empire is the mid-level universe country Brilliant Iris Empire, and above that is the Noah Universe Country, one of the 1008 high-level universe countries. The Cloud Spirit Empire, where Mo Heng is located, has more than 20 star systems, and each star system has more than 200,000 life planets. Almost half of the human race living on these planets have the same bloodline as the lord of the country. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. Therefore, the idea of relying on blood relations to live a good life was shattered. He didn't have the chance to hug the thigh of a world lord level lord of the country, and in the end, he still had to rely on himself. Fortunately, he is also considered an ordinary genius in this life, reaching the height of apprentice level 9 at the age of 19 with an 8th grade bloodline. Together with the other 4 people in his party, he represented their Yuanwu star in the 10-year-old genius trial held by the lord of the country. After several months of interstellar travel, they arrived at the Cloud Spirit Star, the administrative planet of the Cloud Spirit Empire. Now, the few of them are undergoing trials within the World Lord world created by the lord of the country. There are a total of 6 million trial takers with the same identity as Mo Heng and the others, from nearly 1 million planets, all of whom are the best group of people under 30 years old on their respective planets who have reached apprentice level 9 and have the best talent. Trial takers are put into the trial world and can fight, but are prohibited from killing their own race, and also prohibited from teaming up with more than 5 people. This also limits the off-field relationships of all trial takers, focusing on the ability of small groups and individuals. And all trial points come from a certain important resource in various monster habitats and dangerous places. It could be a material with special attributes, or a food that the habitat monsters like to eat. Similarly, the rewards are also huge. In addition to ranking, points can also be exchanged for many important materials after the trial, or directly exchanged for money. The Cloud Spirit Empire's largest business is cultivating various high-quality monsters and selling them to various places in the brilliant Iris Empire where they are located, for training, beast fighting, and consumption. Moreover, both the lord of the country and his wife are powerhouses among world lords, who once made a name for themselves on the outer domain battlefield before returning to their hometown to begin a life of secluded cultivation. Therefore, there are many high-level treasures in the trial's secret realm, accompanied by various strange monsters that have been put in. It is said that after the trial ends, there will be another round of selection, which is the focus. Based on their performance in the trial, 100,000 young people will be selected. They will be granted the Cloud Spirit race's unique planetary rank, breakthrough secret method, and location. And with the help of special locations and secret methods, there is a certain probability that the special abilities obtained after breaking through to planetary rank will be much stronger than those of ordinary starry sky human race, which is the special feature of the Cloud Spirit race. Breaking through to the planetary rank on one's own might take several years. The opportunity to skip these years and gain a chance for enhancement naturally makes millions of young Cloud Spirit race members yearn for it. Mo Heng knows that his talent and ability do not have a great advantage among these millions of people. Even within the small team, he is only ranked second in combat power, and the honest captain is the main force. However, he has his own special opportunity. As long as it is realized, he is confident that he can raise his talent to a level where he can compete with various geniuses in the starry sky. Mo Heng only vaguely remembers that before transmigrating to this world, his consciousness drifted in the darkness for a period of time in a state of existence that he could not understand. During this period, he encountered a powerful consciousness, or more precisely, a powerful consciousness fragment which wanted to devour him. However, before it was completed, the two consciousness bodies that were about to merge together transmigrated to this world. The powerful consciousness was quickly separated and annihilated due to its incompleteness. It seemed that the supreme rules of the swallowing world saved his life. And subsequently, Mo Heng also inherited part of its memory and ability due to the fusion. The powerful consciousness came from a wizard world. In front of high-level wizards, the belief gods and god-demon creatures of that world were just lab rats. The predecessor of that consciousness body was also a wizard standing at the peak, but how it fell to its current state was not recorded in the consciousness fragment. There is only some common sense information and simple cultivation memories in the consciousness, but Mo Heng is not sure whether the rules of the two worlds are still universal, and wizard cultivation of mental power requires various materials unique to that world, which the swallowing world cannot correspond to. Perhaps after he becomes stronger in the future, he can study knowledge related to pharmacists and complete various materials based on their medicinal properties. And now, the only thing he can use is a mental power model in his mind, which was constructed by the wizard's consciousness fragment during the fusion of Mo Heng's consciousness before entering the swallowing world. The simple tetrahedron structure seems to be gradually solidifying as his mental power grows. According to its remaining memories, the mental power model is the basis for the growth of all wizards. Each advancement is based on the transformed mental power model to constrain and utilize the wizard's powerful mental power. Common wizard spells are also engraved on the mental power model, and what is troublesome is that there are no low-level wizard spell models in the memory fragment. Fortunately, a black vortex-like mark has been engraved in the tetrahedron mental power model by the fragment consciousness body. According to its memories before annihilation, it seems to be a classification of wizards, a unique ability of the mental power model of Bloodline wizards. All Bloodline wizards can, based on the strength of their mental power, use the mental power model to obtain the talents, abilities, or inheritances of other creatures from their body tissues. They can even completely transform into that creature when they grow to a certain level. And based on the feedback from the mental model, Mo Heng determined that he could devour the first Bloodline after reaching the planetary rank. As for its dangers, Mo Heng is not worried. Since the wizard consciousness that was partially fused into his consciousness was separated and annihilated, while the mental power model remained, it means that it belongs to him. Mo Heng's goal is to obtain a certain amount of wealth in the trial, purchase the body tissue of a rare creature, and then use it after breaking through. At that time, it will be the beginning of his life's ascension. The trial period is 1 month. We spent the first week in the misty shadow forest, snatching points from a group of apprentice-level monsters. If we don't make some big moves, our planet's ranking will definitely not look good, not to mention that the old principal will blow his beard and glare. We won't be able to face the other students of Yuanwu Academy. When we go back, after all, the amount of educational resources allocated in the next 10 years depends on the overall trial points ranking of us representatives. A male team member named Zhalo, who was left in the team, chewed on compressed food and turned to look at Liu Kan. Liu Kan, why don't we go try to get the point items around the planetary rank monsters earlier? The other few people also turned to look at Liu Kan, their eager eyes indicating everything. According to the Dean's introduction, the strength of their group this year can rank among the best of all trial takers. According to past statistics, only 10% of trial takers can fight against planetary rank fierce beasts alone. As for trial takers who have the ability to independently kill fierce beasts that have just entered the planetary rank, there are even fewer, and in their small team, both Liu Kan and Mo Heng barely have this level of strength. Liu Kan leaned against a thick tree trunk, propping his long saber with his left hand and looking around at the few people. Apprentice-level items have 1 to 10 points each, while planetary rank items are all above 100 points, but with that comes greater danger. Only I and Mo Heng in our small team have the strength to face planetary rank head-on with force equipment. I originally planned to take everyone to Black Rock Valley to get some small points first, and by the way, investigate the Kexi grassland adjacent to Black Rock Valley. There are many beast groups on the Kexi grassland with planetary rank leaders. After getting familiar with the terrain, we can then plan for planetary rank beast groups or collect tolls from other small teams. We don't have many point items right now, so it doesn't matter if we go try the planetary rank beast groups first. There are many powerful small teams there. If we encounter them, at most we'll give them a few hundred points. Liu Kan's tone changed as he said, however, the Dean said that unless there are special circumstances, we will divide the small team's trial points equally in the end. If everyone agrees, then we will change the plan. After all, it is a multi-person trial, and fellow trial takers are also a factor to guard against. According to the news from the Deputy Dean who led the team, there are some teams this year whose entire team can resist planetary rank monsters. Chapter 2: Red Gold Wildebeest and Jade-Scaled Beast. Vast green grasslands stretched endlessly, with various grassland creatures migrating leisurely in groups. Liu Kan and the other two ran forward at a steady pace on the ground, maintaining a speed that wouldn't consume too much stamina. Mo Heng and another girl named Lai flew above using mental power to be on alert. After voting, everyone decided to try out the abilities of planetary rank monsters, as young people are bound to be a bit hot-headed. There was no stellar light within the World Lord's world, but a warm, sun-like light shone down on the grasslands from the sky. As they traveled, there were occasionally harmless herds of herbivorous beasts around. As long as they didn't actively attack, both sides remained peaceful. The scene of gentle wind and beautiful sun, with magnificent rivers and mountains, greatly relaxed their minds. Mo Heng also marveled at the peaceful scenery and the great power that shaped this world, wondering when he could reach such a realm. Currently, he was just a small fry with the dual identities of a martial artist, with 11 times body amplification, and a controller with 13 times mental power amplitude, his level only slightly higher than the average level of Starry Sky Academy apprentices at the 9th stage. The average body amplification level for apprentices at the 9th stage in the Starry Sky is 10 times, and the standard for mental power masters to break through to planetary rank is generally 12 times mental power amplitude. It could also be inferred that his current talent was better than average, but compared to races with high-level bloodlines, it wasn't necessarily superior. His entire fortune consisted only of these 3 first-tier force equipment: a spear, a shield, and armor, with a few alloy-throwing knives remaining. Even these were obtained through academy rewards and family support. The good times didn't last, as the rumbling sounds of fighting in the distance aroused their vigilance. Mo Heng, go scout. Laiya, prepare to provide support. Zhalo and Mo Li, wait here with me for news. We martial artists don't have the mobility of mental power masters. Liu Kan reacted quickly. Nodding in understanding, Mo Heng stepped onto his force shield and flew at a low altitude, turning into a red streak rushing towards the distance, simultaneously scanning for nearby threats with his mental power. Before even approaching the battlefield, he felt the surging planetary rank force fluctuations several miles away. Without rashly using mental power to alert the enemy, Mo Heng chose to observe from a distance. Approaching the edge of where the conflict was happening, what met his eyes were two herds of beasts colliding with each other. Without needing to open his auxiliary light brain to check, Mo Heng could identify the identities of these two groups of demon beasts. The dominant group was a herd of massive, 2-zhang-tall figures, elephant-shaped demon beasts with snow-white scales all over their bodies and 2 horns on their heads, called jade scale beasts. The other side was a herd of horned horse monsters with 2 horns on their heads and a height of only about 1 zhang, called red gold horned horses. At the center of the battlefield was the clash between 2 planetary rank jade scale beasts and 1 planetary rank horned horse, their unleashed force preventing any apprentice-level monsters nearby from approaching. From the looks of it, the red gold horned horse's defeat was only a matter of time. The horns of the planetary rank jade scale beasts, however, were trial items worth 100 points each. Mo Heng's gaze shifted around. The teams attracted by the commotion were far more than just his own. Obtaining these points would not be an easy task. Most conspicuous was a group of 5 people standing on mental power weapons, arrogantly watching the battle from high altitude. The leader was a purple-haired man. Their demeanor suggested they didn't care if anyone came to compete with them for the spoils. Their undisguised arrogance made Mo Heng suspect whether the conflict between these 2 herds of herbivorous beasts was caused by them. Mo Heng quickly sent a message to his teammates via his auxiliary light brain. After understanding the situation, his teammates all decided to try and get a share. 4 teams watching the situation competing for 4 beast horns seemed highly feasible, and there was also a pure martial artist team. In terms of mobility, their team was not bad. The heated battle between the beast herds also gradually intensified. Finally, the horned horse leader, severely wounded, turned and fled. Generally, the physical running speed of planetary rank monsters is faster than the speed of force-powered flight. At this moment, with its front hooves injured, the horned horse leader could only fly through the air. Seeing the horned horse leader retreat, the 2 jade scale beasts seemed to go red-eyed and rushed over, wanting to entangle the former. However, before they could catch up, they were intercepted by 2 impatient teams of trial takers. Unexpectedly, the team led by the purple-haired man did not target the 2 jade scale beasts, but instead rushed directly towards the fleeing red gold horned horse leader. Mo Heng's teammates finally arrived. "Captain, the beast herds have decided the victor. Should we go grab the beast horns first?" Liu Kan nodded, looked at the 2 teams fighting with the jade scale beasts in the distance, found a team with similar strength to his own, and rushed over. "Let's go, make it quick." Several trial takers in red battle armor looked warily at the 5 people rushing towards them. Just as they were about to issue a warning, they were interrupted. A burly figure at the front, wielding a long saber, suddenly leaped and slashed, cutting towards the teetering jade scale beast, the force of the saber also forcing back one of their teammates. "Haha, don't panic, friends, we're here to help." After his successful strike, Liu Kan subtly occupied the open space beside the teetering jade scale beast. Mo Heng and the others followed in tacit understanding, just waiting for the jade scale beast's final counterattack. Luck was on Mo Heng's side. With the mental power masters obstructing from above and the martial artists wearing it down below, the inescapable jade scale beast directed its final attack, a long trunk strike, towards a red-armored martial artist from the neighboring team. The force-filled impact, even after being weakened by the force battle armor, caused considerable damage to this martial artist. His body was sent flying dozens of meters by the resentful blow, then landed heavily on the ground. Mo Heng and the others, seasoned in battle, all spotted this excellent opportunity. Liu Kan was the first to slash at the defenseless jade scale beast. The opposing leader, a martial artist, hurriedly drew his saber to stop him, but was parried away by Mo Heng's spear. Mo Heng's figure flashed, standing in front and blocking the path. The other members of his team also respectively engaged the opponents. As for the last unlucky person who should have blocked Liu Kan, he was currently lying on the grass dozens of meters away, still recovering. Based on Mo Heng's previous observation, there were only 2 individuals in this team capable of withstanding planetary rank combat power, and the strongest was the one in front of him. Clang 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 tilde. Alloy-throwing knives turned into several swimming fish to harass, while the force battle spear in Mo Heng's hand constantly parried and blocked the opponent's attacks. Mo Heng advanced and retreated with strategy, solely to stall for time. Relying on the cooperation of the mental power throwing knives and the force weapon, the opponent's full-rage fierce attacks were temporarily unable to do anything to him. Occasionally, the alloy-throwing knives even darted to the side to support Douluo, who was being suppressed by another expert from the other side. After only about 10 seconds, Liu Kang swiftly finished the fight, and the two beast horns were wrapped in force battle armor and collected. 5 against 4, Mo Heng's team had the advantage. Unbeknownst to them, the jade scale beast on the other side had also been dealt with, and the 5 people there looked over with menacing eyes. The situation became even more chaotic. The red-armored martial artists on the other side exchanged glances, knowing that continuing the fight would yield no good results. They stopped, helped up their distant teammate, cursed a few times, and left. Mo Heng and the others had no intention of continuing the fight with the remaining team either, so they dispersed under each other's wary gazes. Haha, last week we worked ourselves to death just to earn 200 points, and today we earned 200 points in a single day, Douluo's loud voice shouted excitedly from a hidden cave. After half a day of traveling, they arrived at a cave in the Black Rock Valley, adjacent to the grasslands, to rest and prepare to find a place to hide their point items. These people couldn't afford space rings. Dozens of items of varying sizes would affect combat if carried around. If they encountered a team with a significant disparity in combat power, they might end up benefiting others. It was better to place them at a hidden spot first and retrieve them before the trial ended. The few of them were gathered around a bonfire, eating roasted meat and chatting, when bad news suddenly arrived. Rumble tilde. The concealed cave entrance, attacked by something unknown, collapsed. It must be a team that discovered us. We checked the surroundings before, so it seems the other party must have some detection method we don't know about. Liya said with a solemn expression. As a mental power master, she had previously used her mental power to scan the vicinity of the cave entrance, confirming that there were no unusual situations within several hundred meters around. We don't have the ability of planetary rank individuals to not need to breathe. The oxygen here won't be enough for long. Let's eat something first and prepare to break through, Liu Kang said. Half an hour later, an opening appeared in the rocky ground of a small mountain after an explosion, and several figures quickly flashed out from it. The few of them opened an opening in the opposite direction of the cave, using Mo Heng and Liya's mental power weapons. As soon as they stood firm, they saw several figures on 3 mental power weapons in midair. The familiar face of the purple-haired man leading them was precisely the team of trial takers who had pursued the horned horse leader half a day ago. Before Mo Heng and the others could think, several mental power weapons attacked them, and 2 martial artists who jumped down from midair in the distance also rushed over. Mo Heng only had time to control a few alloy-throwing knives to intercept several blood-red, handleless small swords, but the effect was not ideal. After colliding with the alloy-throwing knives, the few red small swords rearranged themselves and rushed over with a reaction speed faster than Mo Heng's. Parrying, deflecting, stabbing various attacks made Mo Heng flustered for a moment, and immediately 2 red small swords broke through the interception of the alloy-throwing knives and rushed towards Mo Heng. Mo Heng could only raise his spear to block the 2 small swords, but because he was using a melee weapon, the accuracy of operating the distant alloy-throwing knives decreased, and 2 more blood-red small swords broke through and stabbed towards Mo Heng. Mo Heng, feeling a surge of frustration, realized that he had encountered wealthy individuals using high-level mental power weapons. The mental power amplitude of both sides was similar, but the opponent had secret techniques and mental power weapons. From the current perspective, the opponent might not have shown their full strength yet, and his defeat was only a matter of time. Apart from Liu Kang, the other members of the team were struggling to hold on, and defeat was only a matter of time. Mo Heng could only survey the surrounding mountainous terrain at this moment, looking for an opportunity to slip away. Before leaving the cave, they had divided the point items among themselves. Mo Heng, being a mental power master, took a bit more, including a beast horn worth 100 points and several other items. The trial did not allow intentional killing of one's own kind, so he didn't have to worry about the safety of the others if he escaped, as they had already agreed on a meeting point. Brother, you shouldn't be thinking about how to escape. My extreme sword wheel is a third-tier mental power weapon, and its flying speed is not slow either. The purple-haired man in the high altitude stood with his arms crossed over his chest, stepping on a blood-red wheel-shaped mental power weapon, looking at Mo Heng with a smile. As long as you hand over your point items, we won't make things difficult for you. Li Ya, who was nearby, had only flown a few hundred meters before being intercepted by the opponent's two mental power masters. Liu Kan was locked in a fierce battle with another martial artist, while the last martial artist in the opponent's team suppressed both Zhalo and Mo Li alone. Mo Heng sighed inwardly. The opponent was indeed a top-tier configured team. His side was just from an ordinary forestry planet, and their trials were always ranked in the middle of the Cloud Spirit Empire. If he wanted to break through, now was the best time, while the two mental power masters were surrounding Li Ya. If the opponent freed up their hands, the disadvantage would only increase. Boom! Under the surprised gaze of the purple-haired youth, Mo Heng jumped back into the cave entrance they had come out of. He casually threw out two spare throwing knives to cut the mountain rock. Before he could even retrieve the distant alloy throwing knives, this cave entrance collapsed. If he were flying or fighting in the sky, Mo Heng might not be able to match a third-tier mental power weapon. However, with the mental power amplitude of both individuals not differing much, the speed of moving underground should be similar. After all, compared to a third-tier mental power weapon or an A-grade alloy throwing knife, the hardness of the underground soil was no different from tofu. Chapter 3: Underground Discovery. In the dim underground, surrounded by mud and rocks, Mo Heng could only maintain a depth of several hundred meters based on the records of his auxiliary light brain, resurfacing every few kilometers to exchange air. But what followed was the purple-haired youth's thunderous ambush on the surface. Mo Heng knew that if this continued, he would eventually be injured. The opponent's detection method was unknown, but its range already exceeded his perception range. After blocking the attack once again, he had no choice but to operate his force battle armor to deform, wrap some air, and escape back into the underground, preparing for a deep dive. In a rock layer several thousand meters deep underground, Mo Heng broke through the soil. What greeted his eyes was a winding underground river. Above the river there was some space, enough for human race to fly. I agreed with the captain and the others to meet at the edge of the misty shadow forest within 3 days, so I'll explore this underground area for a day first. If I find nothing, I'll go to the rendezvous point. Mo Heng planned to explore along the underground river and simultaneously shake off his pursuer. Putting away his alloy flying knives, he stepped on a force shield and explored forward along the edge of the underground river. Occasionally, there were some plants on the surrounding rock walls, and sometimes some cracked rock fissures. After spending half a day, Mo Heng finally saw the first large creature encountered in the underground river. It was a 2-meter-long giant strange fish with saw-like teeth in its mouth and crab-like pincers in front of it. This type of strange fish is not displayed on the light brain, but it can be detected that they are all apprentice level 9. However, in such a large group of apprentice level 9 monsters, a planetary rank leader is bound to appear. The widest part of the underground space is only about 100 meters. It's easy to be surrounded if a fight breaks out, so it's best not to provoke them. Mo Heng thought to himself, then manipulated the shield to fly slowly backward, preparing to find a rock fissure to rest for a few hours before returning to the surface. However, after flying around 2 bends, Mo Heng encountered the situation he least wanted to happen at this moment. The purple-haired you, like a persistent ghost, was blocking the corner, waiting for him. "Brother, hold your hand, I'm not here to fight you." Seeing Mo Heng's eyes change from sharp to puzzled, the purple-haired you even manipulated his force weapon to retreat 10 meters, indicating that he had no ill intentions. "I'm here to cooperate with you. Sir, you may not know that besides the trial items, the clan has also placed some treasures within the trial world. Some of these items are even of great help to the cosmic level. This is one of the hidden benefits of the trial." The youth smiled as he looked at Mo Heng, raising his left hand. A projection appeared on the smart light brain on his left arm. The projection showed a vine plant floating on the water. The blue fruits on the vine attracted Mo Heng's attention. You must have heard of Dream Luo fruits. The clan's most high-end bestiaring business includes cosmic-level beasts. And this dream Luo fruit is a treasure that helps fierce beasts break through to the cosmic level. Most importantly, the medicinal properties of this fruit are gentle. If human race consume it, they can also digest it, although it will take a bit longer. Speaking of this, the smart light brain on the purple-haired Yu's left arm switched to another topographical projection. This is an intermediate-level detector given to me by an elder. The surrounding biological energy situation is fully visible. 300 meters ahead is a group of apprentice-level 9 green crystal pincer fish. Another 300 meters and 500 meters further on, there are 2 similar groups of apprentice-level 9. Then, 1,000 meters further, is the location of the Dream Luo vine, but there are 3 planetary rank green crystal pincer fish there. Mo Heng asked his final doubts. Just 3 planetary rank fierce beasts, they don't have very high intelligence. Whether you delay them alone or go back to call your teammates are both options, so why do you need to cooperate with me? The Yu said nonchalantly. They are my teammates but not friends. Is it more profitable to split the earnings among 5 people or to cooperate with you? I can figure that out. The Dream Luo fruits were put here at the start of the trial. A week has passed now. How many do you think are left? If it weren't for those 3 planetary rank fierce beasts digesting slowly, and the low-level fierce beasts not being qualified to get a share from them, there would be none left for us. Make a decision quickly. We'll split the Dream Luo fruits, we get 70-30. Mo Heng naturally knew that 30% was his. After all, the other party was stronger than him, and the information was theirs. Each of these fruits, when taken out, is worth tens of millions of Xue Ying coin. If he got a few more, he could even exchange for a second-order psychic weapon. For someone like him who had been poor for over 10 years, it was a huge temptation. Mo Heng replied, "Okay, how do we proceed, and how do you guarantee you won't turn hostile after the cooperation?" "Hee, brother, you don't need to worry about this. I guarantee that I will not pick the Dream Luo fruits before dealing with all the green crystal pincer fish. Afterward, you and I will pick them together. You and I are both mentalists. If we want to destroy a fragile item dozens of meters away, the other party cannot stop us. Brother can break the pot at any time. The rules state that one cannot actively destroy score items, and this Dream Luo fruit is not among the score items." "I agree to this matter." Mo Heng finally nodded. If it were an adventure in the starry sky, Mo Heng wouldn't believe in such cooperation, but this was a trial within the clan where killing was prohibited. "Okay, I am Douluo. How should I address you, brother?" The purple-haired Yu smiled. "Just call me Mo Heng." Gurgle, gurgle. Under the flow of the underground river, hundreds of green crystal pincer fish rapidly shuttled underwater. Not far away was the battlefield of intense fighting. In the air above the water, Mo Heng and Douluo each stepped on their weapons, with dozens of blood-red small swords and silver-white alloy flying knives dancing in front of them. Large numbers of charging green crystal pincer fish became corpses floating on the water. Occasionally, a few that rushed over were impaled by Mo Heng's spear. Half an hour later, the battle finally subsided. Looking at the corpses on the water, Douluo turned to look at Mo Heng. "Brother Mo Heng, the fierce beast's intelligence is not high. All the apprentice-level green crystal pincer fish ahead were attracted by the battle. However, the 3 planetary rank ones did not come over according to their instincts, which means something is attracting them. It seems there are still some Dream Luo fruits left." After a short rest, the 2 continued to fly forward. Douluo's detector continuously monitored the nearby life force fluctuations, showing that the 3 green crystal pincer fish were still in place. Soon after, the 2 finally saw 3 larger green crystal pincer fish, and the vine plant beside them, with the dozens of blue fruits on it being particularly eye-catching. There are still 18 left. Fortunately, these monsters are not high-level and digest slowly. 10 small swords flew out from the extreme sword wheel under Douluo's feet, grouped into 5s, charging towards 2 green crystal pincer fish respectively. The last one is up to brother Mo Heng. My array sword style can't last much longer. Mo Heng nodded. With a wave of his hand, 12 alloy flying knives slashed towards the last green crystal pincer fish. Unfortunately, the surrounding area was a water domain, making it difficult for the martial artist's strength to be fully exerted. Otherwise, with the combination of 11 times body exertion and psychic power, Mo Heng was confident he could quickly deal with this green crystal pincer fish. The green crystal pincer fish flew towards Mo Heng, enduring the attack of several flying knives. Each flying knife with an impact force of 500,000 kilograms seemed to not cause it much damage. the A-grade alloy flying knives also temporarily couldn't break through its scales. Based on the impact of the flying knives with its pincers, Mo Heng could feel that its normal attack had an impact force of nearly 4 million kilograms. He could only step on the force shield and engage in a tug-of-war with it, using several flying knives to interfere, occasionally creating opportunities for a few flying knives to attack one spot together, wearing it down. Mo Heng dared not engage in close combat when its physical strength was abundant. After all, it would be difficult to handle if he was entangled in this water environment. After consuming it in this manner for over 10 minutes, despite the green crystal pincer fish's physical quality, as a planetary rank fierce beast keeping its speed undiminished, it had also sustained multiple injuries on its body. Over a dozen flying knives tirelessly attacked the green crystal pincer fish. Whenever it tried to break through to Mo Heng's side, several flying knives would simultaneously charge head-on, their combined force of several million kilograms repelling it. Mo Heng could have used psychic power and exertion techniques to wear it down to death. However, Douluo was fighting two green crystal pincer fish alone. Even as a temporary teammate, Mo Heng didn't want anything unexpected to happen to him. So he tightened his grip on the force battle spear, ready to find an opportunity at any time. "Brother Mo Heng, I can't hold on much longer. This kind of fierce beast doesn't have any other talent abilities, only close combat ability, and its fastest speed is also restricted in this underground space." Douluo shouted from not far away, and Mo Heng finally exerted his strength. The strange fish twisted its body by instinct, trying to use the areas with intact scales to block the alloy flying knives. At this moment, it instinctively sensed the threat coming from the other side. Several flying knives rotated around the green crystal pincer fish, taking advantage of the gaps when other flying knives collided with the green crystal pincer fish's body. Mo Heng thrust his spear towards its wound. Mo Heng used the reaction force from the surrounding rock walls to charge towards the green crystal pincer fish, thrusting his spear directly into its eye. The other 8 flying knives also quickly followed. Intent level, Douluo, in the midst of his busy fight on the other side, saw Mo Heng's attack and felt a hint of surprise. After his main body joined the attack, Mo Heng's control precision over the other 8 flying knives decreased. He could only send them all towards its head in a frenzy. As expected, the force battle spear was bitten by the strange fish's saw-like teeth, but the impact force of 6 million kilograms still caused its body to pause. The 8 flying knives that followed were defended against from all angles by the swing of its pincers. Mo Heng could see anger in the green crystal pincer fish's eyes, which were fixed on him. It seemed it was truly feeling aggrieved by the earlier wear and tear. The green crystal pincer fish bit down on the force battle spear without letting go, retracting the pincers that had smashed against several flying knives, just waiting to deliver a heavy blow to the guy in front of it. However, whose opportunity it was remained unknown. Mo Heng's right arm force battle suit flowed, and a flying knife flew out from it, unexpectedly shooting into the opponent's saw-like teeth along the bitten force battle spear. Quickly releasing his grip on the force battle spear with his right hand, the force shield on his back rapidly pulled the calm-faced Mo Heng flying backward into the air. The strange fish could no longer bother to chase Mo Heng at this moment. It twisted its body wildly in the water until the movement became smaller and smaller. However, Mo Heng was still not satisfied. Several out-of-control flying knives flew out from the water and rock fissures, stabbing into the strange fish's wounds. In just a few seconds, as a flying knife pierced its eye and destroyed its brain tissue, the battle finally ended. The 12 flying knives in the air changed direction again, following Mo Heng's gaze, and like flying birds, they stabbed towards another battlefield, taking over another green crystal pincer fish. "Haha, brother, Mo Heng is indeed not simple. I'll leave the rest to you. Brother just needs to hold off this one first." Douluo manipulated all the small swords to converge, activating a secret technique. 20 minutes later, the two stood before a giant vine creature. Not far behind them were 3 green crystal pincer fish floating on the water. Mo Heng held 6 blue dream lure fruits and examined them, while Douluo on the other side also put 12 dream lure fruits into his space ring with a look of joy. Seeing this, Mo Heng couldn't help but complain again in his heart. He even has a space ring, truly a rich guy. Chapter 4: The Trial Ends. A day later, Mo Heng flew at low altitude at the edge of the misty forest, stepping on a fiery red rhombus-shaped mental force weapon. The speed of 100 meters per second didn't consume much energy, allowing him to observe the surrounding dangers at any time. After the battle underground ended, under Mo Heng's vigilant gaze, Douluo did not actively conflict with him, whether due to excessive consumption or other reasons. Instead, his attitude towards him became much friendlier, and he even cordially invited him to travel and cooperate for a few days. But Mo Heng politely refused. After all, they had only just met. After resting and returning to the surface, the two of them encountered a group of unlucky people who were preparing to rob them. The result was naturally self-evident. Mo Heng, with his intent realm-level spear technique, suppressed two of the opponent's martial artists alone, and even had spare energy to control flying knives to attack others. Douluo, relying on his skilled attack secret technique, broke through the opponent's mental force master's defense in one encounter, incapacitating their combat ability, and the subsequent battle was naturally one-sided. Afterward, at Douluo's cordial invitation, Mo Heng and the other persons split the opponent's integral items, worth 2,000 points equally. Before leaving, Mo Heng noticed that the mental force master's mental force weapon was actually rhombus-shaped, which suited his taste. So after friendly communication, he exchanged 5 alloy flying knives for this rhombus blade box, and promised the other party that if they regretted it, they could exchange it back after the trial. However, whether the other party knew who he was, and how to find him was his own business. Obtaining this rhombus blade box was quite helpful to Mo Heng. Mental force weapons are more compatible with mental force manipulation, allowing for many complex operations. Furthermore, this first-order mental force weapon also has 2 attack modes. One is to split many flying blades from the rhombus-shaped weapon body for attack. The other is to synthesize 9 flying blades into a single rhombus-shaped flying blade for attack. Although this attack consumes a lot, the speed of the flying blade attack has a significant improvement, and it is an attack force aggregated with 9 times the mental force intensity. It can only be said that it lives up to being a mental force weapon. Even the lowest level one can improve one's strength, but for now, he still has to use it as a means of transportation and find his teammates first. Another half-day passed, and within a valley near the previous gathering place, Mo Heng and Liu Kan and the others reunited. Haha, congratulations. Zhalo said congratulations upon seeing Mo Heng's mental force weapon and gave Mo Heng a reunion hug. Mo Heng also hugged the other 2 women. Liu Kan said with a smile from the side, Mo Heng, before you came to assemble, we encountered several other teams of trialists. Their strength was clearly not insignificant compared to ours. It seems the team we encountered the day before yesterday was the top trialists among everyone. Clearly, we had bad luck. Mo Heng carefully observed the state of the few people and found nothing wrong. It seemed they were not too troubled by that team of trialists. Captain guessed correctly. That purple-haired guy was outrageously rich. He actually chased me with a detector for several hours. No wonder I couldn't escape. Is this something a planetary rank can have? Mo Heng thought of this and revealed it indignantly. Liu Kan could only shake his head. That didn't violate the rules. As long as the trialists didn't bring technological weapons that increased combat power, it's not against the rules. Okay. Now that Mo Heng is back, our strength is fully recovered, and we can continue to act. It's not like we'll be so unlucky to encounter such a top-notch strong team. Li Ya, who was standing side by side with Mo Heng, turned to look at Mo Heng, then turned back to the others and said, in the following more than 20 days, the few people, relying on their strength that crushed most teams, frantically harvested 5,000 points. Coupled with what they had previously obtained, they had a total of 7,000 points. In the early morning of the last day, just as the few people had gathered all the integral items, everyone in the trial world received a message on their optical computers. Trial suspended. Everyone must go to the nearest gathering point within 3 days to assemble and wait for the clan's spaceship. Any further conflict among trialists will result in the cancellation of their trial scores. Mo Heng and the others, guided by the map, took 2 days to reach the designated gathering point. The first thing that caught their eye was a spaceship nearly 10,000 meters long. In front of the huge hatch, several teams of trialists were communicating with a group of people wearing standardized golden armor, and they also took out a pile of trial items. As Mo Heng and the others approached, they felt the undisguised auras of star level emanating from them. Optical computer sensing showed that this group of golden armored guards were all star level. subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. A middle-aged guard of star-level stage 7 looked at Mo Heng and the others with a smile. Little ones, you can call me Sommon. First, we'll tally the integral items, and then you can enter the starship to rest. There are restaurants, rest areas, and entertainment venues. The few people didn't dare to be arrogant, calling him Sommon Lord and Sommon Senior one by one, while taking out all the integral items. The total was 7,200 points, temporarily ranking 5,100th among all planets on the temporary leaderboard. Although a small number of teams had not yet been tallied, Sommon told them that according to estimates, they would definitely rank within the top 10,000. It should be noted that nearly 1 million planets participated in the trial, and in previous sessions, Yunwu Star's performance was usually outside the 100,000th place. Go in, little ones, you can leave the trial world in 2 days. Sommon's attitude was even friendlier towards the top students. After the few people entered the starship, there were prompt screens for various areas in the spacious hall. The 3 men all wanted to go back to their assigned rest rooms to lie down, but they were dragged to the restaurant to celebrate by the 2 women who were excitedly discussing. On the morning of the 3rd day, Mo Heng was awakened by the prompt sound of his auxiliary optical computer. After stretching on the bed and changing to a lying-down position, he changed the real-time simulation of the view outside the ship on the other side of the cabin wall to an entertainment program. Then he leisurely opened his optical computer to check messages. It turned out that the official message stated that all teams had assembled, and then he clicked on the leaderboard. 6,300th place. It seems our Yunwu Star should receive a considerable amount of educational resources this time. I can report to the dean and the others. Then he saw the next message received on his optical computer, which was a link sent by the Cloud Spirit official. After clicking in, it was a huge virtual store, with various force weapons, battle armor, potions, and even secret techniques available for exchange, and the currency used for exchange was trial points. Clicking on his integral balance, after tallying the points a few days ago, the other 3 insisted on transferring some points to Lu Kan and Mo Heng. To divide it equally would be unfair to the 2 of them. Unable to resist the insistence of the 3, Mo Heng and the other person's points both increased to 2,000. According to the introduction on the exchange interface, if not exchanged within a month, the exchange store's permission would be closed, and the remaining points would be automatically converted into Xue Ying coins at a rate of 1 to 1,000. Since all trialists did not have the identity of a planetary rank Starry Sky citizen, an official bank account of the Cloud Spirit Empire would be automatically created for them, and the funds deposited. Phantom Star Flower 500 points. Note, a treasure that aids mental force breakthrough to planetary rank, cultivated by pharmacist Serona, when used. Star Radiance Reagent Type 1, 500 points. Note, a treasure that aids physical breakthrough to planetary rank, formulated by pharmacist Gutuo, when used. Sea Cloud Crystal 100 points per set. Note, a treasure for planetary rank force cultivation, 10 crystals per set. When used, absorb the external force. Mo Heng then turned to the secret technique exchange area, where a large number of secret techniques appeared before him. After careful selection, he prepared to exchange for 5 revolutions forging God. This secret technique is a combat secret technique from planetary rank to star level, and can be cultivated up to 30 times mental force amplitude. Furthermore, cultivating the first revolution can help the mental force that has reached a bottleneck breakthrough to planetary rank, but it requires 1,500 points. Mo Heng roughly scanned through it, but was not in a hurry to exchange. He could still consult with the dean and some others later, and perhaps there were other better options. Ding dong! The doorbell of the rest room was pressed. Mo Heng quickly got up and opened the cabin door. Laya looked at him with a smile on her pretty face, her brown long hair draped over her shoulders. Let's go to the restaurant. Everyone will be there later. We're officially celebrating our victory in the top 10,000. Should we go and wait for them first? Okay, I'm hungry anyway, Mo Heng replied with a smile. Mo Heng was very fortunate that the Cloud Spirit race he was born into in this life had almost the same appearance as Earth Chinese people, only slightly taller and with more types of hair color. As Mo Heng and the others celebrated in the restaurant again, the starship also started and sailed towards the world entrance. Since there was no need to jump to the dark starry sky, everyone didn't feel the starship's launch. Only by observing the simulated view outside the ship would they notice the receding mountains and forests. At noon, starships passed through a huge exit like a water curtain hundreds of meters high in an orderly manner, landing on a large modern square. After the several thousand trialists inside came out in succession, they slowly departed, and then more identical starships sailed out of the exit. This continued for about an hour, until all the starships had sailed out. Mo Heng and the others had already taken a levitating vehicle under the guidance of a middle-aged man, and flew towards the trial base in the distance. Dean Badia, we brought glory to Yunwu Star this time, right? Are there any special rewards from the Academy? Ha ha ha. The loud-voiced Jarlo sat next to the middle-aged man and said with a chuckle. The middle-aged man named Badia could only shake his head and say, "Haven't you little guys earned enough this time? You still want benefits from me? I'm just a vice dean. You go back and ask the dean for it. This time I've spent a lot treating you to food and drinks." After speaking, as if afraid that the few people would continue to make a fuss, he quickly prepared to say something else. Just then, all of their optical computers simultaneously received an official message, requiring all trial teams and their leaders to assemble in the conference rooms of their respective residential areas in 2 hours. The trial base is divided into 10,000 residential areas. Each area can accommodate up to 10,000 people. 6 million people are not at all crowded within a base the size of a city. Mo Heng and the others lived in Area 42, which had only a few hundred people. Badia took the 5 people to a circular tiered conference room and found a row of seats near the middle to sit down. Not long after, a virtual projection appeared in the center of the conference room. The projection was of a lean old man in a black robe. "You can call me Lombard. First of all, congratulations to all the elites for passing the trial. However, the difficulty of this trial is insignificant compared to the threats of Starry Sky Adventure. Even so, 8% of the trialists were still buried in the mouths of fierce beasts." At this point, the old man's eyes became sharp, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. "Next, I will mainly announce 2 things. First, this year, the Cloud Spirit Empire Academy will recruit 50,000 students. This is the result of Lord of the country's intelligent life, Lord Kun's analysis of all of your 1-month trial combat videos. Everyone who is admitted will receive a message shortly and must report to Cloud Ring Star near Cloud Spirit Star within a month." At the same time, many people in the conference room began to check their optical computer messages. Mo Heng also received an admission notice through his optical computer. Clicking on the detailed introduction, it turned out that after signing up, they would provide secret techniques and treasures to help break through to planetary rank. This was an unexpected surprise. He wouldn't have to spend a lot of time breaking through on his own, and it also saved some of the treasures he originally planned to exchange for. Mo Heng raised his head to look at the others, but the smile on his face froze. Only Liu Kan in the team had a hint of excitement on his face. The others were silent and looked grim. "Impossible, I'm the strongest in our team, why wasn't I admitted?" Amidst the murmuring, a blue-haired, short-haired young man shouted, and was quickly stopped by the team leader. "Lord Lombard is the Dean of Yunling Academy, a domain lord-level cultivator. His words cannot be questioned," a white-haired, middle-aged man in the conference room said in a deep voice. Lombard in the projection seemed to have anticipated the scene in the conference rooms of various areas in the huge base city. "Every session, someone will question it, but that's okay, and it doesn't change our decision. Lord Kun is a great intelligent life. His computing power is something you cannot understand. Having fought alongside the Lord of the country for millions of years, he has seen countless battles. Analyzing the battles of a group of apprentice-level cultivators is effortless." After saying this, he began to announce the second point. "Next, I will announce the corresponding educational funds that each planet will receive for the next 10 years, based on their ranking range. First to 100th place, 100 billion Huey Lang coins. 100th to 10,000th place, 10 billion Huey Lang coins." Chapter 5, Difference and Breakthrough. In the middle of a vast complex of buildings, various models of spaceships were moored. This was a public spaceport, with various flights departing daily to different regions of the Cloud Spirit Empire. Not everyone could afford a spaceship, so public spaceports were quite popular in the starry sky. In the spacious ticket hall, Mo Heng and Liu Kan had bought tickets for different flights than the others. They only needed a short-haul flight to the nearby Cloud Ring Star to report, while the others would take intergalactic flights back to Yunwu Star. "Remember to visit us often in the future and keep in touch," Laya said to them with a smile. "Of course, break through to planetary rank quickly, and we'll meet in the virtual universe," Mo Heng replied with a smile. Vice Dean Badia also gave them a few words of encouragement, wishing them an early breakthrough to star level, and then led the others to turn and enter the ticket gate. "Let's go check in too," Liu Kan sighed, not saying much more, and put his arm around Mo Heng's shoulder. After taking a few more glances at the ticket gate, the two turned and walked away side by side. After 3 hours of interstellar travel, the two arrived at Cloud Ring Star, which is in the same star system as the capital star, Cloud Spirit Star. As soon as they got off the spaceship, both of their optical computers received a message simultaneously. "Welcome to the Cloud Ring Star Regional Network. It has been detected that you are a prospective student of Yunling Academy. You can proceed to the nearest reception point according to the instructions." Marveling at the convenience of the data network, the two also proceeded to the nearby reception point simultaneously. Subsequently, under the enthusiastic arrangement of the reception staff, they took a levitating vehicle to the academy to report. As expected, the entire academy covered an area the size of a city. Mo Heng and Liu Kan's accommodation was assigned to a large building in the southern part of the city, with each person having the right to reside on one floor. After the auxiliary optical computer scanned the door lock to verify his identity, Mo Heng was able to enter. Spacious living room, bedroom, training room, all kinds of facilities were available, even cleaning robots were equipped. Following the receptionist's instructions, Mo Heng entered the training room and found the academy's local area network access signal equipment. Connecting through the auxiliary optical computer, an interface projection appeared in the training room, displaying his academy account. He then clicked on the message in his account. "Student Mo Heng, welcome to the Cloud Spirit Empire Academy. First, we inform you that due to the confidential nature of the Academy's teaching resources, under normal circumstances, you can only log into the Academy's local network in your private training room. According to the Academy's teaching methods, we prefer to call it the Cloud Ring Training Camp or Cloud Ring Dojo. Students have a higher degree of freedom. The daily learning method is mainly through the virtual universe and real-world course teaching. At each stage, the Academy will assign one or more learning tasks. Failure will result in a reduction of part of the score until expulsion." Mo Heng sat cross-legged on the ground reading the message. As expected, some would be eliminated. He turned his neck and continued reading. The Academy study period is 200 years. During this period, reaching star level automatically graduates you. Students are divided into 4 campuses based on their admission time every 50 years. Campus 1 students are those admitted in the first 50 years, currently totaling 653,000 people. The admission year ranges for other campuses follow in order. The 4 major campuses currently have a total of over 1.4 million students. Students can obtain credits by completing learning task rewards or by exchanging private currency. Credits can be exchanged for equipment, limited resources, and secret techniques in the treasure house at below market price. Student Mo Heng, your primary task is to break through to planetary rank within 3 months. Based on physical examination and combat video analysis, you have a 95% possibility of possessing special water attribute abilities and origin force at the planetary rank. You can receive a free set of auxiliary secret techniques and potions for martial artists breaking through to planetary rank, or corresponding rewards for mental cultivators. Please choose for yourself. Please note that all breakthrough potions provided by the Academy were developed by the Great World Lord-level alchemist Sirona. They have a higher probability of increasing beneficial mutated planetary rank special talents. Seeing this, Mo Heng couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was well known that the Cloud Spirit Empire's 2 World Lord-level powerhouses were Lord of the country Ki and Lord Sirona, the Lord of the country's wife. Legend has it that the two met while adventuring, and eventually Sirona followed Ki back to the Cloud Spirit race to settle down. He didn't expect Senior Sirona to be an alchemist. Alchemists are one of the groups in the starry sky that are never short of money. No wonder the Cloud Spirit Empire was built so comprehensively, even more powerful than some of the old World Lord-level family powers in the brilliant Iris Empire. With an excited heart, Mo Heng chose the auxiliary reward secret technique for mental cultivator breakthroughs. Now he only wanted to know what the feeling of life leap was like. After breaking through to planetary rank, he could register for starry sky country citizenship and also enter the virtual universe with his own identity. At that time, he would have more channels to obtain the body tissues of various strange creatures. Subsequently, Mo Heng's student account received an email containing a large number of videos and pictures. The introduction on the cover was a secret technique called Mind Labyrinth. Successfully running the trajectory of the labyrinth in the video using mental energy according to a certain fluctuation was considered a success. At that time, the stimulation of mental energy would reach a peak, and 99% of apprentice-level full-level mental energy would break through. Based on the introduction in the video, Mo Heng estimated that it would take him about 3 days to successfully run it. If he failed during this period, he would have to start over. Unknowingly, Mo Heng had been watching the analysis video for 2 hours. The Mystic God liquid, provided by the Academy, had also arrived. Contained in a 20-centimeter long test tube, emitting a faint blue light. After contacting Liu Can through the auxiliary optical computer, Mo Heng began his secluded breakthrough. "No, it's like this, it needs to be more stable, let's do it again." On the 3rd day of secluded cultivation, Mo Heng finally grasped the operational rules of the Mind Labyrinth through the video introduction and practice. He then decisively took out the Mystic God liquid and drank it, officially starting his breakthrough. A vast, illusory feeling arose from his mind, and then Mo Heng felt a hazy sensation as if he were drunk. However, his mental energy was unusually active, operating the secret technique without the slightest error. With the assistance of the potion, the operation speed became smoother and faster. This level of fluidity was almost only possible with an 18 times mental energy amplitude. Mo Heng achieved this speed with a 13 times mental energy amplitude through the potion. In the early morning 2 days later, Mo Heng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, running the final part of the secret technique. Success! Within his sea of consciousness, the rapidly operating mental energy came to an abrupt halt, and then burst forth with patches of hazy mist, which grew thicker and thicker. Then, as if the world had turned upside down, all the mist collapsed inward, forming a beautiful ball of light. Subsequently, an invisible wave radiated from the ball of light, causing an incredible leap in his entire body's flesh, bones, and meridians. This was a change in life level. Planetary rank mental energy. Before Mo Heng could get excited, the hazy feeling brought by the potion did not disappear. A warm current merged into his danshan, and he felt a strange fluctuation in his danshan, followed by the high-speed flow of gene origin energy, which finally contracted into another small blue planet after repeated expansion and contraction. Close behind, a larger wave began to transform his physical body. My body was actually stimulated to break through to planetary rank as well. That's right, this Mystic God liquid was originally partly for assisting and strengthening martial artists in breaking through and awakening special abilities. Mo Heng thought excitedly, unconsciously controlling the miniature planet in his body, causing himself to slowly float up. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful feeling. Mo Heng clenched his fists, looking like a small rock. Composing himself, Mo Heng continued to sense the special ability he had awakened. A wave transmitted from the miniature planet in his danshan, and Mo Heng's origin force also radiated outwards. Water molecules in the air rapidly gathered around him, forming circles of water belts around Mo Heng. More and more water gathered, and a spherical water curtain formed around Mo Heng. With a thought, the water curtain around Mo Heng seemed to receive a command and quickly condensed, forming a circular ice shield composed of dense polygonal ice flakes. The next moment, the ice shield shattered and fell as Mo Heng's thoughts turned, forming water droplets when it landed. The water gathered at Mo Heng's feet into a stream, and Mo Heng effortlessly stepped onto the surface of the water. Is this water control, ice control? No, I checked the information before. The most common water attribute abilities are water control, ice control, liquid body, and ice body. These are all incorrect. Some rare abilities don't correspond to this either. It seems to be a mutation. Mo Heng muttered in contemplation. This ability seems to have a somewhat refined control over water, more precise and delicate than general water or ice control. No, it's not just control over external elements. As if he had discovered something, Mo Heng released his control over the water flow at his feet, and instead sensed the origin force he was releasing externally, and then the origin force within his body. Its controllability. It's not just control over water and ice, even the control over origin force is very delicate. My body seems to have much higher control over origin force than ordinary planetary rank martial artists. The next moment, Mo Heng was suddenly stunned. Isn't this one of the prerequisites for a domain? A domain is the product of integrating the body, soul, and origin force, mental energy. And my body's control over origin force has already taken a step ahead. Mo Heng was only excited about this for a moment. If he were to integrate the bloodline of related water attribute races in the future, perhaps he could awaken a domain without needing these abilities first. The next primary task is to register for citizenship, and then log into the virtual universe with his own identity to find a suitable race. In the early morning, as soon as it was light, Mo Heng couldn't wait to go out. The nearest Tianyu city to the academy was only 500 kilometers away. Mo Heng used his diamond-edged box and arrived in just over 10 minutes. Entering the city didn't require any procedures. Mo Heng quickly found a magnificent tower-shaped building, which was the official administrative building of the Cloud Spirit Empire. Half an hour later, Mo Heng walked out of the office with an excited expression and turned towards another nearby building, the Virtual Universe Company office. At this moment, he had officially become a citizen of the Cloud Spirit Empire in name. "Hello, how may I help you?" The beautiful female receptionist smiled at Mo Heng. After collecting biological information, finally, he planned to visit nearby general stores like Beibao House and Kibao Pavilion to inquire about the sales channels for Dream Luo fruit, and to see if it was possible to obtain high-level biological body tissues offline. Before long, Mo Heng stopped in front of the tall, semicircular building, looking at the 3 words Beibao House on the signboard and smiled. He wasn't afraid of a common name. Being easy to remember was the purpose of choosing this name. He then walked through the silver-like curtain door. As soon as he entered, he was in a hall full of science fiction atmosphere. Various models of first and second-tier mental energy weapons were displayed in the cabinets. In the largest central cabinet were several origin force weapons resembling swords and spears. Another beautiful woman at the planetary rank came over, with a standard smile. "Hello, this is the weapon area. Behind are the weapon trial grounds and the secret technique area, and to the left is the plant treasure area." "There's also a secret technique area," Mo Heng asked in surprise. It seemed this Beibao house was not simple, as the sale of most secret techniques was copyrighted. When a powerful individual created their own cultivation methods and secret techniques, if someone wanted to buy them, they could be notarized and authorized in the virtual universe. Only those who bought them were qualified to use them in public. To open a secret technique area required coordinating many secret techniques to fill the space, which involved communication between a large number of powerful individuals. This was usually done by multi-level agents of large organizations' subsidiaries. Large organizations are good, they are more regulated and have more channels. Mo Heng quickly headed to the plant treasure area. Rainbow cloud fruit, radiant flower, star shower grass. Most of the introductions were about plant treasures needed by planetary rank or star-level individuals. Rainbow cloud fruit and radiant flower were auxiliary treasures for star-level mental cultivators to practice amplitude. Another type, star shower grass, could even directly increase the physical fitness of star-level martial artists. The layout was the same as the weapon area, with several enhancement treasures needed by cosmic-level individuals in the center. One exhibition hall could not display all the treasures in the warehouse. There was a query screen in the middle. Mo Heng finally found the price of Dream Luo fruit there, 100 million Xue Ying coins per set, with 10 fruits per set. This was roughly the price Mo Heng had estimated. He then calmly looked at the communication product area and chose a new model of smart optical computer for himself, worth 100,000 Xue Ying coins. He then walked around the biological material area, which contained only low-level common demon beast and fierce beast materials, with no value for fusion. "Do you recycle treasures here?" After walking around, Mo Heng turned to ask the female attendant who had been accompanying him. At the same time, he felt a wave of embarrassment. He only had a few thousand Xue Ying coins in cash on him. The points in the trial treasure vault hadn't been converted to 2 million Xue Ying coins yet. If there were any complicated procedures, the smart optical computer he had just chosen would have to be put back. Of course. The procedure is very simple. You just need to place your item in front of any optical computer in the appraisal area to check our recycling price. Our Beibao house has a very wide range of businesses. We need all valuable treasures recorded in the virtual universe. Of course, the price will be slightly lower than the market price. The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked at Mo Heng, speaking softly. She then led Mo Heng to another area, and the two entered a small room that looked like an office. The room contained a desk with a built-in detector and spacious sofas on both sides. Mo Heng and the woman sat on opposite sides. Mo Heng then took out a dream luo fruit and placed it on the desk. A red light scanned over it, and a holographic projection appeared above the desk in front of them, displaying the appearance, effect, origin, and average market price of the dream luo fruit. Finally, a mechanical voice sounded from the desk. Dear customer, the price range of dream luo fruit in the past 50 years has fluctuated between 105 million and 95 million Xue Lang coins. Based on the current reference price of 100 million Xue Lang coins, we can offer you a recycling price of 98 million Xue Lang coins. Do you agree? The Cloud Spirit Empire did not issue its own currency, so the common currency in the country was the Xue Lang coin. The average standard of living in the Cloud Spirit Empire was higher than in other elementary starry sky countries, and the price level was equivalent to that of the brilliant Iris Empire. Naturally, they did not need to issue a lower value currency. As for the meager financial gains, the two world lords did not care at all. Mo Heng hesitated for a moment, then took out and sold the remaining 5 dream luo fruits. He then transferred all the money to his linked Cloud Spirit Empire bank account. His current net worth wasn't much, so he was too embarrassed to open an account at the Universe First Bank. Is there anything else you need? The female receptionist, who had just completed a large transaction, seemed to have benefited considerably. Her eyes shone as she looked at Mo Heng, and her tone became even softer. After thinking for a moment, Mo Heng spent another million to buy a batch of ice mist crystals, treasures for planetary rank cultivation. There were 100 crystals in total, enough for him to cultivate for a while. Welcome everyone to comment. If you think my writing is a bit verbose, please point it out. Personally, since I started reading web novels, what I like most are the vast and colorful worlds, followed by the specific plot and character descriptions. So when I get excited about writing, I can't help but want to show more of the world in my eyes to others. Chapter 6: How to Obtain. After returning to the dormitory, Mo Heng replaced his auxiliary optical computer with a smart optical computer, and a figure appeared in front of Mo Heng. Based on your appearance characteristics, the auxiliary intelligence has been automatically set to the appearance of a just adult heterosexual of the same race. You can change it yourself according to your preferences. The figure in front quickly solidified into the image of a long-haired, black-dressed woman with the same height of 1.8 meters as Mo Heng. No need to change, this is fine. To Mo Heng, the first impression was his entire perception of it, and he didn't want to make any subjective changes. Letting nature take its course was best. Master, please name me. The woman opposite him bowed and asked in a clear voice. Mo Heng looked out the window. Cloud Ring Star has 3 orbiting satellites, so there is also a moon in the sky every night, but both Earth in his previous life and Yuanwu Star in this life only had 1 moon. Let's call you 15. No matter how far I go, I will remember my hometown and long for reunion. Every time I leave to pursue the path of advancement, it's for a longer and better companionship in the future, Mo Heng murmured. Received, 15 reporting to you. Is there anything you need me to do now? 15's voice became cheerful, but Mo Heng knew it wasn't a conscious life form. These were all simulated emotions. No need to simulate emotions. Help me connect to the virtual universe. Okay. Then the scenery in front of Mo Heng changed, and he appeared on a street. Looking at the flow of people on the street and the simple clothes he was wearing, Mo Heng understood that he should currently be in a city on Xue Lan Island in the virtual universe. Master, we are currently in the Yunhuan district within Yunling City on Xue Lan Island. A miniature version of 15 sat on his shoulder, giving a flat-toned reminder. Mo Heng reported 3 strings of communication codes deeply etched in his mind to 15. These were the virtual universe contact numbers of his parents and eldest brother in this life. Previously, he could only enter the virtual universe through an anonymous account. After a while, a group video interface appeared before him. Mo Heng, is that you? How does the academy feel? Second brother, congratulations. After a round of warm greetings, Mo Heng agreed on a time to meet his family in the virtual universe and closed the communication. The virtual universe has a teleportation function, so meeting is very simple and fast, but before that, Mo Heng needed to inquire about channels for biological materials. He found an inexpensive restaurant, ordered a private room and some simple drinks, and after ensuring no one would disturb him, Mo Heng began to try searching for some information. 15. Set up an analysis task. I need to collect body tissues of some high-level creatures that have a certain affinity for domains and laws, or possess powerful talent secret skills. Help me search and analyze possible acquisition channels. Received, Master. Due to low authority and the high level of the search targets, there are currently 3 preliminary directions for acquisition. Mo Heng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at 15. As expected, the data analysis capability of artificial intelligence was much more convenient than him blindly searching. It was indeed a good assistant. The first type, biological gene companies. Currently, there are nearly 1 million such companies in the Noah universe country that can be publicly queried and have relevant reserves. However, the minimum threshold to contact them for cooperation is a cosmic-level family power or some large companies. The second type, large battlefield exploration companies. The business scope of this type of company is to clean up battlefields after high-level wars end by obtaining certain qualifications to explore materials and treasures that powerful existences don't care about but are very valuable to low-level martial artists. Including but not limited to battlefield exploration in the outer domain battlefield, secret realm exploration battles, race wars, and power struggles. However, generally only the first 3 high-level battlefields will have the materials the master needs. Currently, there are 18 powers in the Noah universe country that meet the standard, but the minimum requirement for entry consultation is an asset certification of 1 yuan or cosmic level strength. Mo Heng sighed. He had also guessed the third type. It was right in front of him. The Cloud Spirit Empire, where he was located, was a power that cultivated some high-level ferocious beasts, and it must have high-end business. He could only helplessly say to 15, does the Cloud Spirit Empire's high-end ferocious beast business also have a wealth or strength threshold? No, the main business of trading ferocious beasts and demon beasts has no threshold. Everyone can order goods by paying through the virtual universe, but the price is high, and the master cannot afford it. Mo Heng could only sigh helplessly, leaning back in his chair. 15. Just tell me directly if there is a way I can acquire them within my capabilities. Yes, according to the information released by the major trading markets in Yunling City in the virtual universe, 11 types of artificially configured potions have basic introductions that mention ferocious beast body tissues in their raw materials. Show me the list and the introduction of the creatures the materials belong to. Glimmerdew unit price 10 billion Xue Ying coin. Contains the blood of the ferocious beast, Cloud Petrel. Cloud Petrel, adult, is a cosmic-level ferocious beast. Adult individuals have a 70% probability of mastering wind element domains and possess the domain-type talent secret skill, Sky Feather, focusing on flight but also having certain combat capabilities. Constant Balance Fluid, unit price 80 billion Xue Ying coin. Contains the spinal fluid of the ferocious beast, Xue Beast. Xue Beast, Earth Element Ferocious Beast, adult, is cosmic level. Adult individuals have a 90% probability of mastering Earth Element domains and possess the domain-type talent secret skill, Prison Armor Body, with excellent defensive capabilities, able to resist attacks 5 levels higher than its own realm without injury. Seipu Type 1 Reagent, unit price 1 million Starry Sky Coin. Contains the blood of the ferocious beast, Azure Water Owl. Azure Water Owl, Water Element Ferocious Beast, adult, is domain lord level. Adult individuals 100% master water element domains and possess the law-type talent secret skill, Azure Sea Tide, a powerful area attack combining water element domains and laws. Mo Heng became excited. All 11 types had domain talents, and the last creature, the Azure Water Owl, even had a law-type talent secret skill. For ferocious beasts, this might just be a usable talent secret skill, but for Mo Heng, if he possessed the corresponding talent secret skill, it meant the water element law was not far away. Possessing a corresponding attribute law-type talent secret skill means that one must have a certain affinity for that type of law. Although performing a talent secret skill doesn't require understanding all the principles like actively learning a secret skill, what Mo Heng needed was the affinity for laws, plus the reference from the secret skill. Mastering the law would naturally be a matter of time. Although ferocious beasts have corresponding potential, their low intelligence thinking is destined to be dominated by most instinctive preferences. Therefore, the vast majority of ferocious beasts will only reach the realm of their adult form throughout their lives, and will not actively seek to break through their realm. Know this price, even if I sell myself, I can't afford it. 15. Do you misunderstand my financial situation? Mo Heng, who was so excited he was almost shaking, glanced at the price tag and instantly froze. The search range given by the master is within your capability. Combined with the analysis of your interpersonal relationships, your eldest brother Mo Chang is currently employed at the Seipu Research Institute in the Zhuang Galaxy of the Cloud Spirit Empire. And the registered production address in the introductions of these 11 potions is the Seipu Research Institute. Saying this, 15, who was sitting in the chair opposite Mo Heng, paused, crossed her arms, leaned back in the chair, and looked at Mo Heng with empty eyes. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Mo Heng was stunned. Not all bottom-level humans in the swallowed star, swallowing the starry sky, world were on the cultivation path. Some were involved in politics or business. And Mo Heng's eldest brother, Mo Chang, his hobby and work were both scientific research. Mo Heng didn't pay too much attention to his work content. After all, his eldest brother had been working for decades before he was born. At the teleportation point in the Yunhuan district of Yunling City, in the virtual universe, Mo Heng said to the staff, "Go to the Liang district corresponding to the Liang Galaxy." After the scene in front of him changed, Mo Heng appeared near another street area. Looking around, this area was clearly not as lively as the Yunhuan district. However, Mo Heng didn't think too much, waved down a flying horse carriage, gave the address of his parents, and got in. The flying horse carriage landed at the entrance of an ancient-looking residential area. From halfway up in the air, Mo Heng saw 3 figures. The 2 individuals with faces around 30 years old were Mo Heng's parents, Mo Lai and Tu-Won, followed by a young man who looked around 20, who was Mo Heng's eldest brother, Mo Chang. Before the flying horse carriage even landed, Mo Heng had already landed first and ran towards the 3. Dad, Mom, brother, the closer he got, the slower Mo Heng's steps became. "It's good you're back, let's go into the residential area first," Mo Heng's mother, Tu-Won, said with a smile. His father and eldest brother also looked at Mo Heng and nodded gently. There were no enthusiastic hugs or cheers. Mo Heng's whole family had introverted personalities, but Mo Heng received all the familiar feelings. Mo Heng's hometown, Yunwu Star, is a planet agricultural, biased towards agriculture. Due to some special modifications, it cultivates a plant called star pivot vine, which is a relatively rare material for beast consumption. Technology has developed to a certain point, but some plants still need to be cultivated using the most primitive planting methods to be cost-effective, because the cost of laboratory-scale cultivation is too high. And Mo Heng's parents were farm owners on a continent on Yunwu Star, with a large number of apprentice-level staff and countless robots under them. At the dinner table, Mo Heng first played the role of the protagonist for 10 minutes. The few people warmly inquired about Mo Heng's life outside for several months. Afterward, the topic, as usual, shifted to his father's work content, and Mo Heng and his eldest brother could only play the role of the straight man to his father's jokes. After dinner, Mo Heng stopped his eldest brother, who was in a hurry to return to the Zhuang district to report back to work, and briefly explained his request to him. "You mean you want some samples of biological body tissues with very good talent levels?" Mo Chang looked at Mo Heng suspiciously, then said, "What do you want these for?" He watched Mo Heng's expression, wanting to speak but hesitating, brewing his words. "All right, no need to say more, no problem." His eldest brother put his hands in his pockets, looked at Mo Heng, and said again, "I can only get some of the material items for those 11 reagents you know about. However, a research project on the characteristics of biological materials I've been working on recently is nearing completion. Although I'm only responsible for a small part of it, I still have the authority to handle some materials privately. As long as I don't leak experimental records and results, it's fine." "What kind of material is worth you solemnly recommending to me?" Mo Heng asked curiously. "Secret demon sea monster, a secret realm intelligent creature. Water attribute, adult is about 30 meters tall, cosmic level, possesses law-type talent skills, weird sound, and secret language storm. With my authority, I can only know this much. Is this enough for your requirements?" "Enough, enough, you are truly my brother. By the way, what kind of authority do you have to be able to access this kind of material?" Mo Chang leaned against the door frame, took his right hand out of his pocket, and pointed to himself. "Me, one of the chief researcher's assistants. Their entire Cloud Spirit Empire has 16 related biological research institutions. Besides a few pharmacists, these dozen or so chief researchers have the greatest authority. Mo Heng was surprised and quickly smiled warmly in response. Chapter 7: Fusion and Enhancement. Late at night, Mo Heng went offline from the virtual universe network, his excitement indescribable. Mo Chang had agreed to apply for several blood samples of creatures, which would be delivered to Cloud Ring Star, along with the blood sample of the secret demon sea monster, via transit company. It would take about 3 months, and the delivery personnel would be a star-level team of 10 people. All Mo Heng needed to do was wait. Suppressing his excitement, Mo Heng sat cross-legged on the floor of the training room and took out an ice mist crystal to begin cultivating. One morning 2 months later, tens of thousands of new students gathered in a large hall. In front of the crowd was a high platform with 2 young men wearing black training clothes. The one on the left looked at the crowd and said loudly, "My name is Burlny, and I am responsible for the entire first campus. The one on the right is Bar Man, your liaison teacher for this batch of students. This batch of students, you all completed breakthroughs in just 2 months. Very good." Everyone listened quietly, with no whispering. Mo Heng looked again at a message 15 had projected onto his retina. Cosmic Level 7. This was the result of the optical computer's strength assessment of Burlny. He sat up straighter. All martial artists and mental telepaths have corresponding standardized courses and cultivation techniques. As long as you follow them, you will definitely make progress. We will regularly check your strength progress. If you don't meet the standard, your score will be deducted, and the final result will be expulsion. Speaking of this, Bar Man glanced at the people sitting upright. He continued, "You can choose not to participate in the given courses, and you can also choose not to learn the free standardized cultivation techniques. However, during the assessment, you must reach the strength level required by the standardized cultivation techniques progress. What we provide is just a path for you to become stronger. You can completely exchange for better secret skills in the treasure vault for cultivation. Of course, the higher your score in the assessment, the more rewards you will get. If your talent is sufficient, there is also a chance for cosmic-level teachers to take you as their personal disciples. Next, Teacher Bar Man will explain your learning tasks." Beside him, another long-haired man nodded to Burlny before stepping forward. "I am Bar Man, Star Level 9. I am one of your liaison teachers and assessment teachers. I also have controller courses daily. For all martial artists, based on the type of commonly used weapon you choose, your student account will be matched with corresponding combat secret skills. The Academy's requirement for all of you martial artists is to reach 15 times body amplification within 10 years. This is the basic requirement. For mental telepaths, no secret skills other than controller and illusionist will be assigned within the initial 10 years. Your basic requirement is 16 times telekinetic amplitude. Remember, the assessment period is once a year. Everyone can now disperse. The distributed cultivation resources will be delivered to your dormitories, and all teachers' course schedules will be notified on your student accounts. Mo Heng, do you think it's possible to reach 15 times body amplification within 10 years? That's an average increase of 1 time body amplification every 2 years. Mo Heng and Lu Kan walked and chatted on a small path on campus. It should be possible. The learning standard for the first 10 years is definitely not difficult to achieve, Mo Heng replied, while also checking the logistics progress through his optical computer. The easy study time thus passed as Mo Heng enjoyed it. Every night, Mo Heng primarily cultivated the controller secret skill, breaking stars distributed by the Academy, attended controller classes in the virtual universe during the day, and occasionally went to public classes by some martial artist teachers to learn amplification techniques. There were 2 offline sparring sessions with other students every week. During this time, he unexpectedly met Douluo, whom he had collaborated with during the trial. Douluo sat next to Mo Heng several times during classes, as if they were old friends. A month passed like this. With the accumulation of a large amount of cultivation resources, Mo Heng also reached planetary rank 2 in telekinesis. At the spaceship docking area in Tianyu City on Cloud Ring Star, a small silver-white B9 class spaceship landed smoothly under Mo Heng's gaze. Then a group of fully armed martial artists filed out. Leading them was a tall female martial artist with a long sword on her back, 2 horns on her head, and a black half mask on her face, followed closely by 9 people, 3 women and 6 men. As soon as they exited the station, the leading female martial artist glanced at the optical computer on her left arm, and as if receiving a message, turned and walked into a restaurant in the rest area. In a private room on the second floor, Mo Heng smiled as he watched the waiter lead the group in. Upon seeing Mo Heng, the female martial artist nodded slightly in greeting. Then, both of them simultaneously raised their optical computers slightly. A projection of an interface appeared on the woman's optical computer. Face-to-face verification passed. Please hand over the goods. The woman turned to let the people behind her see the interface, and after they nodded in agreement, she turned back to Mo Heng. As the mask slowly receded like fluid, her full face was revealed. With a smile, she took a small black briefcase from behind her and handed it to Mo Heng. Customer, please check the goods. Once you confirm everything is correct, our handover is complete. After Mo Heng took the briefcase, the optical computer automatically scanned the password lock on the box to unlock it. He confirmed the recording device inside the box showed no signs of unauthorized opening or intentional damage. Thank you everyone, our handover is complete. Now I would like to invite you to a meal in my private capacity. What do you think? Mo Heng looked at them with a satisfied gaze. No need, thank you, we have other tasks. The female martial artist said this and turned to leave resolutely. The others followed suit. Mo Heng shook his head indifferently, his attention entirely on the box. He then quickly paid the bill and returned to the academy. At night, the soft light of 3 moons shone through the window into the living room. Mo Heng, having calmed his excitement, sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the 7 test tubes containing blood of various colors inside the box in front of him. Cloud Shearwater Kujia Beast, Azure Water Turtle, Secret Demon Sea Monster. Looking at the last test tube of Secret Demon Sea Monster blood sample, Mo Heng picked up the test tube with determination and walked into the training room. The box behind him automatically closed under the control of his telekinesis and slowly floated towards the cabinet in the bedroom. 15. I am going into secluded cultivation. You are to decide how to respond to all communications looking for me. Received. In the training room, Mo Heng sat cross-legged, using his planetary rank telekinesis to communicate with the four-sided structure in his mind. As soon as he touched the black vortex, a strange feeling like an attraction emanated from the vortex. Mo Heng's soul and body seemed to synchronize instantly, and a feeling similar to hunger simultaneously came from the depths of his body and soul. The synchronized feeling of soul and body seemed to reach its peak within his blood. Thin blood mist drifted out from Mo Heng's pores, then surrounded him within a 2-meter radius. Mo Heng then opened the stopper of the test tube. The increasingly dense blood mist obstructed Mo Heng's sight. Relying on some instinct, Mo Heng controlled the blood mist to envelop the blood in the test tube. Mo Heng could feel the cells in the blood mist containing the secret demon sea monster blood rapidly differentiating and transforming, then slowly beginning to integrate the genetic material from the secret demon sea monster blood. Days passed. At first Mo Heng was still somewhat conscious, but the further in he got, the more he felt that a part of his soul also drifted out of his body with the blood mist, brewing something together with the secret demon sea monster's blood. From the 10th day onwards, his consciousness became increasingly blurred. In a trance, Mo Heng felt as if he had become a bizarre creature with the upper body of a human race and the lower body of a fish. His upper body was covered in black scales, his head was bald, and he had gill-like organs on both sides of his face. At this moment, he was in a quiet sea area. Waves of ancient and ethereal sounds emanated from his mouth. Within hundreds of kilometers around, various creatures froze in place, and the human race powerhouses flying in the sky fell from the air, silent. In another sea area, various monsters and human race martial artists fought incessantly. Mo Heng, deep in the sea, extended 4 scaly arms and moved them. The wind and water seemed to hear the command, and also began to fluctuate rhythmically, forming a massive tsunami and storm that engulfed all creatures. Human race martial artists displayed yellow or golden domains on their bodies to resist, but they were torn apart and swallowed not long after. A white-robed martial artist roared and raised his saber to slash at the storm. The massive saber shadow seemed to hide the lightning of destruction, charging irresistibly towards the storm. But the ensuing commotion became smaller and smaller until it subsided. After the storm, the sea surface was covered with the floating remains of human race martial artists and beasts. In another darkness, Mo Heng's consciousness slowly awakened, feeling as if he were in an embryo. Unable to control his body, his consciousness slowly drifted back into slumber. 4 months later, Mo Heng, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly awoke. "No, I am Mo Heng, a human race." His consciousness was now extremely clear. The blood mist around him also slowly retracted into his body, as if receiving a command, and his physical quality and original force slowly increased. Similarly, the part of his soul attached to the blood mist also returned to his body, causing his telekinesis to surge rapidly. No, this fusion seems to require a lot of energy. Mo Heng's telekinesis moved, attracting dozens of ice mist crystals from the corner of the training room. 15. Help me purchase planetary rank cultivation treasures, 10 times this amount. They must be able to be delivered to my door, the sooner the better. Received, selecting the best route. In less than half an hour, over 60 ice mist crystals were absorbed. Mo Heng had to slow down, relying on willpower to withstand the pressure and slowly absorb the original force in the air. Ding dong, the doorbell finally rang. After 15 locked the training room door, it controlled a cleaning robot to go to the door to receive the goods. 3 minutes later. "Master, everything has arrived." The training room door opened, and a white, chubby robot only 1.2 meters tall walked in, holding a pile of ice mist crystals. "Thanks, 15, and you too, little robot." One by one, the ice mist crystals floated from the robot's arms towards the blood mist, and the blood mist slowly thinned. Aside from the floating ice mist crystals, the only thing in the entire room was the robot standing dumbly to the side, with its double lights flashing in the eye area on its head. Another 3 days passed. The scattered blood mist was finally completely absorbed. Mo Heng's physical body surged to planetary rank 6, while his mental telekinesis increased to rank 7. However, this was only Mo Heng's smallest gain this time. A deep blue light burst forth from Ma Heng's body, forming a circular domain around him and slowly extending. As soon as it touched the room wall, Ma Heng precisely controlled it to stop. Domain, and it doesn't feel like just stepping into the domain. It should have several layers. The specific level needs to be carefully felt and compared. After all, Ma Heng had not seen other domains, and he had no direct feeling of the domains of the martial artists he saw in his dream. After waking up, he could only remember the feeling of using those Tutulent secret skills. Thinking of this, Ma Heng felt the imprints of the Tutulent secret skills, weird sound, and secret language storm in his mind. As long as his thought moved, Ma Heng, who had not mastered laws, could instinctively communicate with the original Starry Sky and unleash these 2 secret skills containing laws. The Academy is not suitable for testing these 2 secret skills. I'll consider it later if there's a chance. This fusion lasted for 4 months. By touching the black vortex in his mind again with his telekinesis, Ma Heng found that his telekinetic strength seemed far from enough to trigger the fusion ability again. He could only consider it again when he had his next life transition. Furthermore, the psychedelic feeling of a part of his soul and blood fusing with alien blood outside his body, experiencing something akin to the development of a Sukrat demon sea monster Umbra, made Ma Heng feel that he needed stronger willpower to endure it again, lest he wake up truly believing he was an alien. According to the communication between Bar Tar and Lia Fungan's Uthchupk of the original work, the average body amplification of a cosmic level apprentice is 10 times, and the average telekinetic amplitude required for a mental telepath to break through to planetary rank is 12 times. Therefore, I will tentatively use these as the basic standards after breaking through to planetary rank. For an academy cultivating talent for a world lord level force, it should be acceptable for me to set their talent positioning slightly higher than the average talent, so the academy's assessment standard here is set a few times higher than the average. Chapter 8: Lombard's Roar. Mo Heng stood up and stretched his entire body. The origin energy battle suit on his body completely receded with a thought, revealing his strong arms. His water control ability activated, and a large stream of water appeared around him, washing over his body, then autonomously flowing towards the bathroom in the air. Mo Heng, feeling refreshed in both mind and body, stepped out of the training room with a light gait. Along the way, he reached out and lightly patted the head of the small robot standing beside him. The robot, which had been standing still, seemed to be awakened. The red light in its eyes flickered, and it followed Ma Heng out of the training room, then began to clean. Meanwhile, Ma Heng came to the balcony, leaned back in a rocking chair, and habitually squinted at the sky. 15. Connect me to Zvutyel universe. I need to let my family know I'm safe. It's been 4 months. How did you handle external messages for me? Master, your family trusts you greatly. The closed-door training was your suggestion. They only confirmed your physical vital signs with me periodically and didn't ask much else. As Fufdun's voice fell, the scene before Ma Heng's eyes also shifted to a street in Zvutyel universe. No, trust and not disturbing doesn't mean they don't care. Help me contact them. I'll head to the teleportation point. Ma Heng walked towards the street, waving at an empty Pegasus carriage in the sky as he spoke. Is that so? I still don't understand human race emotions. Mo Heng shook his head without speaking and stepped onto the Pegasus carriage. Also, La Ken and Tialia have contacted you multiple times. Your Klasmak Jala, Mo Li, and La Ya have also sent messages. In another week is Yanhua Star's traditional festival, the Harvest Festival, and they invite you to gather in Zvutyel universe. I'll contact La Ken and Tialia Jiang class. As for the other 3, help me reply that I'll definitely be there. After meeting with his family, Ma Heng pondered when he should reveal that he had mastered a domain. Having a domain at the star level was already considered a genius. Having a domain at the planetary rank would be even more outstanding. Perhaps he could first get a domain lord level teacher, or maybe even dare to think a little further. Let's just reveal it directly in the next assessment. Anyway, the worldview of the starry sky devouring world is to cultivate geniuses, and as an Yunling Academy, where I am located, precisely a place to cultivate geniuses. 3 months had passed since Ma Heng unrolled, relative to the last unified assessment. The assessment time each year was fixed, and the next annual assessment was in 2 months. It was a good time to cultivate his mental power amplification and body force exertion, and feel the new aptitude of this body. In the training room, 20 flying blades flew back and forth above Ma Heng on a regular pattern, sometimes orderly, sometimes colliding with each other, like living birds. Mo Heng himself sat cross-legged below, even having the energy to open his optical computer to check the Academy's exchange shop. Mo Heng only took over 10 days to complete the cultivation of Breaking Star, this planetary rank amplification secret technique, and his mental power amplification also reached 20 times. After thinking about it, he decided to first purchase a martial artist body force exertion secret manual to cultivate for a while. After the assessment, he should have better resources, and he would enjoy the less than 2 months of peaceful life. 12 forms of mountain piercing, suitable for long weapons, can be cultivated up to 28 times body force exertion. Student special price, only need to recharge 5 Mullen Hiei Langkun to purchase authorization. You're the one. 2 months of leisure time passed by in steady cultivation. By this time, Ma Heng had a body force exertion of 22 times. Recalling the regular campus life of the past few months, gave Ma Heng the same sense of familiarity as his university life in his previous life. After adjusting his mindset, he stepped out of the apartment door. Inside a square hall-like building reaching 100 meters high, nearly 10,000 martial artists and mental power masters sat leisurely on the seats in the waiting area, either closing their eyes to rest or chatting. At the entrance of the hall, arriving students were constantly descending from the sky and striding into the hall. Little brother Ma Heng, don't leave after the assessment later. I just broke through my mental power amplification multiplier yesterday. Let's spar again. The purple-haired youth Tialia, as usual, sat familiarly beside Ma Heng and handed him a bottle of drink. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Unfanata novel audio. No problem, Ma Heng accepted it without politeness and replied with a smile, if you lose you have to treat. According to Ma Heng's speculation, it should be his intent realm level spear technique that changed Tialia's attitude. At that time Anyun was star, among those of the same age, only he had reached the intent realm level. He thought it was no big deal, until he enrolled in Yunling Academy and realized that planetary rank martial artists who could reach the intent realm level were extremely rare. At the same time, he was also surprised by the cultivation progress of Muttoal artists in this regard in the original work. But you have to suppress your mental power to only planetary rank 6. During this time, Father bought me first generation spirit source nutrient solution, and I'll be able to catch up to your cultivation soon. This is said to be the nutrient solution closest in efficiency to those sacred land nutrient capsules. Mo Heng was already used to this. Most of the students who enrolled in the same batch had gained a lot from the trials. coupled with the free resources provided by the Academy, in nearly a year, they had generally reached planetary rank 3 or 4. Lucan also relied on his trial income and cultivated to the peak of planetary rank 3. And the guy opposite him had been cultivating with various high-end treasures since enrolling, and 2 months ago, he actually reached planetary rank 5. His planetary rank special ability allowed for very precise control of origin energy, so he could also improve efficiency in absorbing origin energy and various treasures. Therefore, Ma Heng muddified the reason for his strength increase and told a few friends. It was roughly that he discovered the special function of his miniature planet, so his eldest brother at home sent him some rare cultivation treasures. Coupled with the large sum he made in the trial, he bought a lot of resources, which led to a few months of closed-door training. Student Douluo number asterisk, please prepare. The next batch will enter the simulation cabin for assessment. A prompt appeared on Douluo's optical computer. Mo Heng also checked the ranking on his optical computer. It was very close. After a while, Mo Heng walked into the assessment room according to the prompt. After slightly bowing to teacher barman standing at the door, rows of simulation cabins came into view. He randomly chose an empty one and sat down. With the same feeling as logging into the virtual universe, Mo Heng appeared in a simulated training ground. Student Mo Heng, it is detected that you primarily cultivate the controller-type secret technique Breaking Star. If there are no objections, please select your mental power weapon. The assessment will begin in 5 minutes. The assessment content is to randomly generate combat targets in various environments. Your minimum striking mental power amplification against all targets will be your final score. You have 1 chance for a preliminary test. No need, start the test directly. 10 minutes later. Barman looked down at the 20 times mental power amplification score displayed on the optical computer, then looked up at the smiling young student before him. Teacher Barman, I have a secret to report to you. Under Barman's questioning gaze, a blue water element domain was released from Mo Heng, enveloping the area within 5 meters. You, come with me. As expected of a star-level expert, he recovered from his shock in just a few seconds. Mo Heng was held by the shoulder by Barman and rapidly rushed out of the trial hall, flying towards a tall tower in the center of the campus. Leaving behind only a restless assessment hall and a few assessment teachers looking at each other in dismay. This student named Mo Heng actually reached 20 times mental power amplification. No wonder Barman was so flustered. An assessment teacher sighed, looking at the ranking on the optical computer. A blonde student who had just finished the assessment and was feeling smug happened to overhear, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Teacher Carve, the best result in the first assessment for the recent batches was only 16 times right. Another assessment teacher also chimed in from the side. It seems he has high brain domain breadth talent. You young ones might need to spend a few more decades to catch up to his progress. Work hard, having a goal is also a good thing, he said, patting the blonde student on the shoulder. Watching the spirited blonde student walk away, Carve said quietly, is it possible that the breaking star he primarily cultivates can only display up to 20 times amplification? Another 20 minutes later, Mo Heng was in a training room on the top floor of the tall tower, releasing his domain. At the center of the domain was Bloodline, who was at Starry Sky rank 7. It's actually a triple domain. The next moment, the training room window was broken open from midair outside the tall tower. Through the window, a huge white flying beast could be seen circling in the sky. Mo Heng estimated its wingspan to be several hundred meters. Cloud petrol, Mo Heng was wondering whether to quickly retreat behind Bloodline when he suddenly found an extra figure beside him. A black-robed, robust old man was standing in front of him, examining him with sharp eyes. Lord Lombard, Mo Heng's action of bowing was stopped by the other party. Very good, your name is Mo Heng, one of the recent batch of enrolled students. The gaze towards Mo Heng was significantly more friendly. Yes, Lord, I have been enrolled for 9 months. Mo Heng had anticipated this scenario. Even though he was standing before a powerful expert many levels above him, a sense of instinct made him quickly calm down. 9 months, 9 months. How did you teach? A genius of my cloud spirit race was only discovered now. Lombard quickly turned his head and roared at the other two. The excited Bloodline and Barman beside him froze as if their throats were choked, unable to speak for a long time, only nodding subserviently. Beep, a black-robed child appeared on the training room screen. Lombard, I have also seen the situation. This child displayed intent realm-level combat techniques during the trial. At that time, based on my analysis, he had a small probability of mastering a domain at the star level. I didn't expect his talent to be even better than I predicted. Lord Kun, since you know it means teacher also knows. I wonder what the subsequent arrangements are. 1 second, Lombard had just changed his face and roared like a heaven exalted. The next second, he became amiable and communicated with the intelligent life, Lord Kun. Little fellow, my master, the lord of the country of the Cloud Spirit Universe country, the great world lord expert Kiki, wants to see you. Lord Kun did not answer Lombard directly, but looked at Mo Heng and said with a smile. I heard about the lord of the country's legend when I was very young and have always longed for it. Mo Heng quickly agreed. Very good, master is currently in a large secret realm, so you can only meet in the virtual universe for now. Lord Kun's expression seemed very satisfied. Lombard, I'll leave him to you. Take him to master's mansion. Lombard nodded in agreement beside him. Then, the childlike Lord Kun smiled at Mo Heng, and the room screen dimmed, indicating that this intelligent life had disconnected from the network control of this training room. On Huilan Island in the virtual universe, the center of Yunling City, was a magnificent cluster of huge palaces. The virtual universe offices of the main departments of the Cloud Spirit Empire had their headquarters established here. Lombard walked on the wide avenue, asking questions and showing concern, and in a short while, he understood Mo Heng's family situation. Mo Heng followed closely behind Lombard, half a step away, replying meticulously. He naturally understood that with the thinking ability of a domain lord level, they could instantly understand all his information from the virtual network clearly. The other party was just trying to get more familiar with him. Along the way, fewer and fewer people bowed to Lombard, and the two finally arrived at a garden next to the central palace. Chapter 9: Become a Disciple. The garden was filled with various strange plants. Lombard led Mo Heng directly to a pavilion in the center, where a young man and woman were seated. The man wore a long red robe. His appearance was almost identical to that of a normal person, except for a fiery red mark on his forehead and a pair of eyes that exuded a sense of vicissitude. The woman beside him wore a white veil, radiating the youthful vitality of a young person, a stark contrast to the man's steady demeanor. Mo Heng pays respects to the lord of the country and the lord of the country's wife. Mo Heng bowed. Lombard also bowed, and then stood silently to the side. The red-robed man first let out a self-deprecating laugh after hearing this. Don't call me lord of the country. Only the truly high-level lords of the universe country are worthy of that title. After speaking, he put away his smile and looked at Mo Heng seriously. Mo Heng, in the tens of millions of years of the Cloud Spirit race, I am the first to comprehend the law. With your aptitude, I hope you will be the second. What are you saying? Aren't I also considered a member of the Cloud Spirit race now? Besides, I grasped a trace of law when I was at the star level. Sirona, the woman in the white veil beside him, interrupted, her smiling eyes fixed on Mo Heng. Yes, 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 Kiki nodded in agreement, then changed the subject and said to Mo Heng, with your talent, you need special guidance. Are you willing to become my disciple? Disciple is willing. Greetings, teacher. After performing a grand bow to the seated Kiki, Mo Heng looked up and found that Lord Sirona had stood in front of him at some point and received the bow. Only then did Mo Heng understand that it was this person who wanted to take him as a disciple, and his heart became even more excited. Good, then I will accept you as my disciple. I used to have 2 disciples in the outer domain battlefield, but neither of them made it out alive. You are now my only disciple. As Sirona spoke, she looked at Kiki behind her. You can call this one senior uncle. He and I will teach you together on cultivation matters, but because I cultivate the water law, I have accepted you. Senior uncle, Mo Heng bowed and changed his address. You are now at the 3rd level of domain. Your teacher has also prepared weapons and secret techniques for you. I have nothing else good to give you, so I'll just transfer money directly to you. Kiki also stood up from the chair in front of the table and slowly walked over to speak. Mo Heng looked up at the two standing side by side, trying to make his expression as natural as possible, and respectfully thanked them again. Everything stemmed from the voice of 15 he heard in his mind. Master, your account has received a transfer of 1 billion universe coins. Disciple, recently we can only guide you in the virtual universe killing field. Your senior uncle and I just left the Fuyu secret realm and are returning from the Luan Star region to pick you up. At the normal sailing speed, it will probably take more than 10 years to return. Next is to see your level of mastery in all aspects. Go to the killing field. Sirona said, looking at Mo Heng, then glanced at Lombard, who had been ignored the whole time. Lombard, you can go back. Remember to make up for your junior brother Mo Heng's gift. Ah yes, senior uncle's wife. In the killing field of the virtual universe, in a vast hall that stretched as far as the eye could see, Qi and Sirona walked side by side in front. Occasionally, martial artists wearing various medals and exuding fierce aura would stop and respectfully greet the two. The two mostly just nodded in response, constantly instructing Mo Heng, who was following beside them, about something. Recently, the Noah Universe country developed a large secret realm. Since it is not in the directly administered area of the Noah Universe country, some exploration permissions have also been opened to the outside. And there are many wonders in the large secret realm that are helpful for World Lord level to comprehend the lore. Your senior uncle and I have purchased the right to comprehend near a wonder in the completed safe area for 3 epochs. At this point, Sirona turned her head to look at the young disciple beside her. So, you are very lucky. The area around my residence is suitable for comprehending water-based lore. I hope you can comprehend water-based lore before the cosmic level. Perhaps you can catch up with the genius battle 130 years from now. Qi, on the other side, casually mentioned the news that Mo Heng had always wanted to know. The figures of the three walked into a blood-colored corridor and disappeared. In a scene of ice and snow, Mo Heng was standing on the surface of a frozen large river. The heavy snow falling from the sky affected his vision. The planetary rank's special attribute control power spread out with the released origin force. The snow falling all over the sky was manipulated to form 2 snow dragons that crashed towards the 2 martial artists charging from a distance, holding battle sabers. The 2 martial artists raised their battle sabers in unison and laboriously slashed at the snow dragons. Large amounts of snow exploded, followed closely by 2 flying blades that passed through the snow and through the hearts of the 2. His gaze swept over the corpses of the 2 who had fallen to the ground, and looked at the densely packed hundreds of martial artists charging from further away on the riverbed and in the sky. Mo Heng took a breath, raised his battle spear, and met the crowd. The blue domain spread out from his feet with his steps, and flying blades streamed out from the rhombus blade box on his back. On a distant peak in the biting wind, Sirona and Qi stood together watching the battlefield below. Mo Heng wielded the battle spear, moving along the edge of the crowd, ensuring that he would never be surrounded. Occasionally, a few martial artists who were attacking him fell under the battle spear or the dozens of flying blades revolving around him. His combat skills are okay, but he lacks experience, Qi said. He has his own understanding of the application of the domain. His comprehension is decent, Sirona added. Looking at Mo Heng, who was gradually struggling below, Sirona gently waved her hand downwards. Mo Heng only felt a fleeting fluctuation. All the martial artists surrounding him stopped their movements, and layers of ice covered their bodies. The next moment, their bodies all turned into pieces and fell, continuously disintegrating until they completely turned into invisible fragments before reaching the ground, merging into the falling snow. We have a general understanding of your strength. Sirona stood beside Mo Heng at some point. Did you feel it? I just used a domain 1 level higher than yours, and even the origin force level was the same as yours. Disciple did feel the fleeting power of the domain, but I cannot understand the detailed fluctuations, Mo Heng replied. Oh, you can actually feel it, Sirona. It seems your disciple's sensitivity to the water element domain exceeds our expectations, and his affinity for the lore in the future might not be low either. Qi's tone was clearly joyful. Mo Heng didn't know what technique or secret method Sirona had just used, but he was absolutely confident in his current talent. With the innate water element lore secret method, weird sound, and the secret language storm combining wind and water lore, he was absolutely confident in comprehending the lore at least at the cosmic level. Sirona didn't speak, but the smile on her face was unstoppable. She contacted the killing field's authority in her mind, and an ice crystal disc appeared in front of the 3. Mo Heng examined it carefully. It was about 2 meters in diameter, made entirely of ice crystal-like material. In the center of the disc were profound secret patterns, while the edges were composed of layers of ice crystal blades as thin as cicada wings, precisely stacked together. From a side view, it looked like 2 wings made of ice crystal blades, embracing a disc, only about a meter in diameter. Ice Breath Spirit Disc, a fourth-order psychic weapon, Sirona said, stroking the surface of the disc. Throughout the entire starry sky, the human race recognizes 9 types of fifth-order controller weapons as the most powerful, known as the 9 Great Divine Weapons of Controllers. And this Ice Breath Spirit Disc is the most successful replica of the water-based Divine Weapon, Mo Heng was astonished, and at the same time felt even more respect for this teacher. He hadn't expected her to be so thoughtful and have such high expectations for him. Using a fourth-order Origin Force weapon as a transition, if his talent was strong enough, he could more easily switch to the Divine Weapon in the future. When I was young, I comprehended the law at the star level and also witnessed the gap between true geniuses. I cannot estimate your future growth rate, but this weapon is definitely suitable for your current situation and also leaves a lot of room for your future choices. The Ice Breath Spirit Disc began to rotate around Sirona, finally stopping behind her. With that, the wings on the Spirit Disc seemed to come alive and fluttered. From Mo Heng's perspective, he could only see a pair of ice crystal wings extending from Sirona's back. The wings, with a wingspan of about 4 meters, flapped slightly. The next moment, Sirona appeared dozens of meters high in the sky. Her white veil-outer garment fluttering in the wind, and the crystal wings gently swaying behind her, set against the falling snow, made her look like a goddess. Before Mo Heng could think about how majestic he would look using this weapon in the future, Sirona in the air interrupted his thoughts again. Watch carefully, these wings are just the simplest application of the Ice Breath Spirit Disc. Unlike the 9 Great Divine Weapons which have 9 secret techniques, it only has 7. Flying blades flew out from the wings behind Sirona, forming a conical sharp blade in the air. This first form is called Crystal Feather Thrust. Unlike the first form of the Divine Weapon which requires comprehending the law, it can be reluctantly performed with only a 5-fold domain, but if a trace of law is comprehended, its power can catch up to the first form of the Divine Weapon. Do you want to feel its power? Mo Heng was marveling at the exquisiteness of this spirit disc when he suddenly heard this sentence. Before he could react, he found the half-meter-long crystal feather thrust embedded in his chest. Mo Heng's vision fell into darkness, and even his sensation disappeared. Mo Heng's corpse in the distance was slowly dissipating. The next moment, Mo Heng, who was judged dead by the killing field, reappeared. I've said so much, and you didn't show any expression fluctuation at all. Finally, I saw your surprised expression. Sirona descended from the air. Ki, who was beside him, also said at this time, "You haven't been to the killing field before. You must remember this most realistic feeling of death. Although true powerhouses avoid death, they must also have a heart that faces death. We can't teach you much about this. You can only temper it through trials and adventures in the future. You must always be aware and mentally prepared." Seeing Mo Heng's serious expression and earnest nod, Ki patted his shoulder and said no more. For some people, a few words are enough. The second form of this Ice Breath Spirit Disc is called Yuan Jun Spear, and the third form is called Skywing's Wheel, but your current goal is the first form. Once you master the first form, your senior uncle and I will pass on our secret skills to you. Sirona assigned Mo Heng his first learning task. Your senior uncle and I have collected some insights and records on cultivating the domain. For the next month, you will report to the killing field every day, and your senior uncle and I will guide you in improving your domain. Sirona adjusted the scene simulation of the killing space to a pleasant scene of wind and sunshine. The few people were on a small hillside in a grassland. Thank you, teacher, senior uncle, Mo Heng nodded in agreement. That's it for today. Next, your senior uncle and I are going to meet an old friend here. You can go back first. Mo Heng nodded, respectfully bowed, and exited the killing field. With anticipation for the next month, he went offline and left the virtual universe. In the high tower office, Mo Heng found that Lombard, who had been by his side, had left at some point after leaving the virtual universe. Lord Lombard has left. He said he was going to prepare some things that the lord of the country gave you. Burrelny opened the door and said, sensing Mo Heng's awakening. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your recommendation votes. Thank you for the motivation you have given. Chapter 10, The Power of the Secret Innate Technique. Putter, Mo Heng, looking utterly exhausted, pushed open the training room door, took a few large strides to the balcony, and threw himself onto the rocking chair. This was already the 6th day since Mo Heng had become a disciple. Since the discipleship ceremony that day, he had returned to his dormitory, except that a cosmic-level expert named Burrelny had moved into the same building. After experiencing so many days, he finally understood why his teacher had told him, a planetary rank who could go without sleep for long periods, to report daily instead of just staying in the killing field to study. For 6 consecutive days, he had been studying and training in the killing field, with endless battles and constant use of various secret skills. In the killing field, there was no need to worry about the depletion of origin energy, so as long as one could endure mentally, training could continue indefinitely. However, as mental fatigue increased, it also affected Mo Heng's efficiency in comprehending his domain, so he needed to go offline to rest and digest what he had gained each day. During this period, 15 received dozens of secret skills sent by Sirona's intelligent butler, mostly combat secret skills of the cosmic level and domain lord level. According to his teacher's instructions, he could take some time to study them as a reference for improving his domain. A glass of juice was placed on the table beside Mo Heng. Mo Heng turned his eyes to see that it was handed to him by the only small robot in the house. Thanks, 15. Mo Heng reached for the glass of juice and took a sip, instantly feeling much more mentally relaxed. Master, it wasn't me controlling it. Low-level intelligence can also judge the master's needs and provide help in addition to their programmed basic tasks. This was its own judgment. Low-level intelligence, huh? Mo Heng smiled and reached out his other hand, thoughtfully stroking the small robot's head. Ding dong, the apartment doorbell rang. Master, it's Lord Lombard, 15's voice promptly reminded Mo Heng. Are you getting used to it these past few days? I was also trained by teacher with such high intensity in the past. Lombard was dressed the same as that day, but he had retracted all his aura, looking like an ordinary old man. Mo Heng politely replied a few sentences, saying he was getting used to it. Don't worry about anything else for now. The weapon teacher bought for you has arrived. Let's go pick it up. While we're at it, we'll move to the new residence in Tianyu City. Pack anything you need to take, Lombard said, then threw a black wrist guard to Mo Heng. Mo Heng took it and scanned it with his mental force, surprised to find it was a storage item. After inspecting it carefully, he was even more surprised. Inside was a large space, roughly dozens of kilometers long, wide and high, containing a C9 class small spaceship. After putting on the wrist guard, it automatically absorbed a wisp of Mo Heng's telekinesis, then directly integrated into Mo Heng's skin, leaving no trace of a wrist guard being worn, and it didn't affect its use. How is it? Isn't this gift good? After all, you're my junior brother, I can't be stingy. Lombard smiled and introduced the wrist guard's functions to Mo Heng. Besides the large storage space, its stealth and durability are also very good. Even a domain lord level's mental force might not be able to detect or destroy it. Mo Heng was still hesitating on how to decline, but Lombard pushed him back into the room. No need to be polite. Although you are only a planetary rank now, you have grasped a domain, which means you are destined to be at least domain lord level in the future. In the entire starry sky, the most stable relationships between experts are between teacher and disciple, and between senior brothers. Mo Heng had no choice but to return to the room and pack some unused cultivation resources like ice mist crystals, grabbed a few clothes from the bedroom, and the battle spear, giant shield, and rhombus blade box from the training room also flew over and were stored in the wrist guard. He glanced around and saw the small robot that had just walked into the living room from the balcony, cleaning the glass Mo Heng had finished drinking from and putting it back on the table. He casually stored it in the wrist guard as well, leaving only a spinning glass on the spot. Afterward, Mo Heng walked out of the apartment, looked back at the door, and nodded towards Lombard. Lombard then placed a hand on Mo Heng's shoulder, and his outward origin energy enveloped Mo Heng's body. The next second, the two appeared at the Tianyu City spaceship docking area, hundreds of kilometers away. A giant D9 class alloy spaceship was parked in the center of the square, and 3 men in black uniforms stood in midair, looking at Mo Heng and the other person who had just appeared. Cosmic Star Riverbank Derivative Business, entrusted by 4-star customer Sirona to purchase a 4th-tier mental force weapon and several cultivation materials. The recipient is Mr. Mo Heng. The wolf-headed man in the lead said politely, his questioning gaze sizing up the two. It's me, Mo Heng responded, then completed the standard handover procedures with the other party. A 4th-tier weapon usable by a domain lord level, and the D-class spaceship parked below meant that at least the leader opposite was of domain lord level cultivation to bear the risk of escort. The wolf-headed domain lord level man finally handed Mo Heng a space ring. Inside the room-sized storage space, with the ice breath spirit disc, Mo Heng had long awaited, and a pile of cultivation materials he didn't fully recognize. Lombard said nothing throughout the process. After Mo Heng finished the handover, he took Mo Heng to a manor. The vast manor, besides the various plants decorating the outer circle, had a small building made of C-class materials in the center. It was said to also have technological facilities like protective shields, making it impossible for average cosmic-level experts to physically attack the people inside the small building in a short period. This was one of Lombard's residences in Tianyu City, and now the ownership belonged to Mo Heng. Mo Heng accepted it with a mix of apprehension, not refusing. Mo Heng knew that what he needed to do now was not to be polite, but to cultivate, until he was worthy of all this. A month of training passed like this, and Mo Heng also successfully broke through to the 4th stage of his domain. According to Sirona, Mo Heng generally understood the principles, but further domain breakthroughs required slow, gradual comprehension accumulated over time. So from now on, he only needed to periodically show his cultivation results to his teacher and receive guidance. During this period, with the help of high-level materials, Mo Heng also successfully cultivated to planetary rank level 9. At the same time, he was actively seeking various avenues to prepare for the next bloodline fusion. He couldn't wait until he reached star level to make plans, if he didn't want his World Lord level teacher to discover his cheat. He had to perform the next fusion within the next 10 years. His teacher would return in over 10 years, and then he would go to the Fuyu secret realm they spoke of to cultivate. If he delayed any more time, it might affect the Starry Sky Genius battle 130 years later. For the preliminary plan for the new bloodline, Mo Heng believed the bloodline level should be higher than the previous secret demon sea monster, otherwise it might not be comparable to the geniuses in the Starry Sky. One must know that sometimes being one step slow means being slow every step of the way. Some powerful peculiar life forms in the Starry Sky are difficult to find, but some information about the powerful bloodlines of the demon clan can still be obtained. Some universe countries adjacent to the demon clan and the forces related to the major outer domain battlefield military groups have leaked materials. The human race's universe countries have a large number of biological research companies that are eager for their materials. After 15's long-term search, several avenues were found. The first was the Beibao house Mo Heng had visited before. Its highest-level force was actually a family of an immortal god directly under the Noah universe country. And Beibao house, for some customers, also had the same service as the Cosmic Star River Bank, where they could use their influence to help you search for or purchase things beyond your authority. The second piece of information made Mo Heng interested, because Mo Heng's assets were 1 billion Starry Sky coins, which met the minimum standard for purchasing a 4th-tier origin energy weapon. 15 searched for some permissions based on this financial strength, and actually found a Star Sector-level bank within the Noah universe country. Mo Heng's financial standard just qualified him to participate in an auction they held, provided he became their customer. Although this type of auction was not a formal auction, and could only be considered a low-tier one, it was not comparable to the lowest-level auctions held by high-level universe countries. The target audience was also mostly domain lords and some world lords, but Mo Heng smiled happily as he looked at the shareholder list of this bank named East Region Bank. North Rainbow Military Group, isn't that a famous outer domain battlefield military group? It even has 3 immortal gods serving as military lords, so the possibility of the East Region auction having demon clan materials is high. On the balcony of the small building, Mo Heng, lying on a rocking chair, casually took the juice handed to him by the small robot and muttered, "Then I'll go to the auction first. If that doesn't work, I'll try registering a gene company under the name of my big brother Mo Chang to contact those large biological gene companies. The last option is to pay a high commission fee to ask Beibao House for help in purchasing." The auction was only in half a year, so Mo Heng decided to go to the auction first. 5 months later, in the virtual universe killing field, Mo Heng wore a silver origin energy battle armor, his ice breath wings flapping behind him. He stood in the high sky, looking at the 100-star level 1 martial artists in the high sky ahead. Ice crystal flying knives continuously flew out from the wings behind him, forming a blade curtain in front of Mo Heng. Approaching martial artists were constantly forced back and killed by the flying blade curtain, but as more mental force masters joined, the impact of various mental force weapons made Mo Heng's defense seem inadequate. But as the battle became more intense, the coordination of the blade curtain before Mo Heng's eyes became more regular. Combine until several martial artists successfully broke through to Mo Heng's front. The 12 flying knives in the center of the blade curtain combined into a cone-shaped ice thorn, then rotated at an extremely fast speed. Several star-level 1 martial artists failed to react and were pierced through the chest by the crystal feather thrust drawing an arc, only stopping just before Mo Heng. Finally done. After 6 months, I finally mastered the first form. Mo Heng looked at the crystal feather thrust right in front of his glabella, only 30 centimeters away, and said softly. His gaze then swept towards the crowd, cooperating closely and surrounding him from further away. The crystal feather thrust moved with his will, flying into the crowd and flashing like a nimble fish. Each time it drew an arc, several figures fell from the sky. After only 10 breaths, the 100 martial artists that Mo Heng had struggled to support earlier were all lying on the ground. Since a month ago, when Mo Heng's mental force successfully broke through to the star level, he had also raised the level of his sparring partners to star level 1. Their combat skills were similar, but the opponents had no domain. The result of each battle was Mo Heng struggling to hold on until he was defeated. It wasn't until a week ago, when Mo Heng finally reached the 5th stage of his domain, that he had today's breakthrough, successfully mastering the first form of the Ice Breath Spirit Disc. After being killed by that group of martial artists in various ways for 5 consecutive months, today's training task is complete. I'm going to unleash my full combat power and crush you guys. Then Mo Heng contacted 15 and closed the viewing permission for this training room. Mo Heng had discovered this function when he first entered the killing field. The detailed description was that after closing it, no one could view the battle content inside the training room. Mo Heng believed that within the virtual universe company, someone could definitely break this rule, but ordinary immortals would absolutely not have this permission. The importance of the virtual universe determined that only some top experts of the human race had some special permissions. But at that level, which expert would pay attention to him? An unknown nobody. Master, closure successful. Good, set the scene to sea surface. Opponents to 1,000 martial artists and 1,000 controllers, realm star level 1. As Mo Heng confirmed the settings, the surrounding scene changed to the sky above a sea surface with light rain. Figures of martial artists holding various swords, blades, axes, and halberds, and controllers stepping on mental force weapons, appeared one after another in the rain curtain dozens of kilometers away. Until the last martial artist's figure appeared, the silent crowd rushed towards Mo Heng in unison. And Mo Heng, facing the large group of martial artists who were about to rush before him in a few seconds, showed no panic, merely reaching out his right hand and making a grasping motion towards the crowd ahead. Secret language storm. A howling gale appeared out of thin air and enveloped the crowd ahead. Subsequently, the light rain in the sky turned into a downpour, and as a giant whirlwind gathered and swept through, it overwhelmingly pressed down on the thousands of martial artists and mental force masters. If it were an ordinary sea surface storm, it naturally wouldn't cause more than a tickle to star-level experts, but this was a storm combining wind and water laws. Invisible rule fluctuations enveloped everyone. The rules dictated that their bodies would be uncontrollably stirred like ants, their bodies would be torn apart by the downpour and hurricane. This was a manifestation of the laws between heaven and earth, and their power could not break free from this manifestation process. Looking at the dwindling figures in the storm, Mo Heng raised his hand, and the raging storm seemed to lose all its power, turning into an ordinary sea storm and gradually dissipating. The remaining 300 martial artists easily rushed out of the storm and charged towards Mo Heng with unwavering determination. Mo Heng emitted a strange, unintelligible sound from his mouth, light as a mosquito, but carrying a water law power that spread with the sound wave. The 100 martial artists currently charging forward had their eyes turned blank, then gradually became frenzied, and started fighting among themselves, with the martial artists following behind, until the last few remaining martial artists were easily killed by the crystal feather thrust. Still not strong enough, increased the number of enemies. Mo Heng then doubled the number of enemies several times, finally reaching a conclusion. The power of laws is invincible among those of the same rank. The only limitation is one's mental force and origin energy reserves, otherwise one could remain undefeated forever, no matter how many enemies without mastered laws came. Because I haven't mastered the relevant laws, I can only rigidly apply the secret skills and cannot perform fine manipulation. If I master the laws, I can change the effect of the secret skills under a certain concept based on the degree of mastery. Laws are never fixed forms of manifestation. Currently, Ma Hung can only control weird sound to confuse the enemy's spirit or directly attack their spirit. And the manifestation form of secret language storm is even more singular, attacking in the form of natural phenomena. Mo Hung was very satisfied with the current power of these turbulent secret skills. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to how the power and effect of his secret skills would change after he mastered the laws. Chapter 11 First Enlightenment. In the city lord's residence of Yunlong Sutty, Unsfutyal Universe, Ma Hung walked among the palaces of the city lord's residence and arrived before the garden where he first became a disciple. Mo Hung, master, is experimenting with a new type of potion. She instructed that you can go in directly when you arrive. The image of a little girl in a green dress appeared before Ma Hung. Understood, thank you. I'll just take a look and won't disturb teacher. Ma Hung looked at the intelligent housekeeper in front of him, whose appearance seemed similar in age to Lord Kun, and replied with a smile, then stepped through the garden gate. Even though this intelligence named Lan had not yet successfully evolved into an intelligent life form, Ma Hung still maintained the proper etiquette towards it. Based on his chats with Lumber of the past few months, he roughly understood that his teacher had just passed 100 epochs in age, but her strength was already at Wold Lud 7th order. And another senior uncle was already 500 epochs old. His cultivation had ruptured Wold Lud 9th order, and he had successfully gained the recognition of Sva law. He believed that senior uncle's cultivation career must have been very exciting. Even the assisting intelligence that accompanied him had successfully evolved. Rumum Kung Lumber's attitude towards him in the past few months, he shook his head with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The other party truly treated him as someone on the same level, unsung every question. Oven Kirka's other domain lord-level disciples, whom he had never met, were very friendly towards him in Sfutyal Universe. It seemed he had underestimated how much the human race in the starry sky valued the bond between fellow disciples. However, these few people were either following Kirka and Svaya secret realm, or stationed elsewhere. Currently, the only one guarding Clud Spirit Umpa was Lumber, a domain lord 8th order. Thinking that none of these people had comprehended law and the possibility of breaking through Wold Lud was very slim, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Walking through various culkful flowers and plants, Ma Hung saw Sarana's back on a high platform on the south side of the garden. To her left were dozens of bottles of various sizes containing liquids of different kulkas, and on the other side were materials resembling various plants, metals, and rocks. Sarana was currently using her mental power to control several streams of water, intersecting and merging at different speeds, and in different orders, until they finally merged into a stream of azure liquid floating in front of her. 2 white crystals floated over from her side. She put all the azure liquid and white crystals into a transparent bottle, and then Sarana stared intently at the 2 objects inside the bottle without doing anything else. Just as Ma Hung was wondering why there was no change in the bottle, a mysterious fluctuation appeared from beside Sarana. Then, the white crystals in the bottle dissolved into the azure liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Law fluctuation, Ma Hung guessed in surprise. He was sure this was definitely not the domain fluctuation he was familiar with. It's done, Knutjang Luckwood is finally prepared. Sarana's tone was calm, but when she turned to look at Ma Hung, her eyes held joy. This gave Ma Hung an illusion. He didn't know if her joyful gaze was due to the success of the experiment or seeing him, but Sarana's next sentence told Ma Hung's answer. It's a new type of potion I specially experimented with for you. Teacher, what are the effects of this potion? Ma Hung couldn't help but ask curiously. This was the first time he had seen a pharmacist's preparation process, and it reminded Ma Hung of chemistry experiments in his previous life. Let's not talk about the effects of this Urjki Nutyang Luckwood for now. Did you just notice that I used law? Sarana asked. Yes, teacher. Did you use law to fuse the 2 items in this bottle? Sarana nodded gently and said, normally, these 2 pieces of condensing light crystals would take hundreds of years to completely dissolve in other liquids. I just used a certain manifestation of law to speed up this process. Although we are not in places like the killing field, where our strength is limited to the apprentice level, it is still possible to induce some simple law fluctuations. Speeding up the dissolution rate, isn't that an effect of AM law? So teacher actually has attainments and AM law as well. Disciple is impressed. Ma Heng exclaimed in his heart and complimented her. Sarana, sitting cross-legged on the high platform, uncharacteristically rolled her eyes. Your teacher here doesn't have the talent to dabble in AM la rut now. Swata la hasn't even acknowledged me yet. Water inherently has the characteristic of inclusiveness. Dissolving many substances is a common phenomenon in reality, and these natural laws are actually a manifestation of a rule. And just now, I, as your teacher, merely used the power of law to manifest that phenomenon onto those two items, and slightly enhanced it. So that's how it is. Thank you, teacher, for clarifying. Realizing this, Ma Heng sighed. He understood the principle, but he hadn't comprehended it. Regarding law, understanding is merely comprehending a certain effect or phenomenon based on one's own cognition. These phenomena are everywhere in our lives, such as the fluidity of water or the burning characteristic of fire. Comprehending, however, is truly abandoning one's own cognition, feeling it, understanding it from the existence of law itself, until mastering it. So these are two concepts, but understanding can become a method for comprehending. Of course, the premise is that you must have affinity with the corresponding law, otherwise you cannot sense the manifestation of law. And most of the human race in the starry sky need to cultivate their domain to the 8th or 9th level before there is a possibility of sensing law. Before that, no matter how they understand the manifestation of law, they cannot successfully comprehend it. Thinking of this, Ma Heng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart, but then comforted himself. Maybe because of the Sukrat Demon Sea Monster's talent, I'm an exception, and I'll comprehend law with a 5th level domain tomorrow. Sarana watched Ma Heng up in thought from the side with a smiling gaze. She had originally intended to gradually cultivate Ma Heng's knowledge of law, which was why she explained these things. However, this disciple returned to normal after a while, and looked at Xue Nutyang Luckwood on her hand, saying, Teacher, you said this is a good thing you prepared for me, so what exactly are its effects? Ma Heng froze before finishing his sentence. No, then what form was the fluctuation I just felt? Was it the fluctuation displayed by the phenomenon of the two items dissolving, or was it simply feeling the fluctuation of law when it first appeared from teacher, because of its existence? Mo Heng was currently caught in a feeling of confusion and mystery, forcing himself to recall the fluctuation he had just felt. And because of that fluctuation, he recalled the feeling of using those Talant's secret skills when he went on a killing spree in the killing field recently. Looking at her disciple, who suddenly closed his eyes, Sarana's pupils constricted. No way. Mo Heng clustered his eyes for a quarter of an hour, while Sarana sat cross-legged like that, quietly watching Ma Heng for half an hour. Teacher, can you make this pool of water move, in the form of law, regardless of the effect? Ma Heng suddenly opened his eyes and said, pointing to the pool in the garden not far away. Hearing this, Sarana cut at the pool without hesitation. Then, the surface of the pool seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, forming a vortex that spun continuously. Mo Heng just stood there, staring at the rotating pool water. After a long time, the surface of the water gradually calmed down, rippling before finally returning to stillness. Yes, that's it. Sarana stared intently at Ma Heng until he suddenly uttered this sentence. Following that, she saw Mo Heng clumsily turning slowly on the spot, looking at the space around him, which was empty. Unlike what her eyes saw, Sarona followed Mo Heng's gaze and sensed a faint law fluctuation around Mo Heng. There were only two living people here. She hadn't stirred law, so it was obviously her disciple. This time, it was Sarona's turn to be silent for a while. Your talent is indeed different. You can actually sense law fluctuations at the 5th level of domain. What's even more surprising is that you comprehended it the first time you sensed the fluctuation of law and successfully grasped a trace of water law. You should know that going from sensing law to mastering law is a step that many people spend countless years unable to take. Half an hour later, Mo Heng was sitting side by side with Sarona by the pool. Water rhythm, this was a small branch ability under the water law that Sarona introduced to him, and what Mo Heng had just sensed was a trace of water rhythm. The opportunity for Mo Heng to grasp this trace of water rhythm came from the insights he gained from secretly trying out weird sound in the killing field a few times before. Since he had known her, this teacher had always shown a mindset and personality matching her appearance, without any trace of the steadiness of a million-year-old person or the vicissitudes of having experienced the slaughter in the outer domain battlefield. After briefly introducing the water law to him for half an hour, she had been talking about the situation of pharmacists. Occasionally, she interspersed some of her past experiences, and these examples were all about how she defeated enemies using various strange pharmacist methods. Some were colorless, odorless corrosive toxins that could rapidly spread in the void, some were stimulant potions that enhanced the strength of animal and plant life, and there were also rare potions that assisted in casting law secret skills. To some extent, pharmacists study the properties and changes of all things in the starry sky and apply them. Similar to this is refining artifacts. The research methods for pharmacy and refining artifacts are similar. Most involve observing and recording the changes of all things in the starry sky and conducting experiments. Both use law when they reach a certain realm. Most of the time, when processing certain materials, they use the ability of law as a catalyst. The difference is that the goal of pharmacy is mostly to influence the life state of living beings, while the goal of refining artifacts is mainly to combine certain materials. Just as Mo Heng was listening intently and Sirona was explaining carefully, Kiki's figure appeared hurriedly at the garden entrance. Seeing the two by the pool, he strode over, his steady demeanor disrupted by his slightly hastened steps. Mo Heng, have you really grasped a trace of law? Kiki's tone was a little excited. Mo Heng nodded, and that trace of fluctuation appeared around him again. Good, good, good. Having journeyed in the starry sky for so many years and seen many geniuses, I've finally seen a genius from our cloud spirit race. Without waiting for Mo Heng's humble words, Kiki stated his thoughts. Given your current situation, you should go to the Fu Yu secret realm as early as possible. Every year of delay is a loss. That's true, the best way is for Mo Heng to depart early, but his safety cannot be guaranteed. I am not confident in Lombard's strength, and besides he also needs to guard the clan, Sirona said. No, I actually have a candidate. Lan Tissi recently returned from the outer domain battlefield. It would be perfect to have him take Mo Heng to meet us on Diyun Star, Kiki said. Master, Diyun Star is located on the edge of the Hangfa Star region. It is a necessary route from our Cloud Spirit Galaxy to the Luan Star region, and it belongs to the private territory of a World Lord level expert. It is approximately 160,000 light-years away from us. 15 promptly clarified in Mo Heng's mind, and the name Lan Tissi matches the name of a domain Lord level expert from 100,000 years ago. There are no corresponding records of him in the Huilan Galaxy within the last 100,000 years. Lan Tissi is a domain Lord level martial artist who comprehended wind law. Within the entire Huilan Star region, he can be said to be invincible below the World Lord level. Your teacher and I once showed him kindness 20,000 years ago. Kiki said, looking at Mo Heng. And Diyun Star is the secluded cultivation place of a good friend of your teacher. Sirona's voice came from beside Mo Heng. She looked at the two of them and smiled. Lan Tissi agreed. He will arrive at Yunheng Star in 3 years, and it will take about another 4 years for us to meet up. Mo Heng's mood at this time was more one of helplessness. It was also difficult to explain the matter of the second fusion to them, so he could only agree. But he didn't know if 3 years would be enough time to prepare for and carry out the second fusion. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Teacher, I have already mastered Crystal Feather Thrust. Is the next stage practicing the second form of the Ice Breath Spirit Disc, Yuan Jun Spear? Mo Heng asked after sorting out his mood. No, before that, we are going to impart a soul secret technique to you. Sirona said, holding the bottle of Azure Nurturing Liquid. This Azure Nurturing Liquid is what I newly developed specifically for assisting in cultivating soul secret technique. Chapter 12, Colorful Tower. Do you know what your teacher and I relied on most when we ventured out? Kiki asked, looking at Mo Heng with his hands behind his back. I heard you are a powerful draconic tamer, and teacher is skilled in the mysterious field of pharmacy. These are 2 relatively special and powerful paths in the starry sky, Mo Heng said, looking at the 2 in front of him, asking tentatively. That's right, but the most fundamental thing we relied on to walk these 2 paths is a soul secret technique, the 7-colored pagoda, Sirona said from the side. Mo Heng then saw a holographic screen appear in front of Kiki. On the screen was an exquisite building resembling a pagoda. There were 7 levels from top to bottom. The walls of each level were carved with exquisite and mysterious patterns, and different colored lights emanated from the windows. The entire ancient pagoda was enveloped in a layer of colorful halo. In addition, a layer of mist surrounded the top, covering the uppermost level, with only a faint red light penetrating through the mist. This is the 7-colored pagoda. The first step to cultivating it is to construct this 7-colored pagoda in your sea of consciousness. All the attack, defense, and functional abilities that come with the 7-colored pagoda are unleashed through this 7-colored pagoda. Ki's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. It was about 500,000 years ago on the outer domain battlefield. At that time, your teacher had just broken through to World Lord level, and I was just an ordinary World Lord level warrior. We had just met then, and were both assigned to a legion led by an immortal god. For a long time, we spent our days in endless slaughter with the alien race. If it weren't for you, I would have died on the outer domain battlefield long ago, Sirona said with a smile at this moment, her smile carrying some unusual emotions. Mo Heng remained silent. At this moment, he could only rely on the original work's description of the tip of the iceberg of the outer domain war to try and imagine such a tragic situation. All the powerhouses who venture into the outer domain battlefield have a heart that seeks the great Tao. Although many did not return, you and senior uncle returned based on your strength. Haha, there's no strength that can guarantee you return from their 100%. Luck is also something most powerhouses seek on the outer domain battlefield. Ki put away his look of reminiscence. I won't talk about the process, you'll have your own experiences later. Ultimately, your teacher and I obtained this soul secret technique from the relics of an immortal god. Sirona took over, saying, "It's a pity that the auxiliary intelligence of that immortal didn't fully record this soul secret technique. We only obtained the first 6 levels, and we haven't found the cultivation method for the last level all these years. However, this is already a powerful soul secret technique coveted by many gods. From planetary rank to world lord level, there are 5 major realms. Each realm corresponds to a level of the pagoda. Only when you reach the next realm can you build the next level of the pagoda based on the existing levels. The addition of each level of the pagoda strengthens all the sub-level secret techniques, and also expands some other abilities. Okay. Even relying on these first 5 levels, your senior uncle is a powerful world lord level whose reputation echoes across dozens of star domains. Moreover, he has 3 world lord level draconic tamers under him. Relying on his comprehension at the level acknowledged by laws, he has fought alone against a world lord level squad multiple times. Teacher, I could only assist from the side with potions and illusions." Ki waved his hand with a smile. "It's not that exaggerated. Don't boast about me in front of the junior. Haven't you also cultivated the soul enslavement chapter of this 7-colored pagoda?" Saying this, he turned his head to look at Mo Heng again. "Your teacher also has a world lord level draconic tamer and a plant life under her. She specializes in pharmacy and illusions, and she is best at various time-limited strengthening potions for draconic tamers and plant life." Mo Heng didn't know what to say at this point. As early as half a year ago, when he heard the Cosmic Star River Bank's delivery domain lord introduce the term 4-star customer, he had guessed that these 2 elders of his were not ordinary world lord levels. You should know that the threshold for a 4-star customer of the Cosmic Star River Bank is a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Only now did he realize that they had obtained the legacy of a god. And their departure from the outer domain battlefield must mean they are no longer lacking in cultivation resources, and don't need to accumulate battle achievements to exchange for resources like other world lord levels, which is why they return to the human race territory to seek more comprehension of laws and breakthroughs. Thinking of the Cloud Spirit Empire, which was built to be even stronger than some established world lord level family forces, and the several domain lord level senior brothers who cultivated with them in the Fuyu secret realm, these 2 teachers were indeed people who cherished old relationships. Mo Heng, with your current talent, based on the ranking records of previous genius battles, you should be able to rank among the top 1,000 in the Noah universe country, Ki said solemnly. In each genius battle, the Noah universe country only has over 1,000 star-level geniuses who have comprehended laws, while some weaker universe countries even only have a few hundred. With your talent, some immortal powerhouses from holy lands would be willing to take you as a disciple. And the reason we are telling you this is to let you know that before the genius battle, what ordinary immortal powerhouses can give you, we can also give you, and even better than what most ordinary immortal powerhouses teach. After saying this, Qi waved his right hand, and the image of the seven-colored pagoda in front of him shrank into a colorful sphere as he moved, which he grabbed in his hand. He then decisively threw the colorful light sphere in his hand towards Mo Heng's right shoulder. A miniature version of 15's figure suddenly appeared on Mo Heng's right shoulder and passively absorbed the colorful light sphere expressionlessly. This senior uncle, why did you pass the entire seven-colored pagoda to me? Mo Heng asked in surprise, looking at the catalogue that 15 was showing him in his mind. There was a dense list of various sub-level secret techniques of the seven-colored pagoda, and even many cultivation experience records of Qi and Sirona. You should know that most powerhouses teach secret techniques to their juniors level by level in sequence, but this senior uncle gave him his most precious secret technique all at once. No need to say more. In the next few years, besides your daily crystal feather thrust training and comprehending laws, your main time will be spent constructing the first and second level structures of the seven-colored pagoda in your sea of consciousness, Qi said, not caring about these things. After speaking, he sighed again and continued. For you, there's no need for us to hide anything. In over 100 years, you are destined to at least go to the Noah secret realm to study. At that time, there will be more powerhouses among the immortal teaching you. Everything we can teach you now, we will teach without reservation. All right, don't think too much. Now, let me briefly introduce you to the key points of the first two levels of the seven-colored pagoda. Sirona interrupted their conversation from the side, looking at Mo Heng with deep eyes. Mo Heng briefly met his teacher's gaze, then nodded without saying anything further. Several hours later, Mo Heng slowly walked out of the city lord's residence gate with a sluggish mind. His mind was filled with various cultivation key points that the two had instructed him on, feeling somewhat overloaded. According to Sirona's introduction, the most powerful aspect of the seven-colored pagoda is the defense of the pagoda body against soul attacks. Following this, there are three most important sub-level secret techniques: Lock Heart Seal, Trapped Spirit Seal, and Shattered God Seal. In addition, there are some ordinary miscellaneous techniques, but they require a higher level of psychic energy to perform, which Mo Heng doesn't need to consider for now. The Lock Heart Seal is the soul enslavement method mentioned in the previous conversation. Although powerful, there are some limitations on the number. With Qi's World Lord level soul strength, he can only temporarily control 20 soul slaves. The Trapped Spirit Seal has similar functions to the Lock Heart Seal, but unlike the Lock Heart Seal, which allows the controlled person to still think and cultivate normally without other effects, the life controlled by it will lose most of their consciousness and can only act based on a small amount of consciousness and instinct. If it only had these simple functions, it wouldn't be listed alongside the Lock Heart Seal. Its power lies in the fact that the Trapped Spirit Seal is reversible. The user can use it to control other lives for a period of time, and then release the restrictions on their consciousness. After being released from restrictions, the life form will automatically fill in the blanks in their mind due to the influence during the Trapped Spirit Seal's control period, and will retain a certain degree of goodwill towards the user. Although it will be affected by high intelligence and willpower, accumulating goodwill after multiple controls is also a powerful enslavement method, and the effect is not far from soul enslavement. Moreover, unlike soul enslavement, it does not burden the soul of the caster. Furthermore, the number of Trapped Spirit Seal that can be cast is more than 10 times that of the Lock Heart Seal. Qi and Sirona often use the Trapped Spirit Seal to control some fierce beasts with cultivation potential. The last type, the Shattered God Seal, is a variable soul and mental attack secret technique. Looking at the introduction in the data, the Shattered God Seal can be condensed in advance and stored within the seven-colored pagoda in the Sea of Consciousness. The Shattered God Seal has many different casting methods, such as direct violent attacks on the soul, or control-oriented attacks containing various illusions. Of course, you can also condense a Shattered God Seal that simultaneously contains both effects. However, the Shattered God Seal can be strong or weak. It's not always very strong just because it's condensed. Aside from the basic minimum attack power, to cast the Shattered God Seal, you need to have some research into illusion techniques or soul attacks. The power of the Shattered God Seal will have a bonus based on the extent of your mastery. Recalling what Sirona last told him, the two of them were looking for a suitable movement technique secret manual for him. Because the movement technique secret manuals they cultivated in their early years were not very high-end, it wasn't until later, when the two prospered, that the movement techniques they cultivated either corresponded to fire attribute laws or had too high a cultivation threshold, not something a star level could dabble in. In the starry sky, not all powerful secret manuals have cultivation methods from the lowest cultivation level. After all, the number of geniuses is small, and most people don't bother to consider so much when creating secret techniques. What is most suitable for themselves is enough. Shaking his head, he paused for a moment. The path of cultivation is long and requires taking it one step at a time. What he needs to focus on now is the preparation process for the next fusion. 15. How are things with the auction? Mo Heng asked as soon as he left the virtual universe. Master, I have transferred all your assets to the East Region Bank. According to their welfare email notification, the auction will start in 2 months. And you are also among the invited guests. That's good. What I need to do now is cultivate the first level of the 7-colored pagoda first. It's a pity that teacher isn't here. Only she can prepare the azure nurturing liquid. Using it to cultivate soul secret techniques would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Mo Heng took out a red fruit from his space bracelet. It seemed he could only use this mixed harmony fruit for now. Chapter 13, Plot. 2 months later, on the top floor of the small building in Tianyu City, Mo Heng sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, with several harmonizing fruits placed beside him. In his sea of consciousness, a miniature octagonal building was located below his mental structure. The small building, emitting a faint purple light, was currently in an unfinished state. The ancient roof was only half finished at this moment. Through the empty space of the other half, one could see the maze-like walls inside the pavilion, with several faint purple lights moving between these labyrinthine walls. Streams of psychic energy circulated between the roof and the outer walls of the small building, continuously carving patterns around the building's body. Time was passing, and the speed of the psychic energy carving continued to slow down. Then Mo Heng skillfully picked up a harmonizing fruit and bit into it, and the psychic energy in his sea of consciousness resumed its efficient carving speed. Deep. Mo Heng opened his eyes with a feeling, and a video projection popped up on the optical computer on his right arm. The sturdy figure of Lombard was in outer space. Behind him, starships of various colors were lined up, clearly forming a star fleet. Mo Heng, I've come to find you for a drink, Lombard said with a laugh. All right. Mo Heng also smiled. He had been cultivating for so long, it was time to relax. Then he leaped out of the window and walked to a stone table in a courtyard and sat down. Clatter. The door on the first floor of the small courtyard was opened at this moment, and the small robot appeared in Mo Heng's sight, carrying 2 plates of pastries and fruits to the table and setting them down. Seeing the small robot about to turn around again, Mo Heng smiled and patted its white head. Thank you, I'm drinking alcohol this time, no need to prepare juice. The robot's body paused, a red light flashed in its eyes, and it stood beside Mo Heng, motionless. Mo Heng leaned back in his chair, then added Lombard's identification permissions to the Manor's technological defense system. He didn't want the Manor's shield to foolishly block Lombard when he flew over. It wasn't that he didn't trust him, but he was going to attend the East Region auction tonight, and he would need to carry out the fusion plan at any time afterward. Within a few minutes, Lombard, riding his draconic tamer Cloud Rock, appeared above Mo Heng's courtyard, flipped his hand to take out 2 small glass bottles, and disappeared from the Cloud Rock's back. In the next instant, he appeared in the chair on Mo Heng's other side, casually throwing the 2 bottles of wine onto the stone table, and then fell silent. Mo Heng chuckled as he took the cup handed over by the small robot, picked up a small glass bottle, and poured a cup of wine for each of them. This Reed Cloud wine is a good thing. Junior brother here can't afford it. Senior brother, don't let any worries spoil this fine wine. Whatever troubles you have, feel free to pour them out to me today. Lombard took the cup Mo Heng handed him and drained it in one gulp. It's nothing but those trivial matters of power struggles. We Cloud Spirit Empire clearly have so many domain lords, but teacher transferred all those senior and junior brothers away, which has made things difficult for me. Fei Yun Tower again. I heard they have 2 domain lords causing trouble for senior brother, Mo Heng said, taking a sip of wine. This Fei Yun Tower is also a major power within the Hualan Universe Kingdom, with 3 world lords in charge, and below that, 7 or 8 domain lords. Because their sphere of influence borders the Cloud Spirit Empire, there are also daily disputes over the commercial layout of some large planets in the Hualan Universe Kingdom. Both sides' lower-level martial artists have fought openly and secretly. Qi and Sirona don't care for these matters, but the Cloud Spirit Empire must develop its own power and finances. Our force recently discovered an ownerless life planet in the Qiong Lake star system, which has some special metal life forms on it. Lombard poured himself another cup, this time only taking a slow sip. More importantly, there is a domain lord-level star devouring grass entrenched on that planet. Such important news, senior brother really trusts me, Mo Heng teased, while also feeling some interest in his heart. Mo Heng only remembered that the Qiong Lake star system was a star system directly under the brilliant Iris Empire, but the commercial layout of the major planets within that star system had previously always been handled by the Cloud Spirit Empire's commercial department. Lombard did not reply to Mo Heng's teasing, drank the wine in his cup in one gulp again, and slammed the cup on the table. The helper I invited hasn't arrived yet. I can't handle a plant life form of the same level by myself. HMPH, those two guys don't know where they got some wind, but they've been sending their subordinates to probe recently. Does senior brother want to subdue that plant life form? It seems those two haven't received detailed news yet, otherwise, they would definitely have acted directly. As Qi's disciple, Lombard naturally also learned a part of the seven-colored pagoda. Mo Heng guessed that Qi probably didn't teach him everything, but it should be enough to subdue a plant life form without too high intelligence. Which one of them is my opponent in a one-on-one fight? A friend of mine will arrive in 5 years. I'm afraid the news won't be kept hidden until then, Lombard said gloomily. 5 years is enough time for all those people to roughly search the desolate areas of the entire Qiong Lake star system, Mo Heng said, picking up a fruit and chewing it. However, senior brother, do you still remember that domain Lord Lantissi? Oh, Lombard straightened his back and leaned forward slightly with his upper body. I did see him tens of thousands of years ago. He was a bit younger than me. I heard teacher mention that he was coming to pick you up after a while. That's right, he will arrive at Cloud Ring Star in about less than 3 years. I met this senior in the virtual universe. Teacher also praised his character. How about senior brother considering cooperating with him? Haha, less than 3 years. This news should be kept under wraps. At worst, I'll let those guys go find more trouble for them elsewhere to divert their attention, Lombard said excitedly. Having received good news, Lombard contacted Lan Tissi right there at the table. Given his relationship with Qi and Sirona, the other party was very easy to talk to, directly agreed, and promised to speed up his journey and arrive early. For the rest of the time, their moods swapped. Lombard was so excited that he almost drank both bottles of Reed Cloud wine by himself, while Mo Heng was depressed that he had shot himself in the foot. The time to leave the Cloud Spirit Empire might have to be moved up again, and the fusion plan's time was compressed again by himself. Mo Heng still had to force a smile and chat with Lombard for a long time before seeing him off. Night gradually fell, and Mo Heng also entered the virtual universe early. At a certain teleportation point on the Noah continent, Mo Heng walked out of it, looking at the situation of the nearby streets with a slightly scrutinizing expression. Groups of 2 or 3 people continuously walked out of the teleportation point, their conversation content completely undisguised. From the snippets he heard, Mo Heng roughly judged that most of this group had domain lord level cultivation, and their conversation was all about today's auction. The crowd around him gradually merged into the flow of people on the streets. Mo Heng also saw several expressive auxiliary intelligences talking about something on their master's shoulders. It wasn't difficult to determine that these were intelligent life forms. A massive, towering building resembling an arena almost completely occupied Mo Heng's entire distant view. It should be the auction house. Compared to it, the various buildings on the nearby streets were like ants next to an elephant. The end point of all the streets was an entrance to that auction house. Chapter 14 Auction. Have you heard? The host of this auction is a retired world lord from the Bei Hong military group. It said they brought back a lot of good stuff this time. This auction is just to sell off a small portion first. The rest will be auctioned at the upcoming Noah Grand Auction. Mo Heng looked towards the source of the voice. It was a woman in red armor who entered a restaurant with her companions while speaking. Mo Heng thought for a moment, then followed them in. There were still 4 hours until the auction started. It might be good to check if there was any other information first, to prepare himself mentally. Mo Heng's goal this time was life materials with 2 upper law talents, followed by life materials with special powerful secret techniques, as practicality before he grew stronger was also very important. Water law materials were the last target to consider. Because there were at least several million domain lords and world lords near the entire East region auction house, the streets and shops were packed with people, and some domain lords were also seated in the scattered seats in the hall. Mo Heng took this opportunity to gather some useful information. For example, the most basic difference between these ordinary auctions and the Noah auction was that the guarantee for the auctioned items was slightly worse. Official auctions like the Noah auction had authentication from the virtual universe and endorsements from high-level universe countries, so the items obtained would definitely have no discrepancies. Other auctions only had the reputation of the organizer as a guarantee, but generally, these major powers wouldn't do something that would ruin their own reputation. Also, the recent battles of the Bei Hong military group were revealed by insiders. It's said that one joint war with other military groups was particularly fierce, and they even encountered an imperial family immortal from the demon clan who came to provide support. Fortunately, powerful beings from the human race faction also rushed to the rescue, allowing them to successfully win. Hearing this, Mo Heng's mood became excited. This meant there was a high possibility that he could obtain some valuable materials. As for the price, Mo Heng wasn't worried yet. According to 15's investigation, this kind of biological material was just a common item in ordinary auctions, and the demand group wasn't very large. The price wouldn't exceed the net worth of a domain lord. Most biological gene companies wouldn't spend more than the price of a Tier 4 energy weapon to acquire a research material. After all, the demon clan and human race had been fighting for so many years, and those materials weren't particularly rare. Mo Heng walked towards the entrance of the auction house with anticipation. Before he even arrived, one of the attendants at the entrance quickly stepped forward with brisk steps to greet him. "This way, Lord, I will guide you." Mo Heng was quickly led to the location corresponding to his invitation number, a massive seat about 10 meters wide. Looking up at the auction house, within the massive circular building, rows of seats were arranged upwards, and the uppermost level consisted of private rooms. "Lord, this auction house can seat up to 10 million people. The publicity for this auction is very good, and it can almost be full. The rooms on the top level are prepared for some world lords." The attendant leading the way saw Mo Heng's gaze, and with good judgment, gave Mo Heng a brief introduction before taking his leave. After Mo Heng took his seat, 15 quickly gained connection access to the auction house through the seat. Mo Heng could bid on all ongoing auction items through 15, which also increased the privacy of each person. Not long after Mo Heng took his seat, a man in black battle armor appeared on the high platform in the center of the venue. Immediately following, huge projection screens circled around, floating in the air and displaying the scene on the platform to everyone. The man in black armor cupped his hands towards the crowd. "I am Stuart. I recently retired and returned from the outer domain battlefield. This time, I was entrusted by the East Region Bank to host this auction." The smile on Stuart's face was fleeting. "Without further ado, please look at our first auction item." A massive, strange plant life appeared on the floating screen. Large, grotesque flowers swayed on its coiling vines. The petals constantly gathered and opened, like a huge mouth. In the center of the petals was a bloody mist and rows of serrated teeth. Blood demon flower. I believe some of you have heard of its great name. It can be cultivated up to the immortal level. If resources are sufficient, it can even be cultivated to a level close to invincible among immortals. Mo Heng knew that the invincible he mentioned should be the peak level of Immortal King. Moreover, the origin of this blood demon flower is not within our human race territory, so methods to restrain this powerful plant life are also rare in human race territory, while cultivation resources are very common. Now, 12 blood demon flower seeds, each starting bid at 1 billion universe coins. The 12 highest bidders will obtain the auction items. Mo Heng shook his head and didn't pay further attention. They were just seeds, and besides, he couldn't afford to raise them now. Warm-up auction items were generally very rare and had high prices. Mo Heng patiently waited for the subsequent auction items. 100 life planets, starting bid at 30 million universe coins. 100 Tier 4 energy weapons, element-shattering sword, starting bid at 900 million universe coins each. 30 cosmic-level alien race, He-She clan, captured from the outer domain battlefield, starting bid at 50 million universe coins. Dozens of rock-like alien race lives attracted Mo Heng's attention. Their information showed they were all cosmic-level Tier 1, with nothing special about them. Mo Heng glanced at them and stopped paying attention. They weren't his target. Next was a pile of captives from other races, including even some ordinary demon clan lives, but none were valuable. World Lord level secret technique, Burning the Void, incomplete chapter, involving fire law comprehension records. Within the unranked level, it's considered a treasure. 30 authorized copies, starting bid at 5 billion universe coins each. It seemed this secret technique was severely incomplete. Otherwise, how could a secret technique created by someone close to an immortal expert only be a mere 5 billion universe coins? Haha, can a secret technique actually be described as unranked? Chuckled a tall, scaly man to Mo Heng's right. Brother, you may not know, but unranked refers to secret techniques created by some world lords and ordinary immortal gods. Above that are ordinary level secret techniques created by Marquis immortal gods, and then the top tier secret techniques above that, Mo Heng replied casually. Oh, the scaly man turned to look at Mo Heng. What about above that? At the same time, a bald, purple-skinned intelligent life appeared on his shoulder, looking at Mo Heng with curious eyes, also waiting for the continuation. After seeing this stance, Mo Heng shook his head and continued to look at the screen in the air, not replying. However, the scaly man and his intelligent life's interest was piqued. He shifted his position from the middle of the 10-meter-wide seat towards Mo Heng's side and said with a smile, I am Xue Ying. I am currently serving in the New Yu military group in the 5th extraterritorial battlefield. Please enlighten me, friend. That intelligent life also mimicked the gesture, cupping its hands towards Mo Heng. I am Phantom Shock, an intelligent life. Mo Heng couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. Anyway, this interesting master-servant duo didn't know who he was, and telling them about the classification of secret techniques by these major powers didn't matter. It wouldn't affect him at all. Top-tier secret techniques correspond to the Immortal King level. Above that are peak secret techniques of the Universe Venerable level. After speaking, Mo Heng remained silent, not answering his name at all. So the realm above Immortal is called Universe Venerable, the scaly man murmured, and the bald, purple-skinned intelligent life on his shoulder also nodded thoughtfully. The master-servant duo didn't mind Mo Heng's subsequent attitude either. They smiled and continued to look at the screen in the air. Demon Clan Imperial Family Purple Horn Empty Snake Flesh and Blood Samples. 1,000 World Lord level portions, starting bid 10 million universe coins per portion. 10,000 Domain Lord level portions, starting bid 2 million universe coins per portion. Stuart smiled and added, there's my contribution in this. That World Lord level Demon Clan Imperial family member was successfully killed after being besieged by 10 World Lords, including myself. That Demon Clan Imperial family Amuttal not only failed to rescue it, but was also almost left behind by the Immortal who blocked him. Mo Hungult's cud at the introduction of the Purple Horn Empty Snake and felt a moment of hesitation. This wasn't the Matarid Ma Hung wanted most. The Purple Horn Empty Snake only had some affinity for metal lore and some racial inheritance memories. And the Adul Daman Clan Imperial family Luff material and Ma Hung's mind likely wouldn't be available. Overp Daman Clan Imperial family Mumk was well protected before becoming immortal, as they could easily reach the Marquis level after reaching adulthood. In the original work, there was an Imperial family member at the ordinary military lord level who was called the Shame of the Imperial family by his clansmen. And according to Stuart's tone, that Daman Clan Imperial family Amuttal was likely the highest level enemy who came to rescue at that time. There was no way a Daman Clan Imperial family Mumk would be in danger here without other Imperial family members coming to help. Mo Hung sighed and successfully bid 5 million universe coins for a portion of Domain Lord level Purple Horn Empty Snake material. Brother, are you not satisfied with this flesh and blood material? The scaly man beside him seemed to hum Ma Hung's sigh and turned around to ask. They just conveniently bring their battlefield spoils to deal with. These kinds of things are very cheap in the outer domain battlefield's points treasury. Is there anything I can help you with? Chapter 15. What You Want. Mo Hung glanced at the scaled man, then turned his head and pondered for a moment. Brother, are your words true? I do indeed have a close relative who is passionate about biological research, and I also boasted before him that I could find him some Dumun clan imperial family luff materials. The scaled man laughed upon hearing this. Brother, you don't need to worry. For me it's just a small effort, and I should thank you for clarifying my doubts just now. Then I thank you. Mo Hung Funashad speaking, paused again, cupped his hands and said, To be honest with you, my own cultivation is average. It is entirely due to the kindness of my elders that I have some assets to come here and see the world. If it costs too much, then let's forget about this matter. Qiaixan's eyes seemed to brighten even more upon hearing this. No problem, I'll have Funtum Shuk send over a simple price list, all screenshots from the military merit treasury. Only upon hearing this did Ma Hung Trulla confirm that the other party had no other intentions and should be genuinely open-hearted and eager to make friends. After all, he even showed him the exchange prices. It couldn't possibly be an attempt to extort him. Perhaps it was due to the previous conversation that the other party guessed his identity was unusual, thus developing the intention to make friends. The only thing he had been worried about from beginning to end was exposing his special nature too early, fearing that some short-sighted individuals would attempt to seize his body or control his soul. As long as the level of communication is high later on, which genius or powerhouse doesn't have something special about them. However, what he said was also true. He did have a good older brother who was engaged in biological research, and now the people he trusted most were his relatives. All right, then Mo will not decline. Being coy is not my strong suit either. After speaking, Ma Hung's gaze swept slightly towards his shoulder. At the same time, Fufton also appeared on Ma Hung's shoulder, its serious little face looking at Funtum Shuk on Qiaixan's shoulder. The bald purple-skinned figure sitting on Qiaixan's left shoulder, swinging its short legs, shifted its gaze from Ma Hung's face, blinked, and looked at Fufton. The two auxiliary intelligences established a connection. Looking at the pile of material directories before him, there were not only materials from Dumun clan imperial family and king family, but also materials from some other small alien race groups. The materials were not only divided by body part, such as flesh and blood, scales and armor, fur and hide, and horns and claws, but also by level, domain lord level and world lord level. As for cosmic level, that was very rare, with only a few types. The Rus Qiaixan Providud were all rare ones, although potential alien races below the immortal level rarely ended up alone in the outer domain battlefield. Many had accumulated over countless years. Mo Hung didn't think about anything else, and eagerly focused on the domain lord-level demon clan materials, with slightly lower prices. Zarkhan 10,000 snakes. Flesh and blood material, 20 military merit per unit. Scale material, 200 military merit per unit. Kung Jin Ha. Kan Za Ti Wu. Tian Lung. Flesh and blood material, 50 military merit per unit. Fur and hide material, 500 military merit per unit. Reincarnation Kung I Snake. Time-space nightmare beast. Flesh and blood material, 50 military merit per unit. Scale material, 500 military merit per unit. According to the price of 100,000 military merit per yuan in the outer domain battlefield, each point of military merit was equivalent to 10 million universe coins. Just as Ma Hung was hesitating about how to use his assets, which were equivalent to 100 points of military merit, Qiaixan smiled and reminded him. Each unit is about 100 kilograms, which is almost negligible for those demon races whose body lengths are often several kilometers. Mo Hung nodded and continued to check. Most of the Dumun clan imperial family maturids on the list were Kumbateop talent secret skills, plus an Upk La Ufanata talent secret skill. Mo Hung's gaze finally stopped on the names, Time-Space Nightmare Beast, and Joshua Wind Peng. Joshua Wind Peng is a Dumun clan imperial family that is affinity with wind and time dual system laws. They are born with talent secret skull, wind universe dance, and are skilled in speed. When facing strong enemies, this race's life-saving ability is very famous throughout the starry sky. Thus Talent's secret skill, combining wind and air laws, will cause many illusions to appear after being cast. Yes, elm luck can also be used to create illusions based on different time dimensions. Moreover, influenced by elm law, the appearance time of the wind universe dance illusions will also be different. Often, after the enemy has fought with several illusions and left the battlefield, due to the distortion of time, several more illusions will appear at the original location. Even the main body can appear at the original location, with a delay. It goes without saying that elm's bust nightmare bust as affinity with time-space law, and its gold and silver eyes can affect time-space respectively, increasing the power of law attacks. According to the original description, after becoming immortal with a little effort, they can reach the Marquis level. Mohunks judge that this race's law Ufanata Talent secret skull should be equivalent to most geniuses in Xue Ying Company's Toucher and Original Secret Realms. Almost all geniuses in the Toucher and Original Secret Realms have Marquis-level strength after becoming immortal. Only a group of top-ranked World Lord-level geniuses in the Original Secret Realm might break through to become king directly after becoming immortal. After struggling for a while, Mahung felt relieved. Any attack, Dufunsa and Lufsavung Talent secret skull could be replaced by artificially created secret skills. However, Law Ufanata Talent secret skills are not so easy to improve. Even within Xue Ying Company's treasury, there are only some sky-high priced treasures that can only slightly improve La Talent secret skills. Brother Xue, please trouble you to help me purchase a portion of Domain Lord Lovell Amsbus Nightmare Bust Flush and Blood material, Mahung Sud. Increasing Talent secret skills for the two Grut Upka laws, time and space, at the same time is also good. After all, his opportunities for fusion are limited. All right, no problem. Brother Mahung, let's exchange Vutil Yanavasa numbers. The delivery address can be anywhere in the human race territory. This tall and strong-scaled man was also very thoughtful. After the goods are delivered, you can transfer 500 million universe coins to me after you've inspected them. This arrangement was indeed the most appropriate. At that time, Xue would give him the pickup code, and he would transfer the money to the other party. Mohung nodded and cupped his fists towards Xue. In the following time, the two chatted happily. As the auction progressed, Mahung also learned a lot about the situation in the outer domain battlefield from the other party. Yuan turning flower petals, 100 pieces. 10 billion universe coins per piece. As soon as the host steward's voice came out, he didn't provide any other explanation, but it was obvious that the surroundings of Mo Heng became noisy. Xue Xuan, who was beside him, also sat up straight and focused on the screen in the air. Mo Heng didn't ask directly. It was clear that the other party was bidding. A few minutes later, Mo Heng saw that the final bidding price on the floating screen was locked. The lowest bidder actually spent 3.5 trillion universe coins, which left Mo Heng speechless. Wasn't this an auction for the domain lord level? As if guessing Mo Heng's thoughts, Xue Xuan said with a smile. Most items in this East region auction are suitable for domain lords, but there are always some things that are suitable for the domain lord's cultivation level, but not for the domain lord's assets. Looking at Xue Xuan, who was smiling and holding his hands together, and the purple-skinned phantom shock on his shoulder, who was shaking his head and smiling, Mo Heng cupped his hands again and said, "It seems Brother Xue Xuan successfully bid for a portion. Congratulations." That's right, these yuan-turning flower petals are one of the reasons I participated in this auction. They are produced in the Nine Flame Universe country. Xue Xuan replied, W. With a beaming smile, most domain lords' domains get stuck at the 7th or 8th level, thus delaying the opportunity to comprehend laws. These yuan-turning flower petals are treasures that can promote the coordination of our soul, original force, and body. They save us at least tens of thousands of years of wasted time out of thin air. Chapter 16, The Second Fusion. Next, Mo Heng bid on a few more rare cultivation treasures as gifts for his family. As for the other auction items, Mo Heng could only watch with envy, hoping he could purchase them in the future. After 2 days, the auction finally concluded with the last item. Brother Mo Heng, farewell, Xue Xuan said to Mo Heng, standing at the teleportation point. Phantom shock on his shoulder also bounced and echoed, goodbye Mo Heng and 15. Watching the master-servant duo disappear into the teleportation point, Mo Heng, with a satisfied smile from his gains, also stepped into the teleportation point and left Noah continent. The outer domain battlefield's operations were indeed fast. After all, they served the war between the human race and the alien race. Passing through the outer domain battlefield God Kingdom channel of the Noah Universe country, he arrived at the Noah Universe country with the latest batch of retired personnel. Crossing over 30 star systems, a journey of about 80 million light-years, the time-space nightmare beast materials were expected to arrive in about another year and a half. After Mo Heng saw the message Xue Ying sent, he let out a sigh of relief, hoping there was enough time. The following period was a monotonous, yet fulfilling cultivation life. After another 3 months, Mo Heng finally completed the cultivation of the first layer of the 7-colored pagoda. The completed 7-colored pagoda had a certain soul attack and defense capability, and could cast the trapped spirit seal and the shattered god seal. As for the lock heart seal, it could only be condensed upon reaching the 2nd layer of the 7-colored pagoda. According to the data provided by Qi, from the star level to the world lord, across 4 realms, one could respectively gain 2, 4, 6, and 8 lock heart seal S. Only by breaking through the 6th layer would the number of lock heart seal S dramatically increase. It seemed this was determined by the sole difference between the immortal and the non-immortal. There was no opportunity to cast the trapped spirit seal, but Mo Heng took some time to experiment with the shattered god seal and achieved some small results. Since mastering the water law, Mo Heng's understanding of weird sound became increasingly clear, and he also gained some insights into illusion techniques. However, Mo Heng did not delve deeper, merely condensing a few for unforeseen needs. He currently primarily cultivated as a controller, and in the future, he might also cultivate martial artist combat techniques. Other paths were temporarily not considered. Too many choices might not be manageable in the future. Not neglecting the cultivation of a martial artist stemmed from Mo Heng's guess about the next fusion. During the first fusion, Mo Heng's gains, in addition to his law talent, also included feedback on his physical fitness, causing his martial artist cultivation to break through several ranks. Since the body could also be strengthened, would the Demon Clan's body gene multiplier also provide a bonus to himself? Furthermore, the time-space nightmare beast also largely followed the path of physical combat. Perhaps there were some combat secret techniques suitable for him in its memory inheritance. In the following period, Mo Heng mainly cultivated the 2nd layer of the 7-colored pagoda and comprehended the water law, using the remaining fragmented time to practice the ice breath spirit disc. Occasionally, he would also gather with family and old friends. Over a year's time was very short for a star-level cultivator. During this period, Mo Heng only built half of the 2nd layer of the 7-colored pagoda. Due to the infighting with 2 other domain lords in the Qiong Lake star system, Lombard's visits to Mo Heng for drinks also decreased. In a restaurant next to the Cloud Ring Star Tianyu City spaceship dock, Mo Heng sat at a table filled with delicacies, looking at the projection on his optical computer. The projection showed the real scene within the dockyard. A green-skinned, short-haired dwarfish man stood quietly in the middle of the video. The powerful cosmic level aura made the many surrounding star level and planetary rank martial artists avoid him. "Master, the delivery ship has arrived." The green-skinned man looked at a spaceship with a special mark in the air and said to Mo Heng on the other end of the video. This was the Beibao House's emblem. This flesh and blood material, transporting through multiple major powers, finally arrived at the Cloud Spirit star system. Although it was a bit cumbersome, Mo Heng believed it was worth it. "Okay, Baoyuo, I'll give you the docking code right away. You handle the handover, no need to inspect the goods," Mo Heng replied while drinking his beverage. "Yes." This man named Baoyuo was a servant Mo Heng purchased 6 months ago for 10 million cosmic coins. His cultivation was cosmic level first stage, and Mo Heng planned to have him stay with his parents after he left. Any danger could happen in the starry sky. If just one star-level wanderer arrived, no one in his hometown, Yunwu Star, would be able to resist. This was the greatest effort Mo Heng could make. For higher combat power, he could request help from his clan. Preparing for a rainy day, Mo Heng never felt he was being nosy, he only felt it was not enough. His urging for his family to cultivate never stopped. His eldest brother worked year-round in an important area of the Cloud Spirit Empire, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Giving him some cultivation resources he had prepared as a gift before leaving was enough. Not long after, Baoyuo returned with a small alloy briefcase. After opening the smart lock, what entered Mo Heng's sight was a space ring. Mo Heng merely glanced at it before putting it into his pocket. Baoyuo, let's go back. Ever since Baoyuo learned about his new master's talent, his respectful attitude immediately became genuine at the fastest speed. After sending Baoyuo off to act freely in Tianyu City, Mo Heng activated the manor's technological defense system and entered the top-floor cultivation room, carrying a large pile of cultivation materials like colorful cloud fruits and radiant glow flowers. He didn't greet anyone, merely instructed 15 to reply to communications on its own. As for Lombard, the only one who could break through the manor's defenses, Mo Heng believed he wouldn't be so abrupt and wouldn't come to disturb his junior brother's secluded cultivation without prior communication. With the previous experience, there should be nothing for his family to worry about. Thus, Mo Heng began his secluded cultivation with a relaxed mind and body. Picking up a small ring, Mo Heng's mind moved, and an instrument similar to a nutrient cabin appeared in the cultivation room. It had a cylindrical shape, a transparent synthetic material shell, and inside was a piece of flesh and blood soaked in a certain liquid, about the size of a small table. After Mo Heng took out some fresh blood from it, he put it away again. His star-level psionic power probed into the black vortex above his spiritual structure, and the familiar feeling reappeared. Streams of blood mist overflowed from his skin. This time, Mo Heng could clearly feel that he could smoothly control this blood mist. Part of Mo Heng's soul also spread with the blood mist, finally enclosing the time-space nightmare beast's blood together with the blood mist, decomposing and fusing with it. 3 months passed just like that. Mo Heng gradually felt his consciousness beginning to blur, and he did not resist this feeling. As the part of his soul outside his body nurtured with the blood mist, Mo Heng felt he had many dreams. In each dream, he transformed into a double-headed giant beast, stirring up wind and clouds everywhere on the brutal battlefield. Various time and space secret techniques were used effortlessly. Each flash of the pair of gold and silver eyes on his 2 heads resulted in a powerful enemy falling with a look of disbelief. Their eyes before death were filled with confusion, wondering why the enemy's lore attacks suddenly became stronger. Unconsciously, a year passed like this. Mo Heng awoke again from the feeling of being like an embryo. Recalling the powerful time and space secret techniques from the dreams, he found that he only remembered the scenes and had no feeling for how the secret techniques were cast. Only the feeling of the gold and silver pupils flashing each time was remembered. This time, the blood mist outside his body did not instinctively want to fuse back into his body. Mo Heng could consciously control it to slowly return. At the same time, he used his psionic power to move a colorful cloud fruit to his mouth and began chewing. When the first wisp of blood mist fused into his body, along with the return of the soul within that wisp of blood mist, a torrent of memories surged into Mo Heng's consciousness. Another 10 days passed. As expected, there's inherited memory, ha ha ha. Mo Heng's hearty laughter came from within the blood mist. Low-tier secret techniques 180 types, ordinary secret techniques 200 types, top-tier secret techniques 520 types. Mo Heng's voice carried a tremor of excitement. There are actually 20 types of peak secret techniques. High-level secret techniques couldn't be recorded in the Bloodline inheritance. What a pity. It seems not only the quantity is limited, but also the secret technique level. All the secret techniques in the Bloodline inheritance, Mo Heng had experienced casting by possessing one of the time-space nightmare beast's ancestors in his dreams. Although he didn't remember the specific insights, based on the various world-shaking effects displayed when they were cast, it was easy to find the corresponding secret manuals. Temporarily setting aside the memories of those secret techniques in his mind to distinguish which ones he could cultivate later, Mo Heng's attention turned to his continuously strengthening body. Casually, he took 2 more fruits controlled by his psionic power and began to bite into them. Chapter 17: Harvest and Meeting. After receiving all the inherited memories, Mo Heng's mental pressure was relieved. While merging the blood mist, he could also spare some consciousness to check the communication on the optical computer. Most family and friends weren't making a fuss, only sending greetings during the festival, and 15 replied to them one by one. So he continued the fusion process with peace of mind. Mo Heng's physical fitness continuously increased, and his martial artist cultivation also rose accordingly. Besides that, Mo Heng noticed another slow change within his body. Similar to the physical changes during a life leap when breaking through a major realm, yet different, this subtle and slow bodily change gave Mo Heng a feeling different from the improvement of his martial artist cultivation. It seems there really is an improvement at the genetic level, but the progress is very slow. I don't know how much I'll gain in the end. 3 months later, Mo Heng, who was absorbing the blood mist and browsing the inherited memories, had his attention diverted by a communication. The message was from Lombar. Lan Tissi has arrived. We are heading to the Kyong Lake star system. Mo Heng sighed, looked at the blood mist beside him that had thinned by half, hesitated for a moment, and still sent a message to Lan Tissi. The message was essentially a greeting, expressing that he had reached a critical moment in comprehending law and was reluctant to interrupt it, needing a little more time before coming out. A few months was negligible for a domain lord's lifespan, and the other party naturally didn't take it seriously, and used this to joke, saying he would make Lombard, this senior brother, compensate by treating him to a few more bottles of wine. Mo Heng collected his thoughts, his attention turning to the 2 secret techniques in his mind, Spacetime Corridor and Phantom 9 Nightmare Claw. Ha 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 ha, as expected, there are a few secret techniques that can be cultivated using a human race body. Mo Heng happily picked up a few fruits and took large bites. One is an auxiliary type, one is an attack type. It's just a pity that those body amplification types are not suitable for cultivating with a human race body. This spacetime corridor is a peak-level secret technique, but because it needs to be inherited in bloodline memory, the founding ancestor also carefully created sections for below the immortal level. This spacetime corridor is purely a method of using time-space law, not like other secret techniques performed in the form of fist techniques, sabers, or swords, but attached within domains, world strength, and law domains. While enhancing their oppressiveness and stability, it also allows them to have some flexible law attack methods. According to the description, cultivating to the immortal level can even unleash the true spacetime corridor move based on the coordination of law domains, trapping enemies within a barrier using time-space power, continuously wearing down their divine bodies and annihilating their divine souls. As for the other secret technique, Phantom 9 Nightmare Claw, although it is only a top-tier secret technique, its profoundness is indeed among the forefront in the entire inherited memory. Primarily using time and space law, supplemented by wind and water law, this secret technique combining 4 laws has an incredibly diverse and strange attack power composition, making it difficult for enemies to quickly find effective countermeasures. Although most of the demon clan's secret techniques are created based on powerful bodies, there are also a few that focus on intent rather than form. This Phantom 9 Nightmare Claw was founded by a time-space nightmare beast whose physical fitness was naturally weaker than its peers, but whose law talent was unparalleled in an era. Its main methods of execution are divided into 9 styles: tear, pat, pull, grasp, stir, shake, stab, block, and hook. Combined with the 4 laws, the execution is indeed varied. At the same time, as long as one controls one upper law, they can begin cultivating any style of this secret technique without affecting its execution. However, the power is weaker than the effect of combining all 4 styles simultaneously. Time passed the last 2 months during Mo Heng's absorption. When the last wisp of blood mist was completely fused, Mo Heng felt that everything before his eyes had changed. The moment he looked at the surrounding walls and weapons, Mo Heng only felt that they seemed very close, yet very far, and the surrounding space evoked a feeling of intimacy in him. Looking at his hands swinging before him, he seemed to have an impulse to change their speed in another way. Is this feeling the affinity for time and space, huh? Mo Heng closed his eyes, adjusted his perception. The genetic level change in his body hadn't stopped yet. It was slow, but its momentum was undiminished. It seems this is a long-term change process. If I can gain the ability to analyze biological structures in the future, perhaps I can accelerate this change process. 15's voice interrupted Mo Heng's internal thoughts. Congratulations, Master. Your current body and mental power have both broken through to star level 4. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Okay, good, I'll tidy up. It's time to go meet Senior Lantisi. Mo Heng nodded. Also, your family knows you are about to depart, and will arrive at Cloud Ring Star the day after tomorrow. Bao Yuo has prepared the reception arrangements. Sighing, Mo Heng's childhood in this life was indeed very happy. This departure might be for several hundred years. He could only try his best to reunite with them in the virtual universe. His pace of becoming stronger could not stop. For his own aspirations, and also for them. After a simple wash and contacting his family, Mo Heng took a nap for a few hours, preparing to see Senior Lantisi the next day. In the hall of a tall building in the center of Tianyu City, Mo Heng finally saw Lantisi and Lombard, who were drinking. With his handsome face and luxurious outer robe, coupled with an elegant and standard sitting posture, compared to the rough Lombard on the other side, Mo Heng could only think of one word: refined. While inwardly complaining about his senior brother's image, Mo Heng quickly stepped into the hall. After exchanging glances with Lombard, Mo Heng's smile turned towards Lantisi, and he performed a simple greeting ceremony. This is Mo Heng's first time seeing Senior Lantisi in reality. As expected, your demeanor is outstanding. Compared to this senior brother of mine, the difference is immediately apparent. Lantisi held his wine glass, smiling and shaking his head. Lombard's laughing and scolding voice came first. You brat, just praise people if you're going to praise them. Why do you have to include an insult to me? Then quickly take a seat. This fellow is crude in speech, and his alcohol tolerance is not as good as mine. You, his junior brother, come help out. Lantisi added with a smile, at least in terms of image, if you remove the small fraction that is your senior brother, you are not far from me either. The two ignored Lombard's indignant questioning, chatting back and forth. And the atmosphere became lively. Ma Heng also took the opportunity to sit down at the table. He picked up a wine glass, poured himself a cup, and smilingly asked about their gains in Kung Lake star system. Lombard waved his hand, and the surrounding attendants bowed to the two of them in Ma Heng before orderly withdrawing from the hall. Mo Heng looked at their mysterious behavior, and knew that this time's harvest must be considerable. This time we not only subdued the star-eating grass, but also dealt with those two fellows who didn't know what was good for them. Lombard's alcohol tolerance seemed to have returned, and he took a large gulp of wine. Exactly what level are they, daring to cause trouble for my senior brother? Ma Heng replied with a smile. Lantisi continued, that was the final resting place of a domain lord, but our gains far exceeded the assets of an ordinary domain lord. Besides our walled rung and 2 fifth-tier weapons, the value of the other treasures is also several yuan. Then congratulations to the two of you. Ma Heng raised his glass accordingly. No rush, as the saying goes, those who see it get a share. As the introducer, you should get some commission, right? As Lantisi spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a space ring, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Ma Heng. A D3 level spaceship. Senior's generosity is truly great. Ma Heng puckered up the ring, scanned it with his mental power, and replied. Compared to gains of several yuan, this is not worth mentioning. Lantisi continued to leisurely take a sip of wine. Mo Heng knew that even though there was no address like senior brother, as with Lombard, the other party was completely treating him as someone of the same level for communication. Once again, he felt the status of a star sector level genius. All right then, Ma Heng will accept it without being overly modest. Ma Heng accepted the space ring. Chapter 18, Yutta Star. Father, mother, big brother, take care, I will return. Mo Heng looked at his family members before him, the melancholy of parting rising in his heart once more, and said softly. He then looked at La Kun and Talia on the other side. These two were his only friends at Yunling Academy. He exchanged a few words with them as well. Finally, he glanced at Lombard. After the two of them nodded in understanding, Ma Heng flew up and stepped into a spaceship hovering above. The entire silver-white spaceship was thousands of meters long, shaped like a sword. This was Lantisi's E-grade alloy spaceship. It had been 10 days since he met Lantisi. During this time, Ma Heng had spent time with his family and friends. He also transferred Boya's master recognition authority to his father, Ma Lei. The silver-white spaceship vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Mo Hung's parents watched the spot where the spaceship disappeared for a moment in silence, then left unto Ma Cheng's comfort. Baoyara's figure followed closely behind. After stepping into the spaceship, Ma Hung was guided by the spaceship's AI to the main control room. He saw Len Tussi sitting on a sofa, with an entertainment program popular among ordinary people in Xiaolen Universe Kingdom playing on the main control screen. Taking the drunk Len Tussi Uffarud, Ma Hung found a comfortable spot on the sofa and leaned back. In our long cultivation journey, our lives undergo transitions again and again, and our mindset changes with each one. I really miss my initial self. Lan Tussi sud, looking at the screen. Mo Hung, you have now begun your own journey. I hope that after countless years, you can retain a bit of your initial mindset. Of course, more importantly, don't fall prematurely. With your talent, you should experience what tunnel falls like. Mo Hung did not answer directly, his gaze fixed on the screen. Sunpa Len Tussi, I also quite like this program. After every training session and battle, I rest in its cheerful atmosphere. Lan Tussi smiled and continued to sip the drink in his cup. After a while, Ma Hung spoke, I will. The silver-white sword-shaped spaceship quickly accelerated into the dark starry sky, traveling at 4 times the speed of light. Mo Hung spent 4 years cultivating on this spaceship. After settling into his living quarters, Ma Hung entered his daily cultivation routine. In the next 4 years, he wanted to try and see if it was possible to comprehend a trace of Upka law. 3 years of cultivation passed like this. During this time, besides completing the construction of the second level of the Southern-Kulk Pagoda, Ma Hung also successfully mastered the second form of the Usbreath Spirit Disc, Yuan Jun Spear, under Sarana's guidance. However, because he had not mastered Spus law, the power of this Yuan Jun Spur was far less than the second form of Stubborn weapon. Due to the influence of the law and continuous use of the Usbreath Spirit Disc, Ma Hung's water element domain also reached the 7th level. With Ma Hung's current talent, Kumpultung Sarana and Kirk's learning tasks was not too difficult, and he had plenty of time. Most of the remaining time, Ma Hung spent on comprehending the Funtum 9 Nightmare Claw, attempting to muster up law, but he had yet to find any clues. In fact, this secret technique is not suitable for assisting in comprehending laws. It's just that Ma Hung doesn't have a suitable secret technique at hand. This kind of secret technique is generally only suitable for cultivation after one has a certain foundation in comprehending laws. Its advantage lies in the diverse attack methods and considerable power of the secret technique. As for the movement technique secret manual his teacher was looking for, it hasn't been found yet, but he heard there might be a suitable one at Sna Ukpan in 2 years. During this time, Ma Hung also frequently tested the changes in his body. As expected, he reached 2 times the gene level a year ago. And the transformation of his body was still ongoing. The gene level of Stummun clan Imperial Family Amspus Nightmare Bust is 6 times that of ordinary creatures. He wondered if he could reach that level in the future. However, in the Starry Sky Genius battle, everyone's physical quality is the same. In the short term, having a different gene level than ordinary people wouldn't bring Ma Hung benefits, so Ma Hung put aside these thoughts and continued his comprehension of laws. Beep, Len Tussi's communication request appeared on the screen in the rest room. After Ma Hung accepted, Len Tussi's golden hair and handsome face appeared on the screen. Mo Hung, in 2 hours we will exit the dark starry sky. There is a Utai star there, which is the secluded residence of a friend of mine. Oh, Sunpa Len Tussi is going to meet an old friend. That's good, I also wanted to visit other planets, Ma Hung replied. In the past 3 years, besides studying with Sarana in Kaka's virtual universe. Occasionally, when he felt inspiration for cultivation, he would approach Len Tussi for guidance. After all, the other party had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years longer than him, and the latter held nothing back. He even shared his mental journey of comprehending wind law with Ma Hung. 2 hours later, the spaceship arrived at high altitude within the atmosphere of Yatai Star, watched by a middle-aged man in a black robe. After Ma Hung exchanged a few polite words with this senior domain Lord Numd Gong, he wisely suggested that he wanted to wander around to avoid disturbing the old friends' reunion. All right, send me a message if anything happens. We'll depart in 3 days. Lan Tussie nodded and waved his hand, summoning a black mechanical puppet. After scanning the surrounding scene, its body surface quickly changed, exhibiting the appearance of a normal human race. This mechanical puppet has Kuzmuk level strength, Lut Fufdun tuck over the authority. The domain lord next to him said at this time, "Coming to my Yatai star, I am naturally responsible for safety. I'll assign you a guide." Soon, a Kuzmuk level rank 9 silver-armored woman appeared beside the three. Yen Zhao pays respects to the two lords. The silver-armored woman saluted. "You will be responsible for entertaining this young friend Ma Hung for the next few days," Gung instructed. "Yes." After Ma Hung thanku, Gong, Len Tussie and Gung disappeared into the air. "Sister, are there any delicacies on your Tai star? I Mo would like to experience them." Ma Hung cupped his hands towards the silver-armored woman. For the next half a day, the two of them and the puppet wandered around the major cities of Yatai Star. At noon, the two stopped at a tavern next to a dojo. This is Lud Gong's Yutai Dojo. Every year, millions of star-level martial artists come here to seek apprenticeship. Now is the time for recruiting students. The silver-armored woman and Mo Heng sat on opposite sides of the dining table, chatting idly, with the table filled with various delicacies. Meanwhile, in a castle on a tall mountain on Yutai Star. "Brother Gong, the main business is finished. I have a small matter." Lan Tissi looked at Gong with a smile. "What small matter? I agree." Gong, who seemed to be in a good mood, readily agreed. "Your Pang secret codex is quite good. My young friend Mo Heng also likes to use long weapons. How about you authorize a copy for him?" "All right, you're even coveting the secret manual I created myself. Only a few cosmic-level martial artists in my Yutai dojo have received my true inheritance." Gong's tone shifted. "However, since you Lan Tissi have asked, let's build a good relationship with that young friend." "Then thank you." Before Lan Tissi could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a pressure descending from the sky. "Who is it, this world's strength?" Gong on the side shouted. "May I know which lord this is? Yutai Star is directly under the Kainshan Empire, please." "HMPH, I know that. There's no need for you, a junior, to yap. I'm borrowing some people from you." A hoarse voice carrying overwhelming might interrupted Gong's words. "Don't follow, otherwise die." The hoarse voice carried ferocity. Then the overwhelming pressure and voice disappeared. Gong's face was red, and he looked at the sky with lingering fear. Lan Tissi on the side was in a much better state. His aura showed no change. "Not good, Mo Heng," but the next moment, his expression changed drastically, his voice carrying a hint of shock and anger. Gong belatedly swept Yutai Star with his telekinesis, thought power, and found that several million star-level martial artists were missing. And in the restaurant where Mo Heng was eating, only a mechanical puppet broken in half was left, along with the lifeless corpses of planetary martial artists everywhere. The woman named Yan Zhao was lying on the ground, bleeding from her 7 orifices, though there was still a weak aura on her body. "What are you doing? Are you tired of living?" Gong saw Lan Tissi take out a jade-like long sword and hurriedly blocked his path. "That's world lord level. It's already good luck for us to keep our lives. A passing martial artist like you is not protected by the Kainshan Empire." Lan Tissi closed his eyes and hesitated for a moment. "Senior Kiki and Senior Sorona have been kind to me. I cannot ignore Mo Heng. Besides, I Lan Tissi am not incompetent. I still have means to protect myself in front of an ordinary world lord." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful wind domain unfolded, and profound law fluctuations surrounded Lan Tissi. Then his figure soared into the sky and disappeared from Gong's range of perception. He had clearly used some kind of perception secret technique and movement secret technique. Chapter 19, Fengzhen's Sword and Zhengkong Ding. Time returned to 1 minute ago. Mo Heng and Yan Zhao, who were chatting, were also suppressed by the descending aura, unable to move. A powerful mental fluctuation swept across the entire street, causing all planetary rank pedestrians and tavern guests to silently collapse. The star-level martial artists, however, were not injured, but intermittently and like puppets, they destroyed the optical computers on their arms themselves. Occasionally, a few who wore space rings also took them off, and threw them aside. Yan Zhao, who had been chatting happily with Mo Heng just now, was now slumped on the table, unconscious, with a dark red bloodstain seeping out. Mo Heng could only feel the seven-colored pagoda within his sea of consciousness being ravaged by a storm, its two-colored light like a candle flame about to be extinguished at any moment. Destroy communication devices, discard storage equipment. The powerful mental fluctuation transmitted this thought, filling Mo Heng's sea of consciousness. Mo Heng felt as if his body was about to act according to the hypnosis of this powerful thought at any moment. It was just that the ruptured seven-colored pagoda seemed to be connected to the mental structure above it. The black vortex contracted and expanded repeatedly, allowing Mo Heng to retain the last shred of consciousness and the final bit of bodily control. 15. Quickly transfer all the core programs within your optical computer to the virtual universe. Request computing assistance from Lord Kun, quickly. After Mo Heng finished transmitting the thought, he controlled his body to start discarding the few space rings he wore. As his body acted according to the hypnotic thought, the pressure in his mind drastically decreased. Master transfer complete. Bang! 15's thought transmission, and the sound of Mo Heng destroying the intelligent optical computer happened one after the other. There is a record in the seven-colored pagoda that most of these mental hypnosis methods cannot directly sense the thoughts within the recipient's mind. They are just one-way outputs. Presumably Lan Tissi should be able to discover it quickly, but I don't know if this powerful mental wave comes from a domain lord or a world lord. Mo Heng thought this in his heart, resisting the urge for his body to manifest the last space wristband from within and discard it. Almost all of his equipment and supplies were within this piece of space equipment. In just a few breaths, Mo Heng felt all the pressure in his mind disappear, but the scene before him changed drastically. He was now in a desert, surrounded by countless people who had fainted on the ground or were standing dazed. World strength, inner world, everyone around is star level. It seems it's not targeting me. This is truly an unexpected disaster. At this moment, only worry remained in Mo Heng's heart. In the dim starry sky, a large planet revolved around a star unchangingly, its immense gravity causing a belt of asteroids to gather around it. A small, black, disc-shaped spaceship stood still amidst this asteroid belt. A black stream of light shot over, stopped near the spaceship, and revealed a man in a black robe. The man seemed to sense something, his gloomy face turned backward, and a powerful world strength covered the distance. Amidst a patch of starlight, Lan Tissi, clad in force armor, appeared. As the sword in his hand slashed forward, his surrounding green domain also spread, barely resisting the oppression of the world's strength. Domain Lord 9th rank. World Lord 3rd level. The two of them murmured softly at the same time. Not simple. A Domain Lord level can withstand the invasion of world strength, and your attainment in wind-type laws is quite profound. You're actually using the famous 5-rank wind-striding sword. The black-robed man sneered, speaking in a hoarse voice. I see that your original energy is also nearing perfection. You will be one of us within 200 years. Why come here to die? The released force of the two instinctively collided with each other, and at the same time, their voices could also be transmitted through the force. Lan Tissi's face showed a bit of solemnity as he slowly said to the black-robed man, "This lord, I did not intend to cause trouble. I came here only for a junior. This junior of yours, I will make use of them. As for you." The black-robed man did not finish his sentence, continuing his meaning with actions. A large cauldron appeared before him. The next moment, lightning spread across the sky, as if to illuminate this starry sky that had been silent for countless years. The large cauldron before the man shattered into thousands of fragments, and along with streaks of lightning snakes, they shot towards Lan Tissi. Space-suppressing cauldron. Lan Tissi clearly recognized this 5-rank force weapon. He let out a low cry, and then the long sword in his hand bloomed with green light. The released force rioted like a storm, stirring up the group of space-suppressing cauldron fragments ahead, making them unable to break through the domain's obstruction for a time. Streaks of lightning snakes were also blocked by the released green force. This is not the first time I have fought with a world lord. I advise you to release the person, lest you delay your own important matters. Lan Tissi's voice was transmitted through the chaotic force of both sides, and the wind-striding sword in his hand also slashed out streaks of force sword light. Several space-suppressing cauldron fragments failed to block the sword light and were struck, causing them to swing for a while, creating several openings in the fragment array. Several streaks of sword light that passed through the defense line charged towards the black-robed man with a surging momentum. A circle of lightning light surrounded the black-robed man's body, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 kilometers away. The avoided sword light shattered the asteroid group outside this planet with devastating force, splitting the atmosphere in two and slashing towards the land. On this desolate planet, it left behind several abysses spanning the entire continent and persistent atmospheric storms, which might only subside after a few more months. A domain lord and Awakens Lud were temporarily fighting to a standstill. It seems I can't do without some means, so you came back from the outer domain battlefield. No wonder your combat power is so formidable. The black-robed man seemed to have funneled Lan Tussi's information, and said. Then thousands of small cauldron fragments suddenly spread out, streaks of lightning snakes connecting all the fragments, covering the surrounding thousands of kilometers. Dense lightning snakes connected the fragments, clearly forming the shape of a giant space-suppressing cauldron. Invisible pressure was released from this giant lightning cauldron, squeezing Lan Tussi and his released force inward together. Lan Tussi's surrounding domain was quickly compressed to only tens of kilometers, and the force sword light he slashed out became increasingly weaker. This is the space-suppressing cauldron. Seeing this, the black-robed man's face revealed a smile, and his released psychic energy scanned around Lan Tussi unscrupulously. But after a short while, the smile on his face immediately became covered in frost. The entire giant space-suppressing cauldron suddenly collapsed, and Lan Tussi, who was suppressed within, turned into a stream of light and slashed open the last few space-suppressing fragments blocking him. His left hand was holding a small Kulkful bottle. Mental energy toxin. The black-robed man squeezed his skull with both hands, trying his best to suppress the pain in his mind. Waves of numbness, as if transmitted from his soul, made his psychic energy circulation increasingly slow, and the pain that followed made his consciousness increasingly blurry. I, Lan Tussi, have ventured in the outer domain battlefield for nearly 100,000 years, and it's not like I haven't killed low-level world lords. Moreover, your understanding of laws and combat experience cannot compare to mine, a domain lord. Lan Tussi's figure arrived before his words. The sword containing the power of wind-type laws was getting closer and closer to the black-robed man. Only a few hundred meters away. The next chapter needs some revision, it will be posted later. Chapter 20 Ending. Buzz. A much larger world projection enveloped the battlefield of the two. Lan Tussi's confident expression drastically changed at this moment, and he once again unleashed the origin power in his body. Unfortunately, within this world projection with a diameter of nearly 10 million kilometers, a distance of several hundred meters seemed like looking at a mountain from afar, impossible to approach. Li Yu being forced to this extent by a domain lord-level martial artist is truly embarrassing. I'm even considering whether to continue cooperating with you. A man with long, flowing hair appeared beside the black-robed man. The surrounding starry sky twisted for a moment. The long-haired man casually waved his hand, and flames appeared out of thin air around Lan Tussi. The high temperature instantly evaporated all the protective origin power he released. Boom! Immediately after, the flames expanded and exploded. Lan Tussi's domain was instantly blown apart and could not be maintained. Lan Tussi could only raise his sword to block this powerful fire element law attack. In an instant, his entire person was repelled tens of kilometers away. World Lud at level. While receiving information from his optical computer, Lan Tussi strenuously resisted this world projection with a diameter of nearly 10 million kilometers. After repelling Lan Tussi with a single blow, the long-haired man ignored him, not at all worried that Lan Tussi could escape the oppression of his world projection. All your attack methods were calculated by this person. He knew that your move, Thunder Phase Suppressing Sky, required precise psychic power operation, and he was already preparing psychic toxins waiting for you. There is a difference of dozens of times in attack power between a World Lud Thud level and a Dumman Lord 9th rank, along with the assistance of World Strength. The opponent clearly took some kind of overdrafting potion, enhancing their attack power. Only with the comprehension of World Lud level laws can they overwhelm you. As the long-haired man spoke here, his expression softened. A red light appeared in his hand, helping the black-robed man alleviate the pain. With such a background and such a realm of laws, he will also be a strong person when he reaches this World Lud realm in the future. Recover quickly, this person will be handled by you personally, then continue with the operation, but I will take 0.5% more of the gains. The black-robed man La Yu's condition eased slightly. He gnashed his teeth and spat out a few words. No need, you help me clean up the aftermath. The long-haired man suddenly looked on Len Tussie's direction with surprise. He saw a purple light erupt from Len Tussie's origin power battle armor. His figure temporarily broke free from the constraints of world strength and fled in the opposite direction from the two world lords. Purple mirror armor, no, it should be a replica. The black-robed man watched the distant figure expressionlessly, showing no intention of continuing to attack. Another fluctuation appeared on Len Tussie's retreat path. Powerful world strength, carrying green origin power, mimicked plant life vines, wrapping around Len Tussie and imprisoning him. A thin man in green armor appeared. Wuja, this person didn't discover our true identities, did he? Judging by his methods, he must have a significant background. The long-haired man's figure moved slightly forward, blocking the thin man's gaze towards La Yu. No, this person is just from an ordinary planet in Xiaolan Universe Kingdom. He only gained these abilities by risking his life in the outer domain battlefield. Even if there are strong people he knows here, they won't be able to get here in time to ruin our plans. Li Yu's psychic toxin is not damage-oriented. He will recover soon, and our plan can continue. The long-haired man paused and added. That would be best. The thin man scrutinized the two. At some point, a woman and an old man appeared on his sides. World lords, haha. Len Tussie gave a bitter laugh and looked at the few people who were subtly confronting each other. His messy golden hair, twisted right arm holding the sword, and scorched aura on his body showed that even under the overdraft of the potion, some life force was slowly recovering his body. The thin man and the two people around him heard this and looked at Len Tussie. The old man on the right suddenly waved his hand, releasing a dark energy that then spread and uttered Len Tussie. Is this how it ends? At this moment, only relief remained on Len Tussie's eyes. He mustered the little origin power left in his body to meet the corrosive dark energy. After the dark energy dissipated, only a sword and a damaged armor remained at the original spot, reflecting the twinkling starlight of space. There was no rising or setting of stars in his inner world. Ma Hung Ruffler estimated that he had been inside for 5 days. Teacher and senior uncle should know my situation through a Fufdun Bun now. With the speed of their spaceship, they can reach your Tai Star in a few months. I just don't know if they can track down the whereabouts of this world lord, and I don't know how Sunpa Len Tussie is doing. Panic had been spreading among this group of star-level martial artists. Everyone knew that having been abducted here with such violent methods, that strong person couldn't possibly be inviting them as guests to take them as disciples out of kindness. Do you want to be taken as a disciple by a strong person? A voice echoed throughout the entire world. Mo Hung felt the scene around him change again. He was standing on a peak. Another peak not far away seemed to have been split open, revealing a massive 1,000-meter-high mechanical portal in the middle. The gate was open, and a waterfall-like deep blue light curtain was attached to the portal, blocking Ma Hung's view. Beside him, on the mountainside, at the foot of the mountain, and even at the edge of his vision, stood countless star-level martial artists just like himself. The dark red sky made Ma Hung feel a wave of unease. High in the sky were Jia Le Yu, and the thin man stood side by side, looking at the sea of people on the planet below. Wuja fluppered his hand, pulled out a frutanud Kuzmuk level men from his inner world, and casually threw him towards the mechanical gate. The restrained man couldn't make any movements. When he approached the deep blue light curtain, a pattern on the mechanical door frame flashed with light. Immediately after, the man's body was engulfed by a dark light, and he couldn't even let out a scream. No need to test anymore. Only star level can enter this place of inheritance, the female world lord said with a pout. This time there are 40 million people in total, and a few young ones who have mastered domains. Whether they can receive the inheritance depends on this. The world lord, who looked like an old man, continued. If we delay any longer, those old guys from the Qiantian Empire will find out sooner or later. By then, there won't be any benefits for the few of us, Liu replied as well. The thin man world lord also nodded upon hearing this, sending his psychic power to the planet below. Enter the inheritance gate. Whoever obtains the inheritance, I can take them as a disciple. The sea of people on the ground was stunned by the tragic sight of the cosmic level man just now. No one moved for a moment. The black-robed man Liu slightly narrowed his eyes and casually threw out a lightning snake. A section of the sea of people on the plain below disappeared, leaving only a deep pit several hundred meters in diameter. The fastest to react were those at the edge of the deep pit. Each used their abilities and flew towards the mechanical gate. A few people were pushed to the gate by the strong individuals in the crowd. Finding that they didn't repeat the cosmic level man's fate, the crowd surged into the deep blue light curtain. The remaining sea of people was also forced to surge into the mechanical gate by several world lords using various methods. Mo Heng had no choice but to enter with the crowd in the middle. Seeing that everyone had entered, the few world lords sat down one after another and waited quietly. Is this spaceship really constructed from mechanical race, E9 grade alloy material? Otherwise, how could we not even enter the ship's hull, let alone find that world entrance? Wu Jai, is your information really correct? Is this truly the place of inheritance left behind by that Yun Kong realm master who killed dozens of world lords with a divine weapon and then disappeared? HMPH, it won't be wrong, I've seen that senior spaceship. Chapter 21, Sword Learning. This should be within the world lord's world now. Mo Heng recalled the moment he passed through the mechanical giant gate, clearly feeling a subtle difference in space. Whoosh tilde. Feeling a chill from behind, Mo Heng quickly stepped aside, dodging the attack that was clearly not fast. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the figure of a woman in red, holding a fiery red spear about 2 meters long. After turning around and dodging this strike, Mo Heng, ready to continue responding, looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled gaze as she again wielded her spear and attacked another short-haired youth to her right. The young man who was attacked had clearly just entered the star level, and without a weapon in his hand, he was flustered and struggling to cope. Mo Heng frowned as he watched the pair in front of him, one chasing, one retreating, and then looked at the more numerous fighting scenes in the distance, feeling increasingly strange. This was a huge valley, with at least hundreds of thousands of people in the vast basin. Most of these fighting pairs had unstable auras and chaotic moves. Looking closely at the expression and eyes of the woman in red earlier, Mo Heng did not sense any sign of clear consciousness, only madness. And the man opposite, who was clumsily defending himself, seemed to have been infected by her, unknowingly starting to fight head-on with the woman in front of him, who was several minor levels higher than himself. It was only then that Mo Heng vaguely felt some irritable emotions accumulating in his heart, and his perception of his surroundings had weakened somewhat. At this moment, Mo Heng only wanted to find a way to leave this place. If this continued, even if he took the ice breath spirit disc out of his wristband, it would be useless. He might even attract the siege of these irrational and irritable people, and there would always be a time when his original energy ran out. Feeling the gravitational constraint here, he found that even his star-level ability could not make him fly. The miniature star within his body seemed unable to fully counteract the gravity of this place. After the woman in red in front of him was attacked from behind by another middle-aged man with a knife, his eyes red, only a fiery red spear was left standing on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Mo Heng picked up the spear and rushed towards the outside of the valley. In just these few tens of seconds, the madness and irritability within him had accumulated to a certain extent. His water domain spread out to a range of about 100 meters around him. This distance was enough to react to the sudden attacks of these star-level martial artists at any time. Relying on the restraint of the domain, he would repel any martial artist who got entangled with him on the road with a spear thrust, and then leave directly. Phew, there's nothing to discover in this valley. It seems I can only go out and see. As Mo Heng ran at high speed through the battlefield, more and more mad martial artists were attracted. Fortunately, the pressure was still within Mo Heng's tolerance. Hm's domain. The running Mo Heng felt the overlap of his domain with another domain. With just a thought, he could create resistance to it. On the other side of the crowd, a burly man in grey also looked at Mo Heng with a face full of surprise. After a moment of stunned, the burly man nodded at Mo Heng, his eyes indicating the direction of the only exit from the valley. Mo Heng reacted and also nodded back at the other party. Then both of them simultaneously retracted their domains and ran towards the outside of the valley together. The burly man in grey's domain was also of the water attribute, and its strength was comparable to the domain Mo Heng displayed, both being triple-layered. By the time they reached the valley entrance, 7 or 8 other people who could maintain their clear consciousness had gathered around Mo Heng and the burly man. It was only then that everyone could see a plain in the distance, through the valley entrance between the high peaks, countless corpses, and a much lower density of irrational martial artists. Further in the distance were several palaces scattered and standing on several high mountains, and finally, the floating palace in the clouds in the sky, emitting dazzling golden light, like the sun in the high sky. Plain, high mountains, palaces. Mo Heng suddenly reacted, quickly stepped out of the valley entrance, and looked up at the mountain range above the valley where they had been. Sure enough, there was another majestic palace on the high mountain behind everyone. Everyone also looked in the direction of Mo Heng's gaze. Looking at the extremely oppressive palace, Mo Heng could feel the speed of the accumulation of mad emotions in his heart, accelerating slightly. Since those World Lords said this is the place of inheritance, there must be a way out, the burly man in grey said, approaching Mo Heng with a warhammer. Only Mo Heng and he had displayed domains here. The other few clearly did not receive his attention. From his tone, he intended to discuss with Mo Heng. Yes, with such an obvious situation, it seems the targets should be these palaces. Mo Heng nodded and replied, looking at the man, that senior who set up the inheritance wouldn't possibly want to test our ability to track and explore right. However, these palaces are clearly the source of disturbing our minds. Perhaps we should make a long-term plan. Another man holding a short knife said hesitantly. I can feel that the mad emotions in my heart are transitioning from quantitative accumulation to qualitative change. Another person then said, if we don't go to this source early, we will lose the only opportunity to explore the most important place here. Time is limited, there's no time to hesitate. Mo Heng reminded them and took the lead, leaping towards the mountain. The few people who could persevere until now were all those with firm willpower. Even the short knife man, who felt he was close to his limit, gritted his teeth and followed. Immediately, the few people subtly formed a simple formation, guarding Mo Heng and the man in grey in the center, and respectively resisting occasional attacks from the sides. Mo Heng felt that he could handle this situation. The burly man in grey, judging by his performance, should have the strength of star level 8th or 9th stage, plus a triple-layered domain, naturally making him the strongest combat power on the surface of this small team. What Ma Heng displayed at this time was only a triple-layered domain and the physical quality of star level 5th stage. He did not show the power of his double gene level and mental energy. Even if everyone in this small team lost control, he could calmly suppress them. It took over an hour to reach the mountaintop. At this time, the team was only left with 6 people. Bang! The burly man in grey exploded with another hammer blow, knocking a lost-control teammate out of the team. The remaining 5 people looked at the same mechanical gate and the faint blue light curtain in front of them, enduring the last bit of madness in their hearts, and rushed in. Instantly, the mad emotions in their hearts disappeared. Ma Heng felt that his perception of the outside world suddenly became several times clearer, and he had an impulse to immediately sit down and comprehend. Mo Heng stupid the thoughts in his heart. Now, the few people were inside a metal hall. What first attracted everyone's attention was a metal platform in the center of the hall, on which many alloy swords of unknown material were stuck. Behind that was an alloy wall like a screen, on which an image was playing. A person in full metal armor, holding a broadsword, was locked in a fierce battle with more than a dozen mechanical puppets. 3 years learn sword fail die. The metallic sound echoed throughout the hall, and the few people also showed various complex expressions. Just looking at the scene, this sword technique is not easy to learn, and I am good at using heavy weapons. The grey-robed man muttered to himself, and finally sighed, walking forward and pulling out an alloy sword from the platform. Finally in. The attention of the few people was attracted by another group of people who had just entered. There were a total of 7 people. These few people seemed to have consumed more mental energy. They all sat cross-legged on the ground and took a while to recover. Mo Hung shook his head, also walked over, reached out and pulled out an alloy broadsword, closed his eyes and felt it. This alloy sword also seemed to be able to accept mental imprints. Then Ma Hung was not in a hurry to look at the scene on the wall. He turned around and surveyed the metal hall, which was nearly 1,000 meters in diameter. After walking to a certain position, he stopped, looked at the sword in his hand again, and then triggered some kind of connection. A 10-meter-high door appeared on the wall again. Looking at the opened metal door, Ma Hung confirmed that it was indeed connected to the alloy sword in his hand. Inside the door was a small space, not large, but 100 meters of space was enough for him to practice sword. After confirming that the room had no other functions, Ma Hung walked out. The sword in his hand was like a key, and the door closed with it. In the hall, more than a dozen new entrants were sitting or standing in a daze, and then were awakened by the metallic sound after the image finished playing. He sat cross-legged in a corner and found a place to sit down, silently beginning to watch the image on the wall. Ma Hung was still quite confident in his talent and comprehension. Most of the people who came in with Ma Hung also discovered the function of the alloy sword. After coming out of their respective rooms after a while, they began to cultivate. Unknowingly, all the metal swords in the hall were taken by the people who came in. Mo Hung also noticed that there were 100 people in the hall in total. After that, no one else came in. This is clearly only 5 sword moves. Why after so many days, I still can't find the feeling of the martial artist's execution in the image. 3 days later, Ma Hung was practicing this set of sword techniques in his exclusive space. After a long time, he finally gave up and stepped out of the room again to go to the hall to observe the image. There were only dozens of people in the hall at this time. Most of the rest were experimenting with the sword technique in their own space. Now, these 100 people all knew the form of these few sword moves, but they lacked the sword technique's artistic conception seen in the video. Mo Hung walked to the front row of people in front of the image wall and sat down cross-legged. There were only a handful of 6 people in the same row as him. Only a few people in the same row glanced at him. The burly man in grey was among them. After smiling at Ma Hung, he continued to observe the sword technique. The dozens of people behind him had no objection to Ma Hung strutting to the very front. In just 3 days, these 100 people began to rank their strength. Even a position that didn't help much with comprehension began to be tested and competed for. Due to displaying a triple-layered domain, Ma Hung was naturally one of the strongest on the surface. 30 days later. So that's how it is, the lingering artistic conception of the water attribute, combined with the circulation of original energy at a fixed rate within the body. Is this the essence of this set of sword techniques? In his private space, after Ma Hung had fully demonstrated this set of sword techniques, the execution of the sword technique, like the person in the metal armor in the image, ended. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Unfanata novel audio. A metallic voice appeared again. You have mastered the sword technique. Do you accept the test? Accept the test, Ma Hung replied. Chapter 22 Assessment. Accept the test, Ma Hung replied. Candidate inheritors, please prepare. Defeating your opponent or lasting for 15 minutes is considered passing. Within the private space, a blue fluid seeped out from the ground, gradually converging into a 2-meter-tall humanoid figure in blue armor. No, I didn't confirm it, that was a question. The blue-armored figure didn't reply. The fluid on its body converged in its hand, forming a lungsud of the same style as the one in Ma Hung's hand. A faint white light radiated from the eye sockets of its mask, looking at Ma Hung, then it raised its sword and thrust straight out. Mo Hung raised his sword and greeted it. As they approached, both changed their moves simultaneously, using the same slashing sword technique. The 2 figures paused simultaneously amidst the clang of metal swords. This armored figure seems to only have the strength of a star level rank 5, Ma Hung thought to himself. The puppet body of this armored figure was quite exquisite. He didn't know what kind of energy circulation method it used, but it could actually simulate the origin energy circulation of a star-level martial artist within its body. I was originally planning to spend a few more months contemplating what hidden power this sword technique contained. Is this the actual effect? After exchanging more than 30 moves, Ma Heng also discovered that the armored figure was using those 5 sword forms. The actual attack effect was not much higher than the proficiency he had just achieved. Let's finish this quickly. He switched to a set of water element domain level sword techniques that Kaka had given him when he was comprehending domains previously. But with the addition of the domain and the use of the other set of sword techniques, the armored figure's combat power began to gradually rise. Mo Heng, who reacted quickly, immediately switched back to the original sword technique, and the armored figure's strength stopped rising. This is at least a World Lord level inheritance. Why is it fixated on using this set of ordinary, not very powerful, intent-level sword techniques for testing? After 15 minutes, the armored figure opposite stopped attacking and then turned back into fluid, merging into the ground. However, at this moment, Ma Heng's attention was drawn to the area above the private space. A spiraling metal staircase appeared, seemingly leading directly to another layer of space. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Heng stepped onto it. With his current talent, which was at least that of a touch-a-secret realm genius, he was confident in dealing with some ordinary inheritances. Besides, there were no other options at the moment. It was another identical metal hall with the same video walls. This time, it showed 10 armored figures simultaneously facing the attacks of dozens of mechanical puppets. 10 years, comprehend, fail, die. Candidates are forbidden from killing each other. The metallic voice echoed through the hall again. The ascending passage had disappeared, leaving only an identical private space door. With the addition of forbidden from killing, it seemed the examinees who reached the second level were already receiving some attention. After finding no other differences on the second level, Ma Heng sat down cross-legged and continued to comprehend. It's the same sword technique, but this time it seems to be an upgraded version of the domain-level sword technique, and there's also the coordination of movement techniques and domains. Is this sword technique prepared for one person or for multiple people to learn? Is it possible they intend to select multiple inheritors? The second level of the examination directly jumped to domain-level sword techniques. Could it be that the next level will be at the law level? Unknowingly, another 2 months passed. Mo Heng had already mastered the tricks of coordinating the movement techniques within it. His figure practicing the sword moved and shifted, as if coordinating with several unseen teammates around him. Next, I should study the characteristics of this domain and its coordination effects. Mo Heng thought to himself, but at this moment, his attention was drawn by footsteps behind him. As expected, those few martial artists with domains in the first-level hall would eventually meet the examination standard. Mo Heng turned his head to look at the short-horned man with a solemn expression. His face with Qing fangs was distinctly different from the mainstream appearance like Mo Heng's. The entrance to the passage behind him was closing. Ku Wu, a member of the Fangblade tribe, star level rank 9, domain level 2, whose personality was previously quite violent. Mo Heng recalled the information this person had displayed on the first level. Congratulations, Brother Ku Wu, you've also successfully reached the second level of the examination, Mo Heng said with a smile. Seeing that the Qing-faced man still had a wary expression, Mo Heng continued to laugh. Brother Ku Wu, there's no need for this. This inheritance should be selecting multiple successors. You can check the video yourself. After speaking, he pointed to the 10 perfectly coordinated armored figures on the wall behind him. The sword technique here involves the application of domains, and the movement techniques that accompany it are also quite profound. Mo has been comprehending for over a month but still hasn't gained anything. However, it's fortunate that you've arrived, brother. We can test the coordination of domains together. Seeing the Qing-faced man look doubtfully at the video on the wall, Mo Heng spoke with a sincere expression. All right, as you said, let's, the two of us who first entered the second level of the examination, cooperate. After the Qing-faced man Ku Wu finished speaking, an aura of threefold domain erupted from his body. So brother Ku Wu has already broken through to the threefold domain. With such rapid progress, perhaps after receiving the inheritance, Mo Heng will have to respectfully address you as senior brother. Mo Heng's complimentary words made the ching-faced man nod, as if he found them quite pleasant, and then he waved his hand. He shared a small part of his recent insights into comprehending the domain's sword technique with Ku Wu. Then, Mo Heng used the excuse of going back to rest for a while and entered the private space door. I still need to quickly comprehend the application techniques of this domain. Perhaps among the later arrivals, there will be someone with sharp insight who can also see the strangeness. Only from the height of comprehending the water element law and the sevenfold domain could Mo Heng discover that the coordination of the 10 armored figures in the video seemed somewhat overly precise. It had been almost 7 years since Mo Heng became Sirona's disciple. His current knowledge was no longer what it used to be. Most ordinary Legion techniques cleverly gathered the attacks of a group of people, merging energy attacks to produce partial qualitative changes, and could even achieve the effect of dealing with strong enemies across realms. However, the 10 people in this video seemed to do more than just gather their attacks. Whether it was their domains or movement techniques, it was as if a core consciousness was directing and coordinating everyone's actions. And this coordinated whole seemed capable of having everyone simultaneously deal with the attack of a sudden situation. From the outer domain battlefield data recorded by Sirona, Mo Heng felt that the coordination of these 10 people didn't resemble Legion techniques, but rather the combat mode of Zerg puppet warriors. Mo Heng had also learned soul secret techniques. Since the coordination of these 10 people involved a primary and secondary relationship in terms of consciousness, Mo Heng didn't want to gamble on whether there were any constraints between the primary and secondary roles in this secret technique. He had to strive to be the first to pass the examination again. It wasn't until the 6th month after Mo Heng entered the second level of the examination that there were now 7 people gathered on the second level. In addition to the original 6 people, among the remaining dozens, 1 more person had actually mastered a one-fold domain and successfully broken through to the second level. Mo Heng spent most of his time in the hall, comprehending the characteristics of the water element domain within the sword technique. The tense atmosphere that existed among the 7 people on the first level was no longer present. After Ku Wu's dissemination, the 7 people seemed to have already started treating each other as future senior brothers. Mo Heng, you've come at the right time. I've also comprehended the first characteristic of this domain binding. Help me test it out. Seeing Mo Heng return to the hall, the burly man in grey named Xue, who had known Mo Heng the longest, came over familiarly to strike up a conversation. On the other side, Ku Wu was being surrounded by 2 other people, asking him something. The few of them were chatting happily. Besides Mo Heng, he had arrived on the second level at least a month earlier than the remaining 5, and he had the capital to be proud. All right then, let's spar, Mo Heng replied with a smile. Haha, Mo Heng, you are still straightforward. Xue also straightforwardly released his domain and attacked. The remaining 2 also stopped comprehending and stood behind Mo Heng, assuming a posture to watch the battle. Because he wanted to test the other party's domain, Mo Heng did not unfold his own domain, allowing Xue's domain to be applied around him. A binding force stronger than a threefold domain seemed to want to restrain Mo Heng's figure. Mo Heng also circulated his origin energy and exchanged blows with Xue move by move. Neither of them used killing moves. The atmosphere was peaceful, and the sparring became increasingly intense. Boom tilde clang tilde. The situation changed abruptly. Mo Heng blocked the 2 attacks that ambushed him from behind, and then erupted with a 5-fold domain, breaking free from Xue's domain binding. Finally, he looked at the 3 people who were vaguely surrounding him in the center. There will be another update later, as I haven't had time to revise it yet. Chapter 23, Soul Secrets. You really were hiding your strength, Xue said with a solemn expression, having already switched his weapon to his preferred warhammer. The 2 on the other side also held a spear and a battle axe, guarding Mo Heng's escape route. You noticed too. Glancing at Ku Wu, who was being besieged by 2 male 9th stage star-level experts, Mo Heng didn't rush to escape and asked in return. I guessed a little, mainly from the phrase, candidates are forbidden from killing each other. I just didn't guess you hid your strength this deeply. 5 layers of domain, your physical quality should also be around 7th or 8th stage star level, right? Kuwu's green face, currently under siege, seemed to turn even greener. No, what exactly are you talking about? Why did you ambush me? Xue didn't answer him, but spoke to Mo Heng again. Your comprehension is clearly better than ours. Since killing is forbidden, we can only ask you to rest for a while and recover from your injuries. Having confirmed his thoughts, Xue no longer hesitated. His aura shifted, and he directly said to his companions, "The 5 of us are all 9th stage star level. Although this Mo Heng has 5 layers of domain, he can't block the siege of our combined domains. Brother Mai, remember to block his retreat. Xue and I will use our domains to consume his origin power. Let's finish him off quickly, so we can go help them deal with Kuwu." Mo Heng watched with amusement as the few newbies in front of him discussed their strategy. He had long anticipated such a scenario, as these geniuses from various starry sky regions were bound to be quite knowledgeable. His powerful mental power unfolded. Before the suddenly changed expressions of the group, 7 alloy swords that had been thrown on the ground flew up and circled the hall. Mo Heng also retrieved the original 2nd-tier origin weapon spear, using his mental power. He raised his spear to parry the blade thrust by the man named Xue, then backhanded to block Xue's heavy hammer. The 3 fought to a standstill for a moment. The 7 flying swords ultimately struck towards the last axe-wielding man who was participating in the siege of Mo Heng. With Mo Heng's current 30x mental power amplification strength, the mental power control, honed from years of manipulating the Ice Breath Spirit Disc, allowed him to perform amazing feats with a few alloy flying swords. The man struggled desperately under the flying sword's frenzied assault. No, that's not right. He has already mastered the fusion characteristic of the water domain. With the domain's amplification, each sword attack is fused with the attack power of several nearby flying swords. Xue glanced at the axe-wielding man's precarious situation in the midst of the chaos, then roared in a low voice. "Since you've already mastered these 2 characteristics, why are you still toying with us in the 2nd layer's assessment?" Mo Heng didn't speak. The pressure released by his 5 layers of domain completely suppressed the 2 3-layer and 2-layer domains in front of him, and he even had energy left to add buffs to his own attacks. In less than 10 minutes, looking at the group of 6 lying on the metal hall floor, Mo Heng smiled, turned back, and continued his comprehension. The group, including Kuwu, had their limbs temporarily incapacitated by Mo Heng and were knocked unconscious with precisely controlled heavy blows. With the powerful vitality of the star level, they could recover in about a month. Unfortunately, the 7-colored pagoda was almost completely damaged by that world lord's hypnotic waves, and needed to have the damaged mental structure within the sea of consciousness replenished. Otherwise, giving each of these people in front of him a shattered god seal and a trapped spirit seal would have made things much simpler. The most important thing in this 2nd layer's sword technique was not the movement technique, nor the domain coordination, but the positions within the 10-person formation. Only after completing his comprehension of the sword technique, movement technique, and domain did Mo Heng realize he could vaguely discern the subtle differences in the initial formation of each battle within the video. The initial position of the leader in the formation was different each time, which also caused the 10-person formation to have different transformations under the same battle scenario. Mo Heng guessed that the key focus of the 2nd stage's assessment was that during practice, the examinee must always place themselves in the position of the leader among the 10 people. These people still thought Mo Heng was competing with them for progress in domains and movement techniques, unaware that Mo Heng had already mastered them 2 months ago. And this key comprehension required a certain amount of time studying the video to fully grasp. If the group hadn't turned hostile, Mo Heng wouldn't have wanted to reveal more. He only needed to show enough talent to pass the assessment. After all, without knowing the attitude of the person who controlled your life and death, it was a foolish decision, in Mo Heng's opinion, to rashly display more eye-catching talent, especially when the other party clearly possessed soul-secret techniques. The servants under Hu Yambo were the best example. The starry sky had always been cruel to adventurers. Of course, if he reached the virtual universe company, he could naturally display his talent without restraint. The high-level executives of the human race had cultivation as their main policy for geniuses. A month later, on the 3rd floor of the Grand Hall, Mo Heng looked at the 5-meter-tall silver armor puppet in front of him. Are you really not testing me? The puppet in front was covered in silver origin power battle armor. Looking at the few lore secret patterns on the armor, it wasn't difficult to discern that this was a 5th-tier origin power battle armor. After the faceplate was removed, a metallic face was revealed. Etched upon it were several lore secret patterns glowing with blue light, extending down to the neck where they were covered by the armor. A pair of pupils emitting a faint white light looked at Mo Heng. No need, I have been observing your progress on the 2nd floor. By learning the domain chapter of Yun Kong 5 forms, you are already considered a formal disciple of my Yun Kong realm. Then I have officially passed the inheritance now, Mo Heng asked. Not exactly, there is one last step. If you don't pass, you won't die, but you might not be yourself anymore. Seeing that Mo Heng didn't respond, the silver armor puppet continued. Outside the grand hall, your willpower was tested. The 1st and 2nd layers tested your comprehension, and everything before this served the 3rd layer. The silver armor puppet then took out a palm-sized black vessel from behind it and looked at Mo Heng. The soul's secret technique, Bingji Net. My master was respectfully called Yun Kong Realm Master by people back then. This is the inherited soul seed he condensed before his death. This Bingji Net will construct a mental network within your mind. What you need to do is cultivate the 1st layer and light up the 1st node on the mental network. Mo Heng knew the consequences of failure without asking. Suppressing the gloom in his heart, he asked. If I succeed, I'll be one of your own. Do I have any privileges now, like connecting to the virtual universe? Of course you can. Without learning Bingji Net, the core secret of this inheritance hasn't been passed on. If there are any cultivation resources within the space equipment on your wrist, you can also take them out to cultivate. Seeing the surprised expression on Mo Heng's face, the silver armor puppet continued. Your wrist guard can evade mental power scans using technological means, but at the same time, some special detectors can also scan it. Since it had been discovered anyway, Mo Heng simply revealed the space wrist guard and took out a few primal fusion fruits. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, one last question, does the Yun Kong realm not care if someone outside tries to snatch the things the inheritor obtains? Bingji Net requires an inherited seed condensed by someone who has cultivated it to the 3rd layer to begin. Once successfully integrated, it will not be dropped even upon death. Besides that, one would have to spend a sky-high price on soul treasures that even immortal beings would feel pain over to begin. Furthermore, each layer of Bingji Net, cultivated, will only unlock the content of the next layer in your mind, so people from the outside world are more willing to cultivate you. Apart from that, Master doesn't care if his self-created, nether radiance, is spread. Mo Heng curled his lip, so as long as the secret technique is passed on, they don't care about the treatment of the inheritor. Mo Heng didn't believe this statement. If that were the case, that world lord could have spread his secret technique without setting a threshold when he was dying. There would definitely be some powerhouses willing to learn it. I can give you 1 day for buffer time. After that, you will begin the inheritance, the silver armor puppet finally said. Nodding and no longer concealing it, he took out an auxiliary optical computer from the wrist guard. This was one he had replaced back on Cloud Ring Star, but since it was a gift from his father, he had always kept it with him. Since you don't care about the outside world, then I'll call for reinforcements. Outside the killing field on Xue Lan Island in the virtual universe, Mo Heng's figure suddenly appeared. Before long, the small figure of 15 appeared on Mo Heng's shoulder. Master, long time no see, 15 has been looking forward to your return. Long time no see, 15. I missed your voice too, Mo Heng replied casually, without dwelling on 15's words. Master, my core program is currently under the memory area managed by Lord Kun. Understood, so senior uncle and teacher already know my location now, then let's go inside and wait for them. Mo Heng nodded, then stepped into the killing field. Chapter 24, Realm Lord Warrior. In a training room in the slaughter field, the scene was simulated into a living room, with Mo Heng sitting opposite Ki and Serona. So you are currently receiving the sole secret manual inheritance within a World Lord world, and there are 5 World Lords on the planet outside, Ki asked seriously. Yes, senior uncle, but I have great confidence that I can pass the inheritance. You know the speed of my progress in cultivating the 7-colored pagoda. Mo Heng still had something unsaid. after experiencing that world lord's hypnotic fluctuations. He discovered that the mental structure body had a part capable of actively protecting the host's consciousness, so he felt a bit more confident. Indeed, it should have been this way. In the wizard world, the mental structure body was originally used to command their rapidly growing mental power. Relying on the mental structure body, they wouldn't lose their minds due to rampant mental power and could advance normally. It seems the structure body still has some functions that can be explored, Mo Heng thought to himself. All right, now send us your location through the auxiliary optical computer. We are already on Utai Star. Okay, teacher, but with this low-level optical computer, if the distance is too great, the error might be several hundred light years. Sirona nodded and said, That's enough. Lan Tissi sent me a message before he fallen. He placed the tracking potion I configured within one of their origin powers. As long as we get close, I can find them. Fallen? Mo Heng was stunned for a moment, recalling Lan Tissi's easygoing smile in his mind. After a long time, Mo Heng softly said, Teacher, senior uncle, there are 5 of them. It's hard to guarantee that they don't have some backup plan to prevent others from snatching the prize. Use be careful. Sirona chuckled softly after hearing this. You might not fully understand the strength of your senior uncle and teacher. Let it be, just focus on receiving the inheritance. Looking at Mo Heng's figure disappearing after going offline, Ki and Sirona both put away their smiles and stood up, walking towards the exit of the slaughter field. Within the Yun Kong realm, Mo Heng found a spot against the wall and sat down cross-legged, placing a few mixed fruits beside his legs. Senior, let's begin. The silver armor puppet nodded and stepped forward. There are many secrets of the Yun Kong realm that I wanted to tell you when you woke up. After speaking, a red ball of light appeared on the black vessel in its hand, which was then slapped into Mo Heng's mind by the silver armor puppet. Mo Heng, sitting cross-legged on the ground, only felt as if a hand grenade had been stuffed into his mind, followed by an explosive sensation filling his mind. Mo Heng had already hidden a part of his consciousness within the mental structure body in advance. The outer part of his consciousness felt as if it could lose consciousness at any moment, with the explosive feeling in his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, having experienced merging bloodlines several times before, Mo Heng was confident he would wake up. He then took a few bites of the mixed fruit and leaned against the wall, as if asleep. The part of his consciousness within the mental structure body remained active, while his outer consciousness had completely entered a state of unconsciousness. A dreamlike feeling once again filled Mo Heng's entire consciousness. And so, more than 20 days passed. On the planet outside the spaceship, where the inheritance world was located. In the silent dark red sky, 2 figures suddenly appeared, precisely Wu Jai and Lai Yu. On the land below the two was a small spaceship that had just exited its mimetic stealth mode. What's wrong, Wu Jai? The inheritance has only been going on for 8 months, and you're already impatient. The skinny man and the group of 3, consisting of the old man and the young woman, also appeared in the high sky not far away. Someone is coming and they are heading towards us. They have already discovered us. Wu Jai looked into the depths of the starry sky, his long hair behind him seeming to dance. The other several people, upon hearing this, immediately unleashed their world's strength and probed into the distance. Soon, a bronze triangular spaceship was seen flying at sublight speed to the edge of the atmosphere. Subsequently, 3 people appeared in the starry sky. Among them, 2 beautiful women were dressed in red and white gauze respectively. A butterfly-shaped fierce beast was coiled on the shoulder of the woman in white gauze. And on the forehead of the other red-robed, black-haired man was the undisguised mark of fire law recognition, causing the pupils of the 5 people opposite to contract. The 3 looked at the 5 people below from the starry sky, separated by the atmosphere. Is it them? The red-robed man completely disregarded the vigilant gazes and the surging world strength of the few people, asking the white-gauzed woman beside him. That's right, the scent of the tracking potion is coming from that skinny guy in green armor, Sirona replied. That's good, Kiki slowly uttered these words, looking at the World Lord 5th stage green-armored man. The next moment, a huge bloody mouth appeared in the air behind the green-armored man, suddenly covering down on him from above. Only then did the 3 realize, belatedly, that the danger had bypassed their world's strength at some unknown time and reached behind them. However, it was already too late for the green-armored man to use his secret technique. An invisible binding force dragged him towards the inside of the giant mouth. At this moment, a scaled monster several hundred meters tall with a triangular head fully appeared in the air. It had 6 legs and 2 wings, and its long, slender tail swayed, causing shifts between light and dark in the nearby space. Inside its mouth, the green-armored man desperately resisted with his world's strength compressed to a few dozen meters, but under the monster's chewing, he only lasted for a few breaths before only a miserable scream remained. Only the crunching sound of the monster chewing bones remained on the spot. Its eyes, squinting in enjoyment, occasionally glanced at the remaining few people. The old man and the woman, who had not been targeted and had escaped a calamity, now felt only terror in their hearts. The shattered inner world, with various materials falling from the sky, finally broke the silence. The long-haired man Wu Jai looked at Qi and the other two. If your actions this time were to display your strength, your goal has already been achieved. You can take the lion's share of the treasures in the place of inheritance. The 4 of us also have some backup plans. If forced, we might not be without the strength to fight. Qi glanced at him upon hearing this. Finished talking, go to your death. Another giant lion-shaped monster appeared in the high sky, its figure flickering several times as it pounced towards the few people. The black-robed man Liu was just preparing to fight with all his might. His side had a World Lord 8-stage martial artist, and he was very confident in Wu Jai's methods. However, a familiar feeling struck him once again, and he could only roar out half a sentence. Mental force paralyzing poison and origin power corrosion. Sirona in the starry sky sneered at this moment. Otherwise, why would we still give you a chance to speak? My magic dove twin mist is effective quickly on cultivators below World Lord 5th stage. The long-haired one will take a little longer. She then turned and said to Qi beside her. The old man and the woman, the 2 world lords on the other side, also had completely darkened expressions. They simultaneously wanted to use a secret technique to escape. However, they were already quite deeply poisoned and were caught up by the triangular giant beast's ghost-like flickering figure, which slapped them down one by one. The long-haired man Wu Jai was currently holding a long saber burning with flames, rapidly retreating by borrowing the force of the lion-shaped giant beast's pounce. Having used some unknown secret technique, his figure turned into a streak of flame and quickly fled. But just as he fled out of the atmosphere from the other side, a voice sounded in his ear again. You are worthy of playing with fire. He then found himself trapped by a more intense cage of flames. He was best at using high-temperature flames at the law level to burn enemies who couldn't resist, but today he suffered the same retribution. Waves of miserable screams came from the cage, but they didn't weaken. They grew louder and more intense the more he screamed. Lantissi must have had the same experience that day, right? Qi said in a low voice. Chapter 25, Leaving the Customs. Mo Heng felt like he had a restless sleep, waking up with his mind filled with uncontrollable mental power. He carefully sensed it, and a dim network covered more than half of Mo Heng's sea of consciousness, even pushing out the damaged 7-colored pagoda. However, the mental structure was still in its original place, perhaps because the net couldn't trap it, or it couldn't detect it. Apart from the secret technique cultivation memories transmitted by the dim network, there were also dozens of mental powers that didn't belong to Mo Heng filling his sea of consciousness, and all of Mo Heng's pain came from them. After integrating the inheritance memories, Mo Heng finally understood that this trial was testing his soul talent and precise control of mental power, while willpower was secondary. He needed to manipulate his own mental power to pass through the chaotic mental power group and then find the first node on the network. Finally, through some kind of mental resonance method, he would temporarily light it up with his soul and telekinesis, and then manipulate the temporarily lit node's ability to absorb all the chaotic mental power, completely lighting up the first node. Seeing this, Mo Heng felt a chill in his heart, because most of the chaotic mental power here represented a failed inheritor from the past. According to the content of the first layer, if he failed to light it within a year, his sea of consciousness would completely become chaotic. Finally, he would lose most of his consciousness, degrading to a state like a low-intelligence fierce beast with only instincts, and the inheritant seed would absorb a portion of his mental power and leave his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he secretly thought that it was no wonder the silver armor puppet didn't prohibit him from using energy supply treasures. All the energy needed was provided by the inheritance soul seed itself. What he needed was precise manipulation. You woke up in 20 days. It seems your soul talent is better than everyone before you. Mo Heng opened his eyes and looked at the tall silver armor puppet standing in the center of the hall, enduring the pain in his mind, and replied with a slight nod. Next, you need to control your mental power to find the node and light it up. The most troublesome part is that the chaotic mental power that doesn't belong to you will move irregularly. If you are impacted too much, your spirit and even your soul will be damaged, the silver armor puppet reminded again. Chaotic mental power, irregular collisions. Mo Heng felt the dozens of static mental powers in his mind at this moment and didn't know what to say. No, Mo Heng carefully sensed the changes in his sea of consciousness again. Those mental powers that didn't belong to him were not static. Instead, every time they showed a slight tendency to move, they were stopped by the instinctive rotation of the mental structure. As expected, it is a tool for commanding mental power. It can even suppress those that don't belong to oneself. Unfortunately, the development of the soul path in the devouring world is not that prosperous, and the inheritance in his incomplete wizard memories is also incomplete. Most importantly, all soul creatures in this world will integrate their souls into their bodies at the immortal stage, unlike in the wizard world, where mental bodies can roam independently in the world, and the physical body is just a tool. The different supreme rules of the two worlds are destined to lead to vastly different directions of life evolution, and Mo Heng can only honestly follow the path of the devouring world. Fortunately, the supreme rules are compatible with some wizard abilities, giving Mo Heng hope for rise. He reined in his wandering thoughts, and Mo Heng continued his cultivation. The mental power in his sea of consciousness turned into a line extending out, probing the mental power near the dim network, and after confirming that they were indeed not a threat, he began to investigate the various dim nodes. It didn't take much time for Mo Heng to find the node that needed to be initially lit up. With the control of his mental power, the dim node gradually began to flicker with a faint light. Outside the Yunkong realm spaceship, the battle had ended long ago. Qi was currently sitting on a hill near the mechanical giant door, his mental power enveloping the area around the dark blue light curtain. On the other side of the hill, two giant beasts were coiled nearby, their eyes slightly narrowed. Confirmed, these few people haven't leaked the news to others. This place should not be discovered by others in the short term. Sorona's figure appeared beside Qi. Thankfully Lombard did something reliable. The Tar's wrist guard, I gave him back, then was given to Mo Heng otherwise. Sister Sorona, what should we do with these two remaining people? The woman in red stood in the air, interrupting their conversation, with two figures restrained by her world's strength beside her. One of these two is the culprit who abducted Mo Heng, and the other personally killed Lan Tissi, Sorona said in a sharp voice. The magic dove twin mist will keep them in a state of mental paralysis and completely corroded original force, which can last for several hundred years, enough to wait for Mo Heng to come out and let him personally deal with these two. Sister, you are indeed thoughtful. This can also resolve the regret in your disciple's heart, the woman in red replied when she heard this. All right, the situation is stable now. I'll guard this place, and these two will also be handed over to me. You guys go back to the spaceship, Qi said. So, 5 months later, under Mo Heng's manipulation, the light of that node had become stable, like starlight. Below the node, only the last flickering, chaotic mental power remained. Mo Heng had already stabilized the node, and according to the introduction, had completed the first layer. However, the node seemed to be able to digest other mental power and become more substantial, so he continued to absorb the remaining chaotic mental power. Finally completed, an involuntary shout came from Mo Heng's mouth. His soul was in a very wonderful feeling at this moment. Did you discover the truly special place of the Bingji net? The silver armor puppet asked when he saw Mo Heng open his eyes. Yes, this feeling of consciousness spreading through the nodes seems to be able to interpret all my insights, Mo Heng said, closing his eyes again. In the secret technique introduction in his mind, the Bingji net has 3 special functions. The first is that it can increase the cultivation efficiency of telekinesis amplitude, so as long as Mo Heng trains his telekinesis amplitude in the future, he will achieve double the effect with half the effort. The second function is called affiliated telekinesis. meaning that by absorbing a large amount of mental power that doesn't belong to oneself, digesting it and storing it within the nodes, and then manipulating these telekinesis, which are far more than one's own, through numerous nodes. Cultivating to the later stage can allow one to use telekinesis that is 10 or even 100 times greater than one's own. A domain lord can even possess telekinesis of the world lord level, but these affiliated telekinesis are not as versatile as the host's own telekinesis. Because they are not cultivated by oneself, they will not grow with one's advancement and can only be expanded by operating the Bingji net to absorb. Furthermore, they cannot be used to manipulate weapons like telekinesis weapons and can only be used to cast some ordinary, clumsy mental secret techniques. However, this is also very powerful. Imagine being able to cast mental secret techniques across major realms, even if they are only those broad, unrefined techniques that don't require precise changes. It is still a major trump card. Mo Heng is now very much looking forward to the effect of casting the talent's secret skill, Weird Sound, with telekinesis that crosses major realms in the future. The third is called Insight Transmission, which can transmit the understanding of domains and even laws that one has grasped through the nodes. Mo Heng can only think of using this function for teaching and taking disciples. It can accurately transmit one's insights to others, but everyone has different perspectives on understanding laws. Ordinary people may gain a lot after receiving it, but for geniuses, it only has reference value. 1,000 subscribers, Party Popper. Thank you to everyone who watched, liked, commented, and supported this channel. Reaching 1K is a huge milestone, and I couldn't have done it without you. This is only the beginning. Our next goal is 5,000 subscribers, and we're moving forward together. Fire.